So now he say, I'm not going to leave this country. And that was how, and I said, let's go. In less than 15 minutes, I had audience with the Controller General of Immigration. And the man signed off. I couldn't believe it. Can it happen here? Can it happen here? Ordinary, so this big man syndrome, it looms larger than life here. We have that aura of, you walk into somebody's office, yes, can I help you? Why did you just bump into my office and all of that? Yes. It's our attitude here. Meanwhile, people are there, placed there to solve problems. And instead of solving your problems, they end up compounding your problems.
In fact, I think they even deliberately make you frustrated so that they can frustrate what the main reason that brought you
so that they will feel important.
Exactly. I think it's just like you said, the whole big manism, or my office, yes, you figure your office, but here I'm in charge. I think that's just a feeling. A friend said he had to go to, was it a local government or WAEC office in, Benue State to get his statement. I think he misplaced his. So he said he got into the office. He could hear voices inside the office, but they had locked the voice, the door. And guess what they were discussing? They were discussing Big Brother. He said he sat down there. At a point, he was knocking on the door. They said, you better wait. So when they were done, they came out and they said, yes. So he said, they said, okay, you have to go downstairs, go and pick a form, fill it, and come up. So, of course, he had to play, because you need their help. So I think it's a systematic issue. And just like you said, because there's so much bureaucracy, they know that to take me off these seats, he won't follow through. So just abide with my rules. So I like what Soludo is doing, and they're really giving him a tough time
And when at some point, when the complaints, got so much, they established what they call Servicom. You know what they did? I'm sorry for this. They employed, who they employed in Servicom? Women. So when you enter into a government office, you see a Servicom desk, by like 2 or 3 women there. Oh God, you are in trouble. If you ever get to that, because Servicom is where they receive complaints about how the people were not properly served.
In the same office.
Yes. And so when you get to Servicom, you see 3 women discussing, chatting, laughing about Big Brother.
So who then do you take the complaints? Well, we need better working attitude. But let's be clear. It's not just here in Nigeria. It happens in other climes as well. Even developed climes. It happens. There are times you go to get a coffee. You go to get coffee and something, and the attendant will just, act like you don't matter, like you're not even there, and they will chatter away on the phone. So yes, it happens in other climes. So it's not peculiar.
I like how you always, you're such a patriotic Nigerian. And I love it. I love that about you, really.
It's not peculiar to Nigeria, but we have our problems and we have to solve ours. All right. Oh, well, let's move away from that conversation. Let's run to the papers now. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. I do have, I think I do have, trying to get this one open here.
Okay, we can have the Tribune.
Okay.
Oh, great.
All right.
I have the Guardian. Okay. Let me start with the Guardian newspaper. So the big story here is Nigeria's heat crisis. Truly, the weather is hot. Power failure, fuel costs, trigger public health, financial crisis. Window headlines. Turaki appeals bench warrant as PDP faction forecloses support for Tinubu's re-election. FG reduces power sector liabilities as Nelmco clears 2.16 trillion naira debt. CBN slashes ways and means to 2.84 trillion naira from 26.95 trillion naira in 2023. NLC CSOs warn Nigeria losing fight against corruption. Only 249 out of 774 local council areas have pipe-borne water. IGP submits state police framework. APC defends zoning, consensus, Tinubu's choice ahead of convention, and the bottom strip. INEC warns of electoral violence, foreign influence ahead of 2027 polls. I take that one again for emphasis. INEC warns of electoral violence, foreign influence ahead of 2027 polls. Well, those are the headlines there.
Let's move over to the Punch newspaper. 32 governors, 450 delegates, 450,000 delegates arrive Abuja for APC convention. Government orders remote work amid gridlock fears. Convention opens as party rebuffs lawsuit claims. Airlines, hotels cash in. CBN blacklists top loan defaulters. 2027 governorship. Inside Kwara's APC's consensus dilemma. UK raises visa citizenship fees for Nigerians and others. Protest erupts as Venezuelan president appears in New York courts again. Ali to be crowned Ibadan Oba despite governor bid. Blackouts cost Nigeria 40 trillion naira yearly.
Okay, now let's quickly run through the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. Court orders arrest of Taminu Turaki, PDP factional chairman. Effort ongoing to put PDP on the ballot in 2027. Saraki, that's Bukola Saraki, former Senate president. Anioma State creation receiving attention. Godswill Akpabio, Senate president. The big story on the Nigerian Tribune. IGP submits state police framework to Senate. 75-page document focuses on operational, legal, administrative implications. Ali, 2 orders to be installed as Obas in Ibadan land, April 3. Court discharges Stella Odua of 2.5 billion naira fraud. Street urchins attack Lagos tax fort. Set railway line ablaze. I'll take that again for emphasis. Street urchins attack Lagos task force. Set railway line ablaze. APC set for convention as 8,453 delegates converge in Abuja today. And offices are zoned based on federal character principles, Masari. Federal government declares free work at the Federal Secretariat. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
And let's go to the Vanguard now. These are the headlines here. The window headlines first. CBN crashes Ways and Means to 2.8 trillion naira. Cardoso. LG autonomy, key to fixing primary health care. Professor Adenike Grange. High fuel price, low passenger traffic hits transporters hard. There's no money. Oil price rises to $108 as Iran describes U.S. plan to end war one-sided. Okay. IGP submits frameworks for establishment of state police to Senate. Healthcare sector crisis. Unions protest power grab. Reform bill in Abuja 2027. Support for Tinubu ignites fresh rumbles in PDP. There's a long list of the riders there. We'll touch on all of that during newspaper review at 10 o'clock. And Agabi Pandef demand 25% derivation Southern presidency in 2027. And yes, those are the headlines there.
Let's check out the Daily Trust. Power outage bites harder. ASU gives federal government 4-day ultimatum to pay new salary. APC convention, government shuts roads, asks civil servants to work from home. Despite $2.5 billion GDP contribution, aviation still underperforming. How mother of 8 died hours after giving birth to quintuplets. I'm not running from 2027 presidency, Saraki. 2 dead, 2 others rescued in Kano pit collapse. Hours to convention, Bauchi APC yet to resolve crisis. Power outage bites harder. Those are the lead stories coming from the Daily Trust.
All right, that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines now. Let's get into our first major conversation for today, bordering on insecurity. We are worst hit church by insurgents. That's Ecclesia Yanua of Nigeria. Ecclesia Yanua, Nigeria. As Defense Headquarters backs Chief of Defense Staff stance on pardon. Let's touch on this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. Nigeria's worsening insecurity has taken center stage again, with the defense headquarters backing Chief of Defense Staff Oluyede's controversial stance on pardoning repentant terrorists, even as churches, communities, and victims cry foul. The Ecclesia Yanuwa of Nigeria Church of the Brethren revealed that insurgents have displaced over 70 of its branches, while in Kwara State, terrorists are demanding 1 billion naira ransom for 5 abducted worshippers in Benue. Suspected armed headmen brutally attacked a boat operator, amputating him and injuring others, underscoring the human toll of unchecked violence. Meanwhile, Plateau youth stormed the government house in protest over rising killings, insisting authorities have failed to protect them. The debate over reintegration of former fighters has further polarized the nation, with legal expert Yusuf Ali arguing it's key to tackling insecurity, while the defense headquarters clarified that no repentant terrorists or bandits have been recruited into the Nigerian military. Well, we've been joined in the studio here to help us make sense of this topic by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and as well as a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele Fanimo, and thanks for joining us. Virtually, we've been joined by Asim Adams. Asim Adams is a constitutional lawyer, but he's there in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. We also have Mr. Eze Eluche. Mr. Eluche is an attorney at law as well as a public affairs analyst. And from our Benin outstation, we've also been joined by Mr. Williams Edaya. Williams Edaya is here in the capacity of an activist as well as a public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Okay. All right, before we get into conversation with our guests, there's a video, there where the CDS said a lot of things about how, repentant terrorists and all of that. So let's get a voice to that.
Talking about Operation Safe Corridor. So many people have asked that question, why do we need to rehabilitate criminals? They all should be killed because they kill people. Well, that may make sense. But even in the Bible, we heard about the prodigal son. If there was not that window for the man to come back, would they have come back? So the point is that these are Nigerians, mostly. And it's important for us to give them that window to repent if they want to, rather than pushing them to the extreme to say, okay, it's either we kill you or you continue with the adventure. I think it's important for us to make people understand, especially the National Assembly, because as we speak now, everything about safe corridor is being driven by defense headquarters. And there's no part of the budget that says, okay, you should run Operation Safe Corridor. So, our honorable there, I'm only speaking to you to understand the importance of.
All right, there you have it. The chief of defense stand, Oluye, they're saying, well, that we understand that he understands that terrorists have killed Nigerians, but should we kill them? He says, well, he doesn't think so, because even the Bible says that you should have a forgiving spirit. That's according to the chief of defense staff. Mr. Fanimo, let me come straight to you. Can you help us make sense of what the chief of defense staff said about the value of reintegrating terrorists, into back to society? But they were very clear that, well, that no repentant terrorist has been taken back or taken into the military. Help us make sense of his position and how that helps us in fighting insecurity in Nigeria.
For me, a criminal is a criminal. And either we like it or not, I don't support reintegration. I don't support rehabilitation. These guys are just like predators. The moment a lion or tiger kills a human being, he has tasted raw meat with salt, which is away from the normal raw meat that the lion is used to or the tiger is used to. That is why once a lion kills a human being, that lion must be killed. Because henceforth, that lion or tiger will be looking for human meat. It won't be satisfied with other prey. The same thing goes for these guys. Those days when we were reading James Chase, in one of his books, he said, it takes one killing to become a serial killer. Once you kill once, you don't see any immorality in killing. You have already taken away that from your conscience. So killing afterwards does not really matter. It's like a game. With all this premise, somebody who has deep-seated animosity against the state, who had killed in numbers, who had profited from ransom taking, who has been living a lavish life, displaying opulence, even when there was this cashless problem. We saw on video bandits displaying words of notes running into millions of naira. Even when we couldn't get the new notes as at then, they got a large chunk of the new note, they displayed it. How much? Somebody probably, he was forced to surrender because he was cut off during operation and he couldn't go anywhere. And he begged not to be killed. And you arrested him alive, brought him back, and you say you want to rehabilitate that person. The animalistic instinct in that person cannot live in.
Okay.
And so, that is why our security is compromised today, because some of these people, so-called, I overheard one Brigadier General Ali debunking claims that these people have been reintegrated. But we have seen military officers in the past saying that some of them that were rehabilitated still went back to their base in the Sambisa forest. And these are people that were giving intelligence to terrorists because they are already inside, they know how to intercept radio signals.
Okay, so apparently they were serving as moles, you know.
They were there as moles. So how would you say you want to rehabilitate
them back to...
it's just like you want to take Aguero from the road. Somebody who makes an average of 50 million, 50,000 naira every day, and you say you want to give him a paid job for 1 month to wait for 30 days to collect 70,000.
Okay, so apparently we are saying is that the person will just go back to it.
He will go back.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's run to Barrister Eze Eluche, who joined us virtually. Good morning to you, Barrister Eluche, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's always my pleasure to be here, and good morning to your guests in the studio.
All right, good to have you, sir. Now, I'm sure you followed this conversation and you listened to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Oluyede, said, well, we don't necessarily have to kill repentant terrorists, despite the fact that we know that they are criminals and they have killed fellow Nigerians. But well, we need to temper justice with mercy, because even the Holy Book, the Bible, you know, that you and I read and other Nigerians read, preaches mercy and forgiveness. How do you react to that within the context of Nigeria's, the leadership's intentionality, you know, to fight insecurity, the war on terror? How do you react to all of that?
Thank you very much. I think before General Oluyede made those comments, he should have first apologized to the families of generals, such as General Zikizu, General Hassan Ahmad, General Musa Uba, the several brigade commanders of Operation Lafia Dole, who died in the cause, and hundreds of Nigerian young men, soldiers, who sacrificed their lives for what General Oluyede now calls his brothers. We should apologize to those families. We should apologize even to, because they died in vain. They died absolutely, it was a useless death from what the general is saying. And it's so sad. It's so sad because it is now clear that our security, the generals, those who from the National Security Advisor, who has said these are his brothers, to what Oluyede is now saying, that these characters have no idea what they are up against. They don't understand that these terrorists, these Islamist jihadist terrorists, are ISIS linked. They are linked to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, ISIL. They are part of Islamic ISIS West Africa, ISWA. So they think these guys are their brothers. That shows that we simply they don't even understand what is happening. They think these are just like ragtag. The other day they were called ragtag. Who are you calling ragtag? These guys receive sophisticated machineries, sophisticated weapons, sophisticated trainings, even perhaps more than what the soldiers of Nigerian military receive. And they are now called our brothers. It is pathetic. It is sad. I lack words, because these are the guys who make commands to our soldiers. For goodness sake, if you were a soldier in the front lines trying to fight these terrorists, and you hear your chief of defense staff saying that these people we are about to engage with are your brothers.
Okay.
You don't go back home. You find your way home.
All right. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. I'm happy that I wanted to ask you, the way General Oluyede spoke, is it going to serve as a motivation to the terrorists, and on the flip side, lower the morale of Nigerian soldiers? Did he check his words? Did he read through his words? Did he think through his words before making those statements? Or do you think that, well, he might have been under pressure from some higher quarters to come in that direction? Because this is one who has been chief of army staff, the whole of Nigerian army. He had his commanders, in the battlefield. And he's saying, well, and some of his commanders, like you said, died, on the line of duty. And this is a man that has come out to say, well, though they have killed fellow Nigerians, we don't necessarily need to kill them. Isn't it going to serve as a motivation to the terrorists and lower the morale of Nigerian soldiers? What do you think?
Well, certainly it will enhance, it will boost the morale of these terrorists. They will now go and kill with joy, knowing that even the hierarchy of our institutions believe that they are brothers. And it was not a slip of the tongue. It was a well thought out policy of this Bola Tinubu regime. If you recollect, not a few days ago, the National Security Advisor uttered the same words, that these are our brothers. So nobody should say that it's a game plan. And more ridiculous is the biblical version, or the biblical verse General Oluyede tried to quote, the case of the prodigal son. The prodigal son did not come with guns ablazing, shooting at his father's house before he was welcome. The prodigal son would have been killed if he had done that. But then this man says, these are our brothers. It's a pity. I mean, I really apologize. And that is the reason why in the Southeast and some parts of Nigeria, young men cannot enter the military, because they know that this is the intent. This is the base of what the military hierarchy is. They want you to go and be as if you're fighting your brothers, and they take the accolades. Now, more particular is this. Why are these terrorists your brothers? And the same government derives joy in incarcerating Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, you have to make that analogy. This is a man who is just asking for the liberation of his own people, and you put him in jail, you label him all sorts, and the people who are killing Nigerians, burning churches, destroying our military fabric, killing our generals are your brothers? For goodness sake, who do we have in prisons in Nigeria? From what General Oluyede has said, from what National Security Advisor Nuhu Rubadu has said, Nigeria should open up all the prisons. Because what you have there, you have only scam artists, criminals, thieves, armed robbers, murderers. Brothers, let us reintegrate them. Let us rehabilitate them. Let us know that there's no need, no laws in this country again.
All right then.
Shame on these characters. Shame on them. Thank you very much.
All right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Eze Luche. Now let's bring Chief Asim Adams into the conversation. Chief Asim Adams, who is also a lawyer and public affairs commentator. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. I'm going to take it from this angle of our brothers, because we've heard, I remember very vividly, General Tukur Buratai once said that 60%, that based on the activities of these terrorists, 60% of them are not Nigerians. We've also been told many times that they are from, they're not Nigerians, they are from Niger Republic and, maybe the Sudan and the rest of them. We've been told that many times. We've been told that the language they speak shows that they are not Nigerians. But if we can take the video again where the Chief of Defense Staff, Oluyede, spoke, he didn't talk about a language. He said, these are Nigerians, largely Nigerians. Is that a new discovery? Is that some sort of deception? Now, let's take a listen again. Let's take a listen again. Let's just take that video one more time.
talking about Operation Safe Corridor. So many people have asked that question, why do we need to rehabilitate criminals? They all should be killed. Because they kill people. Well, that may make sense. But even in the Bible, we heard about the prodigal son. If there was not that window for the man to come back, would they have come back? So the point is that these are Nigerians, mostly. And it's important for us to give them that window to repent if they want to, rather than pushing them to the extreme to say, okay, it's either we kill you or you continue with the adventure. I think it's important for...
There you have it. Now, that's the part I wanted to emphasize. These are Nigerians, mostly. Chief Asim Adams, how do you react to this revelation, if you want to call it that, as it negates other narratives that have been put forward before now, that these are not Nigerians, and it's been difficult because they just come from, border countries. They've infiltrated our country through the borders. But here we are being told that they are Nigerians. And who are these Nigerians really that are killing fellow Nigerians, displacing them from their homes and burning houses, killing children and women and the rest of them? Chivasin, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Good. Well, you see, the last time I was in your studios, I made mention of the fact that I'm tired of talking about Nigeria's insecurity and the processes we are using to deal with it. Because we cannot come on a daily basis and be talking about, situations of this nature. And the next day, the people you are talking to are saying a different thing. So it's like... So if the general was talking about our constitution, I would have understood with him. But he's talking about the Bible, and the allusions he made to the Bible is not the same with what we have on ground right now.
Could it be
about the prodigal son issue?
Could it be?
And
Sorry to butt
these are not prodigal sons.
Sorry to butt in at this point, Chip. At some point when Muhammadu Buhari was holding sway as the president of Nigeria, he threw our borders open to. He actually did say that those wanting to come to Nigeria can come in and get their visa stamped when they are here in Nigeria. And at that point, we saw influx of some individuals, a lot of them not accounted for. Could it be that these individuals have some way, somehow, naturalized in Nigeria, and maybe originally not Nigerians, but now that they have been in Nigeria, they are our brothers? Could it be?
See, I don't know why people are still talking about people from Niger Republic not being Nigerians. They are Nigerians. In Kano State, in Borno State, the electoral, malpractices we have heard and seen in the years before, INEC did investigation and found that most people with voter PVC, personal voter cards, carriers who are voting in Kano, where Kano will turn out 3.something million, votes. Why you see that many people are rushing, many politicians want to go to Kano to get and win Kano because of the population there. And it has been found that about 60% of those people who are voting or voting age in Kano are not Nigerians. These are people who crossed over from Niger and Chad Republic and entered, Nigeria through Borno, Yobe, and the rest, now finding themselves in Kano. For instance, how can you tell me that a state like Yobe State will be saying that the population of Yobe State is more than that of Delta and Edo put together? Why should that be? On election day, on election time, Yobe can turn out 1.5 million votes. But Edo State and Delta put together, and even Anambra State put together, cannot turn out 750,000 votes. So this has been the narration. The reason is because of the influx of these people from, Chad, Niger, etc., as the case may be. So when you talk about being Nigerian and Nigerian, we are all the same. Buhari opened the floodgate for them to enter. And let me tell you that your Buhari has a house in Niamey. One of the most beautiful houses in Niamey, as we were told, is that it's owned by your ex-president. He never hid the fact. He never hid the fact that he told Amechi, the then Minister of Transportation, to create a railway from Lagos to Maradi in Niger Republic. So why are we talking about Nigeria and Niger? These are two countries in one, though administratively and legally speaking, one is on the other side, but by cohabitation or cohabitation, we are one large entity. So the people who are coming here into Nigeria to create these problems are Nigerians, whether by birth or by naturalization, as the case may be. That is not even my take. That is not my issue now.
All right.
My issue is this. If the chief of defense staff, or whoever that man is, was speaking and referring to the Constitution, I would have understood with him. The Constitution of Nigeria says if he had referred, or cited section of the Constitution to say this is my reason, I would have somewhat understood with him. That Constitution says a man is not guilty until it is proven otherwise. Section 36 of 5, presumption of innocence. You understand? Then I would have been okay. Then you have another section in the Constitution that talks about you cannot take another's life just without a court order. You can't take the life of another Nigerian. I would have understood with him. But for him to go into the ecclesiastical and now bring in the Bible, using the inference of the prodigal son to that of bandits and terrorists who are bloodsuckers, then I will never agree with him. I will never agree with him. Let me say this. It is foolhardy for me and you to sit down here and believe that for the past 10, 15 years, that the Northern agenda has not been playing out in Nigeria here. When President Tinubu, when President Buhari was in government from 2015, he crafted carefully a Northern agenda. He brought in the grazing reserve laws. He also gave the herdsmen the temerity and voted right to move around Nigeria and seize people's lands. That was Buhari. We never challenged it. Buhari also came out when these terrorists and terrorism was at the height. He also said that those terrorists are our brothers. He was the one that started this narrative. And he started the pardon. In fact, the former chief of defense staff, Colonel Buratai, Major Buratai, 3 days ago, said that they would have been killing, terrorists on the battlefield that accost them. But there was an order from the presidency under Buhari that those terrorists that are captured should not be killed, even if they are at the crossfire with you. And that was why you said that rehabilitation came into force. Another Buhari, terrorists were rehabilitated. They were paid allowances. And at the same time, they integrated into the Nigerian army. That was Buhari. That was the agenda. Buhari created that Northern agenda that will bring that Northern hegemony to Nigeria. And that is one of the reasons why I was giving a slack or cutting a slack for President Tinubu, because I thought he was dismantling the Northern hegemony agenda of the Buhari administration. When he was, making some appointments here and there, dismantling the North, which made the northern part of the North on East, and we are not happy with his programs, because I felt he was dismantling that power given to them unjustly by Buhari. But he has spoiled everything now by this statement by the chief of defense staff or whoever that man is.
Is it okay to say? No, the man in question is Olufemi. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. The man in question.
Chief of defense staff?
He's the chief of defense staff.
Yes.
Olufemi Oluyede.
Good.
Olufemi Olatubosun.
Whoever he is, whatever the appellation is, we are not happy. He cannot tell us to rehabilitate bloodsuckers. It's an agenda, and that is why we are not winning this war on terrorism. Nigeria can never win this war on insecurity if we have this kind of ideas being propagated by those who are supposed to go in the forefront and eliminate these people. How can you say that an armed robber will come to your house with AK-47 and you are able to neutralize him and capture him, and you say that we should allow him to go? That is, see, I cannot really understand my anger right now. The way
I can absolutely relate, because I can feel the anger, from the screen, But thank you very much, Chief Asim Adams. Let's bring Williams and Diahi. Well, a lot of Nigerians are upset looking at this. Williams trying to set his camera there. Williams, okay, let's come back to you when we know that. Okay, now Williams, we've brought the narrative of Buhari, former President Buhari talking about these brothers and then opening the floodgates to what Nigeria is experiencing today now. But some Nigerians have felt that with the emergence of a different president, they would have seen a clampdown or a reduction in insecurity perpetrated by these individuals. But that has not happened. And the narrative around taking it easy with them, and I use that word loosely, and reintegrating them, has continued to hold sway. Can we say that it's been the law or the procedure of bringing these people into Nigeria, allowing them to do what they do, don't hurt them, even if you are shooting at each other, don't kill them when you capture them? Is that something that has been entrenched? Should we now accept that as part of how we exist and coexist with these individuals? Is that something that has been entrenched in our society? Should we just accept it?
Good morning, Mr. Moses. Can you hear me, please?
Very clearly, too. Go ahead.
Yes, you see, I really can't understand what kind of ideology or what kind of system of operation with the Nigerian army. And then from the question, then I will not say that we should then call the entire member of the APC, or that what kind of ideology, what is it that has been sold to them? Because if you see, starting from Buhari, the same party, and most of these people who are also in this government, they were there before in Buhari's government. So we need to call them and let us ask them some questions. What is it? What is an agreement that people have entered into with this group, with this set of people, terrorists? Because I see no reason why you'll be petting somebody who is an enemy to the state. And an enemy to the state, for example, is being killed by anybody. You're supposed to even give the person, the government is supposed to give the person an handshake, because that person is to in operation in our territory, Nigeria as a whole. And then you are telling them that they should start integrating them. If anyone just come and say, okay, I don't want to start fighting. Then what happened to the people that you have killed? What happened to the people that you have beheaded on a live streaming? You understand? A major general was killed on live streaming, and then you are saying, okay, if, for example, that person that committed that act come out and say, okay, he wants to repent, and then you accept the person, you tell the person, okay, you are free to repent, and then you go back to the society. Is that what? Now, permit me to digress a little. The war that is currently going on that is ravaging the entire country, the entire country of the world, in the sector of the oil sector that petrol prices increase. It's as a result of people who are grooming or training terrorists to terrorize the world. And if you go to the international law governing this issue of terrorism, it's very straight to the point. You are not even allowing these people to leave. They are enemy to the world. And then you are in your country, day to day, perpetrating evil, and then you are saying that they should come and they should be integrated. Now, the painful part, I can understand why my co-analysts are very...
All right, we seem to have lost connection to Williams Diaye there. we'll try and reconnect with Williams. But let's bring you back to the studio, Dede Fanimo. Now, this issue is it's troubling to conceive, but right now, is it okay for Nigerians to say, this is the way, this is what is bedeviling us, and what do you think should be the way forward now, especially for the morale of soldiers? Because some of those that have laid complaints about the orders that they get we've seen them, we hear that they've been arrested. A lot of them, we don't get to see them on social media anymore, but then we still see some of these terrorists showing off the spoils of war, the monies that they've gotten. In fact, not too long ago, a woman who claimed to be the wife of one Mohammed, who was arrested, came on a live stream on social media, TikTok and the rest, said, look, Mohammed is missing, is my husband. If you find him, don't kill him. If you kill him, Allah will punish you, and all of that. And this is the same person who has carried guns and killed people.
Like the two baristas had unanimously agreed that it's not the right way to go. And in my opening remarks, I also made
Is this politically motivated?
I made it clear that there is no way you can justify those statements. And you could see the man was not even at ease when he was making that statement. So it shows that there is somebody or a group of people trying to remote control him to come up with this statement. Because an average soldier who has seen his colleagues falling, that Major General was killed when this Chief of Defense Staff was also a Major General. So they probably could be mates in NDA. That is enough emotional trauma for him to have resisted coming to Nigerians to make this statement. Soldiers in battle, it's a 50-50 thing. It's either you are killed or you kill.
Do you think this has anything to do with 2027 elections? I mean, to pander to some interest, just to, keep them at bay, not to just to some kind of, rapprochement, so
what may likely be is that those people that want to win elections want to say, let's not rock the boat, because these people are largely northerners. Let's be straight about this. They're largely northerners, and there's this constant pressure and threats from this part of the country that it is either you do our bidding or we are not following you. So there is tendency for the powers that be to play it down, waiting for when they will get whatever they want to get. But to what end? Nigerians are dying. Those who fall during these attacks, they are not as traumatically enslaved than those who lose their loved ones. Some families are not getting anything right now, and there is no help from the state. And justice stands on a tripod. Justice to the victim, justice to the person that did something to the victim, and then justice to the society. That statement has not done justice to society, has not done justice to the victim. The only point of this tripod is justice to the assailant, who does not even deserve to live. So, your question, directly answering the question is, if this continues, Nigeria may be forced to embark on self-help. Because you cannot come to my territory with my family and I know that I can ward you off with whatever means, and I will, in my mind, register it that somebody is coming as a state actor to protect me. If I have a way of taking you out, I would gladly do it. And if it comes to a point, I may likely want to face the consequence.
I was going to ask you, and funny enough, you just touched on the question I wanted to ask. Listening to the army chief's speech, it paints a very grim picture, you know, about the insecurity situation in Nigeria, and it's almost hopeless. And in fact, if you read feelers on social media and even talk to people, you realize that Nigerians have pretty much given up hope. So at this point, do we just resign to faith and just let them just play out? Because
no.
What can we do? Because the army chief did say that there's no way they could recruit repentant, you know, as they call them, repentant bandits into the military. But how do you explain to the average Nigerian the precise intelligence and manner with which these guys operate?
You see,
how do you convince the average Nigerian that?
You see, it rackles my brain how people come to the media to spew lies. For instance, I remember there was a video of this repentant Boko Haram. There was a documentary on them, how they were being pampered, how they were served chicken and all that during training, and how they were integrated. And then somebody in this generation that have not died coming back to say nobody was reintegrated. It doesn't add up at all, because we saw it that they were rehabilitated, and the former chief of staff also confirmed that these people were rehabilitated, and some of them were arrested, you know, strewing ammunition in their belts. When they were caught, they discovered that they were Boko Haram that were integrated into the army. Some took away rifles. National Security Advisor confirmed it in one of his statements, that some of those weapons in the hands of bandits and terrorists were originally state-owned weapons. So how can somebody, within a space of 2 years, now begin to change the narrative, and Nigerians will just keep quiet? To answer your question about what can we do, the question is, General Theophilus Danjuma once said it when they were attacking his Taraba state. He said, you guys, you need to protect yourself, because the first law of nature is self-preservation. So if it gets to that, then we can begin to organize ourselves and then find a way of rebuffing these people, because they are being emboldened every day.
Every day, emboldened every day. All right, thank you, Dele. Let's run back to Williams. I understand we've been able to reestablish connection with him. Williams, can you hear me?
I hear you clearly, Mr. Okoro.
Okay, beautiful. Now, does this statement coming from the Chief of Defense Staff, I asked our guest here in the studio whether it has anything to do with 2027, and he was more like, well, it has political implications and all of that. You recall that when the daughter of Fasoranti was murdered in some parts of, I think, Ondo State or in Ore, you know, in Ondo State. You know, the current president then, who was the chief of, national leader of the APC, the first question he asked is, where are the cows? Who told you that they are headers and all of that? Even before police concluded investigations, you know, there was this comment, this idea that, well, it was armed robbery and all of that. Are you able to tie that, you know, with what the current chief of defense staff is saying, looking at 2027? Because then that comment was made ahead of the 2023 general election. Are you able to tie that? Do you see any nexus between then and now?
Mr. Okoro, I can boldly tell you that this has always been political right from time, because whatsoever filler that has been on the streets since 2015, it has been all about politics. Probably an agreement why they go into so much aggression with the state. It was probably what have been on the street, that agreement that was reached, and then it was later breached, and then they have to resort to self-test and looking for how to make sure that they get justice based on their anger. So whatever you are going to tie this issue with, and the nonchalant attitude that the government, people who are supposed to take care of these issues are attaching or be giving to them, you are not far from it. You understand me? I see why Now, remember, there's this story, or this issue was within that the INEC chairman also went out and also saying, raising concern about security issue that is a threat to the election. Now, you are so much busy buying buses, doing city boys, relax, Tinubu is fixing this, that, and that, all over the jamboree, converting governors overnight, making them members of your ruling parties. You understand? So now, if you are so much concerned about this, then there is something that is also threatening the commencement or the election aspects that you are so much preparing for, and then you are not going to handle that situation. Then there is something that you are trying to hide. There's something that you are that probably what is happening is going to aid you or winning the election.
All right.
Because I see no reason why you can't tackle it. And it's a direct threat to the election.
Direct threat to the election. Thank you very much, William said that. Let me go back to Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eluche, there's a certain Ambassador Sam Brownback, former U.S. envoy for Ambassador at Large and in charge of religious affairs. He said something, and the video is viral. I wish we could get that video and play it. And what he said is that, well, Nigeria risks break up if the killings are not stopped. Can you interrogate that statement? Can it happen? I mean, because of these killings, can it lead to break up? How would that be?
Well, thank you very much. Before I answer that question, let me just add to what Mr. Tinubu said. One of the things he said when the Fansorati's he not only said that where are the cows, he also insinuated that the killings might have been caused by some other people. And there was inference of the Southeast Easterners. Go and look at the video of what he said. So it is clearly political. And with regards to what the Americans is saying, I mean, we don't need to hear Americans say these things. We are looking at it directly. We are observing it. We are seeing the likelihood that there's already a division.
Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Asim Adams, can we have let's have your concluding thought on this issue. What do you think? What do you see coming?
I'm done with the issue of insecurity. I will go into the issue of Nigeria's division or whatever the U.S. Former ambassador said. Let me tell everybody categorically that I have extricated myself from the mainstream Nigerian, country as a nation. The Southeast, the Southwest, and the North, they have been the tripod we call. The question we have asked, I am from the minority in the South-South. Why should the Southeast, Southwest, and the North, kind of prevail on me on a daily basis? For instance, Section 55 of your Constitution, Nigeria, says that the National Assembly can conduct proceedings in the 3 major languages, which means Akpabio and the one in the House of Reps can conduct their proceedings in Hausa, Yoruba, or Igbo. What about those of us from the South-South? They never listed that the matter can be conducted at the national body with people from the Niger Delta. So we from the Niger Delta already, we are out of Nigeria. The Southeast people, you can go your way. Southwest, please go your way. Allow the Niger Delta Republic to be. And I have seen myself as a Niger Delta Republican and not a Nigerian, as the case may be. Because the Traoka, the big brothers we have had, they have had everything, about 90% or 99% of the chunk of appointments, of the chunk of embezzlement in Nigeria has been done by these groups in Nigeria here. They have been an overbearing and overweighty, tripod on those of us from the South-South and those of us from the minority. I come from the minority. How do I have a voice in a country in Nigeria here, where your national constitution is skewed against us from the minority in the Niger Delta here? So if the man is echoing what I already know, it's going to be a blessing in disguise for us in the Niger Delta. I have been advocating Why are they even holding the Southeast, the Biafra? That is what I say. You remove this tripod, the Niger Republic be as Dubai, as Oman, Saudi Arabia. We don't even have the population, but 90% of the resources for which people fight yourself over come from this area of the Niger Delta. And it's the most impoverished area in Nigeria here. And somebody will sit down in the east, sit down in the south, the west, and in the north, and be saying he wants to leave. What's my own business with that? We want all of you to leave us alone so that we can tap our resources. Let everybody go their own way. So I support what the ambassador has said. It has been on our mind since then. I am a true Niger Delta Republican, and I remain so. I want a country of my own so that I can tap my resources and live my life the way I want to live it. Niger Delta is only part of Nigeria zone that do not have the similarities in culture with any of these three big brothers we call, as the case may be. Look at appointments. The three big brothers are the ones taking it. It's not the Igbo man takes, it is not the Hausa man takes, or the Yoruba man takes. The presidency, only once we have tasted it. And you never allowed us to even enjoy that presidency of Jonathan, as the case may be. So please, when it comes to this kind of issues, I'm very emotional about it.
Yes.
Three big brothers should stop disturbing us. We are ready and have made up my mind that I'm not a Niger Delta Republican. And that is where I stand till today. And the degradation in the Niger Delta done by the three people, ethnic, majority in Nigeria here has created, stunted growth and development for all of us. We are frustrated right now as I speak. So please, I echo, what the ambassador has said. It's long overdue. That is my own take. Thank you.
All right, your take there, Chief Asim Adams. And this is Voice of the People television. Everyone has a voice. If I could speak your language, I would address you in your language, but I can't. I think about the only thing I know is I don't even recall. Well, thank you very much, Chief Asim Adams, for your contribution. Let's go back to Barrister Eze Eluche, because the network took you off at that point, and you were still making your points there. So, Barrister Eze Eluche, if you can hear me, please, let's just have you conclude on your thoughts, and then we'll wrap up this conversation.
Yes, thank you very much. I said that we don't need
Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection again with Barrister Eze Eluche. Now, we'll go into the next discussion. 2027 general elections. No security, no democracy. That's coming from INEC to the federal government. As Senator Seraki Dixon declares APC has failed Nigerians. Do join us again in a jiffy. We'll be right back.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people, and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back. The Independent National Electoral Commission has bluntly warned that without an improved national security, credible elections in 2027 will be impossible, declaring that no security, no democracy as Nigeria huddles towards presidential polls on January 16th and governorship votes on February 6th next year. Speaking at the second annual lecture of the Alumni Association of the National Institute for Security Studies, INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton stressed that elections and security are two sides of the same coin of national stability, citing a dangerous mix of insurgency, communal clashes, sophisticated disinformation on social media, AI-driven fake news, and persistent logistical nightmares that could turn polling stations into battleground and silence the voice of ordinary Nigerians. Adding political fire to the security crisis, former Bayelsa Governor and Senator Seriake Disin has launched a blistering attack on the ruling APC, insisting that the party has failed Nigerians and must be voted out in 2027, even as he ditches the crisis-ridden PDP to build a new opposition platform. Dixon's call frames the coming election as a direct referendum on President Bola Tinubu's administration and skyrocketing hardship. Chief Asim, can we have your views on this? Do you think that INEC is actually looking for an excuse or perhaps planning a plan B ahead of the 2027 elections? Let's hear your views, please.
I believe they are serious about it. Let me tell you, before any election is conducted, whether local government election or state or national elections of this magnitude, the report of the security agencies are very important, especially the DSS. So if the DSS gives a negative report to INEC and says, from what we are seeing, in parts of the country here, there might be crisis due to insecurity, INEC must take such very seriously. Mind you, if you remember, there was a time, I think it was during Jonathan's administration, during the election that brought in Buhari, the election was postponed by the Jonathan government because of the report INEC gave to the presidency that said that, the issue of insecurity and the security of voters, cannot be guaranteed for a period of time. So that election was shifted I think for about 2 weeks. So it is very imperative, and when INEC begin to talk in this manner, I agree with them that for a proper election and electioneering to take place, the issue of insecurity must have been reduced to a barest minimum or eliminated, as the case may be, because if there's no ground, a secured ground for voters, there'll be voter apathy. No man will want to go out with his PVC and he goes to cast his vote and he may not return home, to where he came from, maybe he's shot or killed by bandits. Nobody will want to do that, go out to go and vote. So the issue of security is number one on the list. And if INEC is addressing it at this point in time, I think for me, it's kudos to them. If there are areas that insecurity will not allow them conduct elections, free and fair elections, I think the best thing is for them to, reschedule the elections and wait for proper security to be in place before they begin to conduct elections. So, in line with democratic tenets, security, is as case may be.
So you're actually confirming that the INEC does have constitutional powers to postpone the elections. I mean, if the insecurity situation does not improve by the end of November, July, when party primaries end, do they have that constitutional powers to do so?
Under the Electoral Act, they do have it. Under our Constitution, they also have such rights. And which right do they have? That the INEC has the right to fashion a timetable for the election. Nobody can dictate to them, the time to conduct election. And if the grounds for conduct of elections are not palatable or they are not safe, INEC also has a premature to extend, that election period. But it is subject to the approval of the National Assembly. That is what the rule of law say and check and balances.
All right.
Jonathan administration, where INEC sought about 2 weeks postponement of elections, but it was done in conjunction with the premature approval of the National Assembly at that time. Nothing has changed other than INEC has the right to shift elections if the grounds for that elections are not, good enough.
All right, but Barrister Adams, let's practicalize this. Do you think that with what we are going through, and the Independent National Electoral Commission feels strongly that, well, it cannot conduct free, fair, and credible elections under the situation we find ourselves, do you see the current National Assembly saying, well, we need to, postpone the elections? Do you think the National Assembly will do that? Okay, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Barrister Asim Adams. Let's come back to the studio here, where we still have Dele Fanimo. Now, the lawyer has laid a premise. INEC has the constitutional powers to say, well, we are not sure that the elections can hold at this moment, because if it does, it won't be free, fair, and credible because of issues of insecurity. Now, like I asked him, I want us to practicalize it. The current National Assembly that you see, do you think that they might be able, they might have the mind, to say, well, let us move this election further? Because a lot of Nigerians also think that the current National Assembly, they will be beneficiaries, of an election that is held in this atmosphere. Do you think that they'll have the courage to say, okay, let's wait for a while before we conduct the election so that it will be free, fair, and credible by the standards that INEC has established? What do you think?
You see, like the barrister said, the operational guidelines of the electoral body clearly allows it to shift election. We have seen it in the past, where because of certain bottlenecks and unforeseen situations, that we had to shift election by 2-3 weeks. And so it's not going to be a novel thing if they decide to do that. But my worry about this is, how do you determine escalating insecurity that could preclude postponement of election? Are we going to have a situation whereby, because sometimes when we make laws, we don't factor how Nigerians are adept at circumventing those laws or using those laws to their own undue advantage. Now, INEC is saying, where there is proven case of insecurity, that election will be postponed, which technically means that it is just going to be in isolation in some cases.
Okay.
It's not going to be a national thing.
Okay.
So what that means is, if I belong to the ruling party, for instance, and I know that in my own state,
which is your strong,
which is my stronghold, that election may be compromised based on statistics on ground, and that if I could shift that election by maybe 2-3 weeks, then I can escalate trouble so that that election can be shifted for my own personal gain. Is it that INEC will now shift that election based on, because it's going to play out the same way when those people that said, for you to change political party, that there must be crisis in the political party you belong to. Now, when they were doing that, they didn't factor the fact that Politicians can instigate crisis within their own political party to be able to move to the next political party. And that is what has been playing out. All you need to do is to instigate your ward chairman against your ward vice chairman, and there will be crisis. Tomorrow, the vice chairman will declare, I'm the authentic chairman, and then you pronounce political party faction, and then you go ahead and decamp to the next party. So, the same way, this particular operational guideline can be exploited by politicians if they know that probably this man has exhausted his arsenal, war chest, a week to the election. And I know that I still have something to torpedo him if I move the election by 2 weeks. I can also instigate insecurity, maybe kidnap here and there, escalation of a crisis here and there within my constituency, and then it will be proclaimed that in the course of planning for this election, there are noticeable crises that we cannot contain, that we have to shift election.
Okay, now you have spotlighted, you have highlighted the problem. What is the solution? What do we do to get out of this logjam?
For me, if there's going to be any postponement of election, it should be a national thing, not splinter. Because again, you may even be bringing another constitutional crisis to the fore. Because between when election is conducted and winner declared and swearing in, there is a statutory date, timeline. So, how do you solve that? What we'll be talking about is what happened, what we were discussing in the first topic. How to address insecurity holistically without isolation. How to tame these marauders for us to have a credible and fair election. That should be our focus.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Zelefani. Unfortunately, network has not been very friendly with us. Well, we'll move on to the next topic of discussion. Party politics. Court orders arrest of PDP factional chair Turaki as party splits deepen over Tinubu's re-election bid. Please do join us again. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Thank you very much for staying with us. Now, an FCT High Court presided over by UP Kekemeke has issued a bench warrant for the arrest of Kabiru Tanimu Turaki over alleged false information to police, deepening the crisis within the People's Democratic Party as rival factions backed by Sheyi Makinde, Bala Mohammed, and Nyesom Wike continue to clash ahead of the party's convention. Amid the turmoil, the Turaki faction has rejected any suggestion of supporting Bola Tinubu in 2027, insisting the PDP must remain a viable opposition, even as both blocs deny alignment with the ruling APC and pledge to field their own candidates. The twist in, going on with the PDP. We still have with us Daily Fanimo in the studio, Williams Ajayi, virtually, and Chief Asim Adams. I'd like to start off with Chief Asim Adams. Chief, if you can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Good. Now, how much of this development, will affect the legitimacy and outcome of the PDP's planned convention, national convention?
Well, you see, the arrest of Turaki, that is the bench warrant issued against Turaki, for me, is going to spoil a lot of things for his own side. For instance, if he's kept in detention while the convention is going on, that is going to be a negative for him and his faction, because he's the team leader of that particular faction with Makinde. So if Turaki is out and it's left only Makinde and Bala Mohammed is neither here nor there. It's Chikwata. It's not here, it's not there. So it's only Makinde that will be left. So it's going to be a big blow to the Makinde or Turaki faction if this particular, the execution of the arrest is carried out. Mind you, we must look beyond all these things. This is just pure politics. And once my father once told me that if you do not have a strong head, do not go to war that is fought with walking sticks. So I hope that, Turaki, Makinde, and the rest of them, they have strong heads, because this war between themselves and Yesu Wike, he said, if your head is not strong, then you are going to be in problem. You understand? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So that is it. It is pure politics. Yes, I was, questioning the proprietary or impropriety of the court giving a bench warrant, to a senior advocate of Nigeria, that he did not appear. I don't know the circumstances under which the bench warrant was issued. For me, that is politics from the highest corridors of powers. I was of the opinion that he was not given fair hearing on why he was not in court or any invitation that was extended to him. So it's a big blow to them if they execute. And they're going to execute that warrant. The bench warrant, the way I've seen it, being that the matter is against the police, certainly they are going to execute it immediately. If not today, maybe over the weekend, you are going to hear that Turaki has been arrested. And that is a big blow to his own faction of PDP. Now, PDP as a political party, I have said a number of times that it's a dead party. PDP is dead, except they can reinvent themselves like the mythical bird of Phoenix. And it's not even this time around. I don't even see the candidate PDP we present now that we go ahead and win any election anywhere elsewhere. Even if the candidate wins,
All right, we have a bit of a network problem there, unfortunately. Adams.
Move on with issue of reconciliation first. Okay. Then prepare for the next election, not this 2027 election, in my own opinion, because they can never make any inroads. Anything that happened, as Wike is there, PDP will never stand firm. And Wike is even working the PDP, whether they reconcile or not, working so that they can support a Bola Tinubu. That is his aim. That is his aim. That let me cover PDP and use PDP as a cover to help APC Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election. So these games that are being played is that once you have Turaki arrested, Makinde will have problems, Bala Mohammed will have problems, PDP cannot produce a presidential candidate, and before you know what is going on, you know, the wicked fashion of PDP will encourage their supporters to vote for, President Tinubu.
All right, thank
so
you
it's
very
all
much.
political gymnastics that is
All right.
going on there.
All right, thank you very much, Ifasim Adams. Let me go to Williams Ediaye now. Williams, are you still with us? Let's establish communication. Good. The role of the courts in all of this, what impression do you have seeing the role that the court is being used to play in all of this crisis within the party? Unfortunately, I hear that we've lost connection to Williams just about, before he's given an opportunity to react to the question. The role of the courts. Let me bring this back to the studio. Dede Fanimo, the role of the courts in all of this. How? Some people feel like with the way things are going, come 2027, whoever loses out may not even have their day in court if they want to seek justice that way.
I don't understand the latter part of your statement. If anybody...
Whatever happens within the parties or at the election, and an aggrieved individual feels like taking it to court, he may not even be able to present anything or have, the courts respond to him with the way things are being played.
Early last year was the time PDP's coffin was made. And I have said it at that time that PDP may end up in the grave before the election. And we are seeing it playing out. The truth about it is, all these governors, senators, House of Rep members that are decamping to other parties from PDP, they are not doing it because they feel the other party can serve them better. But it's a choice of two evils. One is lesser. That is what they are playing. And that's the game. Look, any right-thinking politician today, except he just wants to do it for the optics, will not want to touch the ticket of PDP. Because either way, that person, if he wins that election, he will still not be sworn in. Because the landmines are clear and obvious. Just like the Labour Party landmines and the PDP. Anybody, because these two factions, they are still in court. So it could go either way. And politicians are very smart at learning from the past. Their experience in Zamfara in last election is enough for any politician to pick Labour Party or PDP ticket. So that may explain why, even if you win election and the court says no, because the faction to which you belong is not recognized after a judgment, maybe after your election.
So it doesn't seem like complicity on the part of the courts now. It's just the way things have been structured within the parties.
Let me tell you, my own position about all these things is, why would a man that is the chairman of a political party lie? Why? Why would she? Why would he commit perjury?
How do you mean?
That is the allegation against him. It has nothing to do with politics. That the man lied against the IGP. And he has not been coming to court to say he has not lied. He only gives brief to his lawyer to appear in court.
Can we dissociate that from politics, really? We're running out of time.
I'm not going to hinge it on politics.
Okay.
Why did he lie?
All right, then. Why did he lie? The big question, according to Delifanimo. It would be a good place to leave the conversation now. Thank you very much, Delifanimo, for your time. And we must appreciate Williams Ediaye, Chief Asim Adams, and Mr. Eze Eluche, both lawyers and public affairs commentators, and Williams also, a public affairs commentator. Unfortunately, the network hasn't made it very friendly for our virtual guests to contribute to the program, but we do appreciate your contribution so far. Well, this is how far we go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10 o'clock for newspaper review.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Please stick around for newspaper review.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
It's often said that customer is the king and the soul of any business transactions. Why then sometimes treated with a sense of unfairness and injustice? Join James Shodia live on the DCS scorecard on VOP television every Saturday at 6 to 7 p.m. as it features top brand CEOs to dissect and analyze issues on poor service delivery in different sectors of the economy. Come on board, let's give you a voice and a platform to share your view on poor products, goods and services only on the Distinguished Customer Service Scorecard. For adverts or sponsorship and inquiries, you can call 0803 2252778 or 080 2100 3424. The Distinguished Customer Service, celebrating services, inspiring success.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen.
Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Vop TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Vop TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunzo. You're watching VOP.
Thank you very much for staying. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And you just heard the voice of Daily Fanimo right here. Thank you very much for staying back.
Good morning once again.
And we have Williams Ediaye joining the conversation virtually, and Barrister C. Adams as well will join the conversation virtually. We'll see how we can make that one work. All right. But let's dive into the papers now. The Guardian. Turaki appeals bench warrant as PDP faction for closing support for Tinubu's re-election. All right. Now, I don't know if Chukuma has something to say to this particular headline. FG reduces power sector liabilities as Nelco clears 2.16 trillion naira debt. Says agency critical to restoring confidence in electricity market. All right, there you have it. CBN slashes ways and means to 2.84 trillion naira from 26.95 trillion naira. So from 26.95 trillion naira in 2023, it's been brought down to 2.84 trillion naira.
Ways and means.
Ways and means.
Okay, let's go back to the Saraki story that you talked about. The headline.
Go ahead.
No. Just
want me to take the headline again?
Yeah, just take it again.
Turaki, you mean?
Turaki,
yes. Turaki appeals bench warrant as PDP faction for closest support for Tinubu's re-election.
Okay, I think we just came out from that. So,
Yes.
but then...
No, that's why I said you.
Yes, because I didn't have an
to
opportunity
speak.
then. Well, it speaks to how we regard and disregard things here in Nigeria. I mean, Turaki is a former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is a senior advocate of Nigeria. That means that
a lawyer.
A lawyer, a lawyer of, I think they call it the wig. Or is it the wig or what? Yes. There's something that they call the senior advocate. It's very highly revered. For you, silk. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The silk. For you to get to that level, to be a silk, that means, you have learned the ropes in law. And so for him to allow things to degenerate to this level, where it became a trap set for him, because from what I see now, it looks like a trap that he was very unmindful of. Dele doesn't see anything political about it because he lied.
Yes.
He lied. But there's an element of politics in it, but I blame him for allowing it to degenerate to this level. What it technically means is that those people now have
a hold
on him. So he must be beholden to them at every turn. He has appealed it. Well, the same court that granted the warrant, that issued the warrant, the bench warrant, will also go back and say, well, we are rejecting your appeal and all of that. And like you said, it's because between him and the police, and you know who is in control of the police now. So the police will technically, execute that warrant.
Yes. The landmine is already laid.
It's already laid for him, and he walked into it.
And he walked into
but he
it
laid
as
it
a
for
lawyer.
himself. He laid it for himself.
Yes.
If you had an issue like this, and they have been saying, come to court, they have not been going to court.
And they are not going to, at least they will be hearing before conviction. If there's going to be conviction. You go to court and buy time. Your lawyer can ask for adjournment for up to 1 month or 2 months.
You know, so that is it. So will anybody blame? Will anybody say it's all about politics or what? Yes, politics, but he walked himself into that trap. He walked himself into that trap.
The same thing El-Rufai did is what this man is doing as a lawyer. You know the consequence of not being present in court when they call your case first time, second time, third time. So you cannot claim ignorance of the law as a senior advocate.
Okay. So why I said Saraki that time, when you said Turaki, I said Saraki. Saraki is also in the news because all of them have come out now in the PDP to say, oh, we are going to make peace. And I said, where were all of you before now? Everybody said, don't worry, we are going to field a presidential candidate. Saraki is speaking. Other people are saying, no, don't worry, PDP is not gone, it's not there. We are going to field. We were there all of this period that, that PDP was more like
being decapitated.
A boss that is struggling to climb, to climb a hill, going back and forth. Well, I just wish them well, and I hope that they're able to get something meaningful out of this their peace move.
Peace deal.
Peace deal.
Well, I doubt if they will get anything meaningful in the PDP. I doubt, if anything, at least prior to 2027. Maybe after 2027, then we might just see the PDP rise again. Let me just take this headline. We have virtually Chief Asim Adams and
I think Pastor
will join. No, he has reacted. He has
Mm-hmm.
reacted to it already during the VOP this morning show. But if he intends to add something to it, no problem to get his views. But let me just add this headline from the Vanguard. It says 2027 support for Tinubu ignites fresh rumbles in PDP. Turaki's PDP rules out backing Tinubu amid peace move. That's why I say it's political. There's a political angle to it. No going back on reconciliation. Bode George, Saraki. Okay. Running one-party system worse than infidelity. Bode George. PDP will field presidential candidate. Wike's camp. I think that's a joke. Will ensure PDP remains platform for aspirants. Saraki. Kwara PDP leaders back Abuja convention. There you have it. Chief Asim Adams, who's a lawyer and a public affairs commentator, if you want to add something to a statement you already made during VOP this morning, you might just go right ahead.
Yes, I wanted to talk on the Saraki bench. The courts, yes, the courts have the right to issue bench warrants. But the person the bench warrant is issued against also has the right to appeal the bench warrant if he's able to bring out verifiable and cogent reasons why he was not in court. And if those facts are proven that this was what led to my not being in court those days, they will vacate or quash the bench warrant. That is what they have done, very well now. So he has appealed it. The other one that tickles my fancy is the Guardian report on the issue of this fuel crisis that has spiked health and financial crisis. My brothers, a lot of Nigerians are facing serious financial crisis due to this fuel hike. From nowhere, prices of transport from point A to point B has gone astronomical, at times 500%. The same thing with foodstuff, the same thing with everyday living. Even for you now, there's public power. You have to go and buy, fuel at a very high rate for the filling station. Nigerians are really going through a lot at this point in time. And if the authorities are listening to us, they should please do everything to remediate this situation, because a lot of people are not happy. Every Nigerian man is a ticking time bomb in terms of anger. a Nigerian man walking on the street, you have to be very careful because everybody is angry. Both at the bus stop, in the various homes, everywhere you go to, offices, people are angry because of this high cost of living, as the case may be. Then let me touch on the PDP. The PDP, Saraki, like Mr. Okoro said, Saraki has come in now. I also want to reiterate, like Mr. Okoro said, where has Saraki been all this while? But they George, where has he been all this while?
Oh, he's been speaking.
Where have these other people, where have they been?
Speaking since.
Why are they just coming in now? Why are they just coming into the picture
George
now?
is not just coming in.
That PDP is dead.
But George has been speaking.
Yes, why are they coming in now? No, that is, seriously speaking, this is the first time I've heard Saraki talking, sincerely. Saraki once said, not quite long ago, that it is only a madman that will go and seek to get tickets for PDP. He said it. It was quoted. There was no doubt. He said only a madman will go and seek ticket under PDP to contest election now in this country right now. So how is he coming out to now say reconciliation here and there? 2, any reconciliation that is not in support of Tinubu, I can assure you that Yesowike is going to torpedo it. He's going to make things difficult for Makinde fashion if they say that they are reconciling not to support Tinubu. Wike will not support that reconciliation. That must be told. And mind you, the courts have recognized Wike's fashion as the authentic fashion. The Court of Appeal has not returned their verdict that Turaki fashion filed. And the third one, let me tell you why the reconciliation will not even work. The reconciliation of PDP will not work because the Turaki fashion said that the reconciliation of PDP is based on the Court of Appeal judgment or admonition, what we call obiter dicta, in the Court of Appeal. That is what they are going to base their reconciliation on. Because the Court of Appeal in Ibadan, in the course of giving their ruling, advised PDP to seek out of court settlement. And I dare say that Yesowike will not have anything to do with in announcement from that Ibadan Court of Appeal or any court at all from Ibadan. He will not listen to it. So it is not dimitis for PDP at this point in time. PDP is dead. They should just either wait for 2027 to go, then they now begin their reconciliation, or they filter into other political parties to continue their political existence. But for PDP, being on the ballot, yes.
All right then. Well, thank you very much. I think the network has, taken him out there, but we'll get the continuation. Well, let's move on to other issues now. Still on politics before we go to health, because there's a health issue here raised by some of the papers. 32 governors, 8,450 delegates arrive Abuja for APC convention. Government orders remote work amid gridlock fears. Convention opens as party rebuffs lawsuit claims. Airlines, hotels, cash in. There you have it. 32 governors, 8,450 delegates arrive Abuja for APC convention. This day newspaper says 8,453 party delegates storm Abuja for APC national convention. Tinubu's affirmation. FG shuts federal secretariat for exercise. Party swears in Bauchi executives as Gombe hosts Northeast Zonal Congresses. Basically, secretariat workers have been asked to work from home. Don't bother coming to work because the convention.
No, that is what I don't. What is work from home? How many of them have tools to work from home, and that they are connected to the ministry and all of
who pays for the data that they will use?
Why are they even asked to work from home? Is it that the offices will be congested if they go to work?
They say because of traffic gridlock in Abuja. This is the first time that they are holding convention in Abuja.
This is the first time we have 32 governors and over 8,000 people, going to. It's an influx.
It's an influx. But even at that, I'm just wondering, this is not the first time APC or even PDP is holding convention in Abuja. The fact that 32 governors are coming into Abuja, did it change the number of delegates? Did it change the number of delegates they used to have before?
It has always
of course,
been.
yes.
But
has it always been 8,000 plus?
Governor will not want to be.
It has always been 8,000 plus.
Yes, now.
Delegates in APC.
Yes. I mean,
from what?
From what to
local government
to local government to state, then national delegates.
Yeah, so
it has always been. So when the governors go to Abuja, if they say that the governors don't want to be caught up in traffic, when the governors go to Abuja for next meeting, they shut down Abuja.
They go with their commissioner and their PA and security. But this time around, drummers will be there.
Okay.
Atiloku dancers will be there. So
okay, so
you factor all those ones.
So it's a fun fair.
It's a fun fair.
Wow. I hope they will be able to extend this kind of
seriousness.
No, it's not seriousness. It's more like a privilege, to probably another political party that wants to hold convention in Abuja and all of that. I think the APC
political parties have tried holding congresses in states and they've been unable to do so. And you think they will be able to hold a convention in Abuja?
In Abuja.
I don't see that happen. Williams Ajayi, please. The mic passes to you now. Let's have your thoughts on this headline. Williams?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go right ahead.
Now, it's very quite unfortunate that PDP has been reduced to the party whereby they are seeking for who to endorse, like the once PDP. It's very, very quite unfortunate. And it's all as a result of the damage that has been done because of personal interest from one a person that we all know is quite unfortunate, very, very unfortunate. And if there will be any presidential candidate for PDP, I think I can bet you that they are endorsing Tinubu, because with what the advantage that the UK fashion they have now, it is already clear and glaring that they are definitely going to endorse Tinubu of the APC, because that is what has been happening. You understand? So just like what Asima Adams comrade for 2021, because I don't see them having anything, and then see the issue that Saraki, Bode George, and others are coming because they are saying that, okay, we are still going to have a presidential candidate. Are they hoping to get the ticket or whatsoever? No, I don't think, because definitely Wike will never allow that to happen, because we all know what he wants to do. And then for the convention, he's just glaring. They are coming there with their delegates, so it's going to be, the city is going to be full. So saying that people should work from home, I'm not surprised. And then if they are going to do that, they should also allow other people to come and conduct their own congress there. You understand? Don't think that they are ruling party, but people should also be allowed to conduct their own congress. Then let's see how it's going to play out. And then I've really so painful that it's now that is appealing the judgment. They'll be calling you to come and appear in court, so you can have by time. Because he was so concentrating about the political aspect of everything, moving around, trying to see how to make sure that he owed Makinde, who is still a very strong will, and they never knew that they are planning something very, very, very difficult, that when he trap you, there's no way you can escape. The only thing I can the only thing I can do is just to buy a little bit of time. And I don't think that there will be a long time for him to now start arranging and adjusting all the damage that has been done. So he's the only one that would have just steadied the ship for PDP, and now he's already in their trap. So I think PDP, they are gone. They should just forget about it. And they should go and try to see if they can come back again in 2031. The best thing they can do is just go to the opposition party. The remaining ones there, just go to the opposition party and see how you can help them to wrestle the 32 governors. You understand? Imagine how it's going to happen. I'm going to see how it's going to play out, how they are going to get results all over these 32 states that they did successfully make the APC state. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now let's talk about power sector, the failure of power. Now, The Guardian has this headline, says Nigeria's heat crisis. I don't know, for a lot of people. NIMET even issued a warning that Nigerians should be careful and Nigerians should be wary of heat wave in the coming days. So, Nigeria's heat crisis, power failure, fuel costs trigger public health financial crisis. I'll take that one again. Power failure, fuel costs trigger public health financial crisis. But then you flip to the Punch. It says, blackouts cost Nigeria 40 trillion naira yearly, according to a report. Blackouts cost Nigeria 40 trillion naira yearly. And I don't know if this is if this will give some sort of solace to anybody. From this day newspaper, Shetima, Tinubu determined to reform, strengthen power sector. Adelabu, $2 billion attracted to power sector under current government. Nelmco reduces inherited liabilities from 2.3 trillion naira to 146.76 billion naira. Ex-Minister Naji suggests immediate steps to stabilize power sector. Gentlemen of the press, what say ye?
No,
you say something.
Because I'm just tired of talking about this power sector thing.
By the way, the minister just apologized to Nigerians for the inability of the ministry.
Apology is just for the optics. If you are apologizing to me and you are still dealing with me, you have not apologized. You are only making jest of me.
And while rendering the apology, he also said, while tendering the apology, he also said, well, that he couldn't fulfill his mandate because of issues beyond his control.
So and this is a minister who also, at some point, said Nigerians are the problem. Nigerians don't turn off their ACs and lights when they leave the house, so they allow the current to burn.
Is it his current? Are we not paying for the current? You see, one thing that excites me is the intervention, suggestions, or advice coming from Professor Batinaji. You see, that man would have been the best power minister in this country. But those who wanted to buy the Gencos, the discourse, powerful men, they laid landmines on his way. And unfortunately, he stepped on them. And he got blown off. It consumed him, yes. It consumed him. Yes, and it got blown off. Because it was at the crux of getting solution to our power problem. That man has a power plant in the east that still functions, till today. And he was at the head of the American Electricity Corporation for some years before he was brought back home, only to be bloodied. The question is, the same thing that is selling us in the fight against terrorism and banditry is also playing out in the power sector. There are people that will not make it work. And those ones are stronger than those who want to make it work. If not for some kind of political interplay, I would have loved somebody like Batinaji to come back as power minister. Because he has the magic wand. He was the one that brought in Manitoba. And unfortunately, somebody from his own territory, from his own region, worked against him when Manitoba was to come. The same Ajero, NSC president today, was the Secretary General of NUI at that time. They didn't allow Manitoba to enter TCAN office for more than 3 months until something gave in and they had to come in. But already they were already weary and they had to go back to their country. So you can see the history of this power problem that updates even the current power minister. But it's unfortunate that he's saying that maybe he only knows how to count money I don't know what he's doing in power sector. He's an accountant and a banker.
Let me go to Chief Asim Adams before I come back to you. Chief Asim Adams, what's your take on this headline? Chief, you might need to unmute your device.
Yes, I said it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hear me now. I said the power sector is a critical sector. If we can get our power right, then we have gotten everything right. It reminds me of one Prime Minister.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Good. Yeah, Philippines, the one-time Prime Minister, his name was Mr. Electricity. You know, when he was campaigning for elections, he said that one of the things he's going to fix in Philippines is electricity. And that once he said get done, then he's done with his tenure. So it's a critical element here. And it's a big shame that no administration, right from 1999, has been able to get the power sector right. Obasanjo administration, billions were voted by Martin Olaige. So many in that government, but Nigeria and the rest.
Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection to Chief Asim Adams. You see, but you know, he was trying to say something there, and I think Chukuma has said this also a number of times, and I'm going to just add my voice to it. If from 1999, okay, let's leave the past. It hasn't happened, so let's leave the past. It didn't happen then. Going forward,
well, can we leave the past?
No,
16 billion.
I don't want to lament.
No, yes.
I don't want to complain about what.
So you want to find solutions?
What did not work? Yes.
Okay.
So moving forward, from 2027, if an administration comes in and says, "Look, let me focus on this sector," other things may suffer a little. I'll appoint people. We'll see how we'll make other things work. But focus on the sector. If it's power you want to focus on, you focus on it for the 4 years that you'll be there. Ensure that you go in guns are blazing, and I use that word loosely, to ensure that everything works. You fix it, the lines, the transmission lines, fix the sector, fix one sector. If it's roads you feel like working on, fix the roads. We've had roads that are being fixed for years. The Shagamu Road Expressway, that road has been under construction for the longest time. You fix the roads. If it's roads you want to fix the road. Just pick a sector, all right? And, and it speaks to the mindset of, you're hitting a particular spot. You hit a spot continuously, even if it's a pen you're using on concrete. When you hit it continuously, after a while, you will see dents on the concrete with a pen. So you fix the sector, fix one sector, and then you go out of power. If another government comes in, they pick a different sector.
Maybe steel.
We will see development in Nigeria, but will that happen?
It's a big problem because, as we were just speaking, I recall that in 1990, when I graduated and get into, as a reporter, as a corps member that was reporting, I reported power outage. Now, after like 4 or 5 years, when I left briefly and went into public relations, we were still having power issues. Now, when I came back, to reporting again, at that time at the higher level, I was still reporting power outage. As an editor, I reported power outage. As chairman of the editorial board, I reported power outage.
So basically, it's a problem that has come to
So
stay.
for over 36 years,
It has lived with you.
It has lived with me. The same the
has
way it
lived with
lived
us.
with you. It has lived with us. So for the past 36 years, I have been battling with power outage.
More than half of your sojourn on earth.
I know, well more than, no, a little below half.
We have
very
the late Onyeka Owenu do a song, says Nigeria go better, Africa go better, and we're still singing that today.
So Sonny Okosun said, which way Nigeria?
Which way Nigeria?
That is the way you are trying to chat.
You know, we have not answered that question. You know, power sector, and we are going back and forth. And the other time I make reference to Vietnam. You know, Vietnam, after, you know how countries survive after a war. You know how countries survive. So after the Vietnam War, you know, they moved on, became one country. Vietnam, I mean, the clothes that you and I wear, 80% chances are that the fabric is from Vietnam. Now they have steady power supply, and their population is about between 100 million. You know, on top of my head, I can't be exact, but it's within that neighborhood. Now they have in excess 50,000 megawatts of electricity that they generate and consume.
Are you not going too far?
Vietnam.
By citing Vietnam.
Now, Egypt here.
Let's talk about Egypt
is an
Africa.
Egypt is an ancient civilization.
Okay, what about Cote d'Ivoire?
Yeah. More solid.
Cote d'Ivoire plays on 11,000 megawatts. Cote d'Ivoire.
Look at Rwanda.
Cote d'Ivoire is also about 56 million population.
Look at
Rwanda.
After the genocide.
Look at Rwanda. So we shouldn't go far. When you are going far, people begin to conjure images.
No, I'm
but the one that are close to us here.
I'm looking at people that we started out with.
What is the GDP of Cote d'Ivoire compared to Nigeria? That they have 11. What is the population of Cote d'Ivoire? That they have 11. And what is the mineral resources embedded in the Cote d'Ivoire apart from cocoa? And they have 11,000 megawatts.
And we have the cocoa here.
And we have the cocoa here. Just a fraction of what we have is what these people live on. And yet, what are we talking about?
So we shouldn't even be talking about South Africa.
Far-flung areas. Let's look at even West Africa here.
And we are still dealing with, you know, I had a guest on my show the other day, and I asked him, well, the minister has apologized to Nigerians. I said, want to use it as a unit of analysis. Can you respond on behalf of Nigerians? Have you accepted the minister's apology? He said no, that he has not and that he will not. Because that if he undresses and the minister sees the rashes at his back, that he will simply understand what average, that is majority of Nigerians
are going through.
Heat rash and all of that. And so, why is it difficult? And they are telling us, they have come to make promises again that it will become stable. How soon?
They said in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks.
1 week is gone.
1 week is gone. How would that be? So we have a government that is, you know, and when we talk about these things,
this problem is complex because my refrigerator, the low current now in my house is not.
No, you can't power your refrigerator. It won't.
So the current is low. It's so low that even if you have stabilizer, which is more like transformer to boost it, it still doesn't come.
Yes. Do you know that it's even convenient for us to talk about the health issues here? Have you ever been in the north during dry season?
Meningitis and all of that because of heat.
Look, let me tell you, people die during heat waves. Here, what we consider as heat is child's play compared to what is going on in that place.
And a lot of people
there was a particular time during dry season, I was in an hotel in Maiduguri. They took light for less than 2 minutes. I woke up and scampered out of that hotel.
Because it was very hot.
Because there was no AC, I never knew. The generator in the hotel couldn't power ACs. So what they do is, once they switch over to generator, they automatically switch off the AC. I had to get another hotel that night before I could sleep. And when they were taking me out of that hotel to another hotel, I saw people sleeping in front of their houses. They couldn't go in. And you know the untold health implication of such a scenario. A lot of people die in the process.
It's quite unfortunate. It's
very unfortunate. I like the way The Guardian puts it, you know, and the picture of the woman fanning herself. She's, sweat all over the place. And then there's a generator here, there's a fan. And, it's even unhealthy to have a fan
Directly, yes.
directly at you.
At you. It's
because
unhealthy.
it dries up moisture. And that could cause...
And even raise dust.
And then you wake up with sinusitis.
Yes.
So if care is not taken, we'll have people coming down with more illnesses.
That is
because
the point.
of the heat and, the issues that Nigerians are facing. Oh, well, IGP submits state police framework. All right. That's and also from this day, it says state police gains momentum as IGP submits 75-page framework to Senate. Barayu-led Constitution Review Committee to scrutinize proposal alongside other submissions. Police cite extensive consultation, strategic insights to reshape Nigeria's security architecture. All right, that's it on state police. And yes, that's how it appears in most of the dailies this morning.
State police, here we go again. That's the problem with Nigeria. We keep going back and forth. At some point, that was early last year, we got the information or the news that, well, all the 36 state governors, except the FCT minister, had that time, assented to state policing. And on 3 occasions, they held a NEC meeting, National Economic Council meeting, where you have the 36 governors and the vice president, supervises that meeting. And when the first time they came out, what did people discuss about the state police? They said, oh, sorry, we had a lot on our hands and we couldn't get to. They talked it quite below, I think at the tail end of their agenda, that is where they talked it into, and they said they couldn't get to that level. Second time, the same thing. And for a moment, we stopped talking about state policing and all of that. Now, insecurity has escalated. It has spiked. There's a surge. More Nigerians are being killed in cold blood. And at each turn, the state governor said, when you blame the state governor said, I'm not the chief security officer of my state because I don't even have control of the state police. I'm not in control of the director of state services. I'm not in control of the brigade commander and all of that. So when you ask them, what is the problem? They say state policing is the way to go. And when they have an opportunity to do that,
they will kick against it.
They will kick against it. Now, last week, when this issue of state police became stronger, you know what some of the governors from the north, especially Babagana Zulum, governor of Borno State, whose state has become the epicenter
of terrorism.
He said, oh, sorry, gentlemen, I'm not sure we can go the route of state policing now because according to him, Nigeria is not ripe. And when they asked him, he said, well, if you have state policing, some tribes in some states will be eliminated. And I said, excuse me, how would that happen? Now that we have the federal police, are people being killed in states?
Non-indigenous.
Non-indigenous. Are they being killed in states? So you see the mindset of...
No, it's technically saying that it will be easier to exterminate those Boko Haram terrorists and all that are also infiltrating the South. That's what it means.
Exactly. That's what his position. Now, this is a man that is grappling with terrorism in his state. At some point last year, the Shehu of Borno, the eminent traditional ruler in Borno State, said, well, we have completely been enveloped by insecurity. The governor himself said the people that are behind insecurity are politicians and people in government. And yet, when he has opportunity to solve that problem, he backtracks. So in all of this, you begin to doubt the sincerity, the intentionality of people in government. I like the way this is pushing this state police thing, because he has gone ahead to set up a committee. Going beyond the committee, he has also produced a 75-page document. But there is one thing, and I hope that Barrister Adams will be able to enlighten us on that. If you need to change the Police Act, and it goes through, because it's an act of parliament that established it, and it goes through the National Assembly, and they amend it, so it's part of an amendment. Does it have to go through the State House of Assembly, where you also require 2/3 of the 36 State House of Assembly? In that case, you are looking for 34 states, to assent to it. Is that the situation? Because if that is the situation, because I know that the president cannot do that by fear. He cannot produce an executive order to say, let there be state policing. It has to go through the parliament. And if it has to go through the parliament, more like an amendment of the Police Act, where you're required to thought. I doubt if we will get to the point.
Two-thirds. We are not likely to get
We are not likely because
the
government-
mindset is
Oh,
different.
yes. You know, the only way a state is as strong, a government is as strong, as the police force is. So any government that is in control or any ethnic group that is in control of the police force, that ethnicity, that ethnic group will find it's more like a hegemon. It's a tendency that the moment you are in control of the police, you are practically in control of the state apparatus.
Absolutely. Williams Ajayi. Williams, please, let's have your contribution because I understand that you've joined the conversation. Let's have your contribution to this.
Yes, yes. I miss the power sector. We'll just chip in a little bit. There's this issue where somebody who is supposed to be the one to solve the problem is telling you that, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. It's beyond our control. I heard that statement yesterday, and I was like, seriously? You people are in a position to solve this problem, and you are telling me that there's nothing you can do. That, in fact, yesterday I just totally gave up on this. That everybody needs to go and seek for a very better alternative for you that will just save you, and you no longer think about these people because they are not ready. If you can spend a huge amount of money in preparing for election, I will keep saying that. If you can spend a huge amount of money preparing for election, if what is 6.20 billion, or 6.20 trillion, people are holding a distribution cost of gas and that you cannot pay. So that the ones that need the epileptic nature that will be happy before that they can at least sustain that one before we are talking about upgrading and looking for how to make sure that we produce the megawatt that will complete the country, and then we'll be having uninterrupted power supply. They've spent close to 7 trillion. If you go and try and Google, you see different type of intervention from different presidential administration. Billions, 200 billions, 4.something trillion being spent. And we are still complaining about power issue in this country. It's quite unfortunate. I don't think with all this money spent and we are still here and somebody is still telling me that it is beyond their control. And like I said, let them go and look for a better way to solve their power situation and they forget about these people.
All right then.
And they're talking about state policing.
Okay.
The person that is the most trouble with insecurity, most trouble with situation as terrorist activities is the one being indecisive, being in the middle, or sitting in the fence, trying to say, okay, because if we need this, a particular tribe or particular people will be exterminated. It is quite unfortunate. Then it means there's something. As I said, that they need to invite these people. They need to call this present administration. They need to invite all of them to say, what is really the problem? You that is sitting in the middle of this issue, you are supposed to be the one campaigning and championing state policing. So you can have total control to solving the problem. And then you are the one being decisive. It's quite unfortunate. No, we know that, okay, some governors can misuse it because definitely you can't take away that. But it's very important. I will be among the people who are coming for state police. Because I know here in Edo State, I know the situations that we are passing through, that if we have state police, it will be very difficult. We don't need to be seeking clearance to solve these situations. So whatever I are going to do, we need state policing. And the people who are the most troublesome need to put their hands together to make sure that this comes to pass. If they are not doing it, then they should just know beyond this, they are complacent in the issue.
All right, thank you very much, William. So let's quickly touch on another headline before we wrap it up on newspaper review today. United Kingdom, UK, raises visa citizenship fees for Nigerians, others. Now, the Home Office, the United Kingdom, the UK Home Office has announced a sweeping increase in visa, residency and citizenship application fees, with the new charges set to take effect from April 8, 2026. Now, this is, let me just give you a quick rundown of what the cost, what it was like and what it will be like. Now, the cost of a short-term visit visa valid for up to 6 months will increase from £127 to £135. Student visa fees will rise from £524 to £558, while applicants seeking indefinite leave to remain will now pay £3,226, up from £3,029. And similarly, the cost of naturalizing a British citizen has been raised from £1,605 to £1,709. And then, question of my mind, the president just came back from the UK. And that was supposed to, how does this, shouldn't we be getting better relations?
Better deals.
Better deals from the UK. But this doesn't seem like better deals for Nigerians because, first off, the deal to bring back those whose stay has expired, the criminals in prison, that's one issue that's bothering some Nigerians. And then we have this one. So it feels like his visit was more of in favor of the UK than Nigeria.
Certainly, right? Because beginning from the 746 million pounds port renovation deal, that we have the UK sending us 120,000 tons of steel for that project, valued at about 70 million pounds. There's another 20,000 components of that same deal, that will come from UK. And at the end of it, the UK Trade Secretary, Kyle, told us that, it's going to open up job opportunities for the UK citizens.
Yeah.
UK, because, the steel industry will need to produce more to send 120,000 tons of steel to Nigeria. And when our own handlers, presidential handlers were asked, they said, that deal has positioned Nigeria, in the international arena, borrowing money and all of that. So if you're applying for UK short visa, short stay, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you now have to pay 270,000 naira. That's about...
Not naira.
No, I've converted it. I've converted it.
He's done the conversion.
I've done, if there's
current rate.
Current rate.
I think it's about 1,900 now.
I use conservative 2,000.
Okay.
So you pay about 270,000.
Okay.
And it can be denied.
And it can be denied. Are they going to make a refund?
No,
they don't make refund.
They don't make refund. But I think there was an arrangement for US to start refunding, applications that are not honored. Now, as a student, if you are going, you now pay for student visa upon the huge amount of money you are going to pay as school fees. You also pay visa fee of £524. No, £558 away from 524, which is at 2,000 naira. That's it's in excess of 1 million naira now.
You haven't even calculated your BTA, you haven't even calculated your flight.
Your flight and all of that. So are they making it difficult for Nigerians? Are they
Apparently.
telling us?
No,
are they telling us just stay where you are? But few Nigerians that have money will still fly.
Is it few Nigerians that have money or few Nigerians that seek better education for their children and better life? Those who feel like, look, the only way to get it is to leave Nigeria. And for the majority of them, when they go there, they don't try to come back.
If you seek it and you don't have money, what will you do? So it's for the few that have the money now. They will, so one way or the other, still go. So it's a problem. It's a win-loss situation for us. If you
win for them.
Win for them, loss for us.
Loss for us.
And it's not as if when you get there, the roads are paved with pounds. You have to do menial jobs.
Well, a lot of Nigerians have left high-paying jobs to go over there. So it's not even about the menial jobs. It's about the guarantee of, the fact that things work in that system as against over here where we are still struggling to make things work. Well, I guess this is how far we can stretch the program. Williams, do we still have Williams online? Okay, yes, we do. Williams, please, go ahead. Let's have your contribution before we
Yes, my concluding statement on it is quite unfortunate that the president was in London, Britain, of recent, and then what were the other things? What was this discourse apart from the 700 million? If after the visit and then there's increase in visa application and all that, it means you only went there to come and show capacity for political relevance or whatever it is. Because now imagine that you went to create jobs for them and you collect a debt. You understand? Borrow money. And then they are now going to still import. You see, it's just that the port is just probably owned by the British company, by British government, but it just come and be situated and located in Nigeria. I think that's just it. Because there's not really we're going to benefit from it. And then just a few days from your visit, and then they are increasing it. So I think it's either that we should stop doing all these things. Stop favoring this West. Stop favoring these Western countries. We are very big enough resources enough, manpower, everything enough to make sure that we are not even dependent on these people. These people, they are not supposed to be using us. They are the colonial masters, for example, and then you are still under them, still being impoverished, still being used. It is quite unfortunate. It's hard time that we just break out of these people and let's start doing our things on our own, start producing. Because there is somebody who is saying that, okay, let's do production, let's do more production. I don't think they are ready to give him the opportunity to do that. Then you guys there, you sometimes say you want to produce, you want to do this, but you are only reducing the purchasing power of the people. He said that further slow down the economy, reduce their purchasing power. And who is buying for as sufficient as you want to buy? Who is using money as how you use it? It's not playing out. And 20% is around the corner. I'm just saying, I just want everybody to be wise and let us use their brain. Thank you very
much, William Sejaye. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Thanks also to Dele Fanimo and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, who will travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting, trending political stories.
All right, there you have it, 6 p.m. Make that a date. And 11 o'clock is time for sports. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day and a great weekend. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program
that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
First heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel, Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
People will not go walk up with the pain them. So at the time, say anytime, I say it only take time. Next time I'll call Papa name. Many people don't say if road bend, I don't mean say you just go bend waka put. We don't carry the sports, come back to the level we say you understand that. For the show today, we get mental. We also talk, we also play for area because if you look into Friday matter, you know say sports suppose is sweet based on indigenous matter. What kind of con the baby say you take like can. Now nobody will talk say my soup not sweet. That just the day. What we see yesterday now match we be say now world-class international matches. You just see join together, playoff, many games they play. So Super Eagles yesterday one side. We're not talk about Nigeria like that too much because they not go World Cup. So we'll first start this show this Friday morning. Maybe say they watch us so. We'll go start with the one we say we see yesterday. The corner, you go call international friendly match. We'll see maybe say Mbappe, the way we take carry ball, press and keep ahead, keep an off cash. And the way they play that game yesterday, you know say France squad not be person mates. But I don't feel disrespect Brazil based on Rafinha come on, can't get muscle injury. I watched Vinicius Junior not too. He all try to show say not too. You understand? And they see their back. I see all the Zaniol. Every they call that boy they play for that midfield. You enter. Won't change every. See, when I see this game, I say, oh my Brazil good. But their squad, their depth not be here. Casemiro they play. They put out Chelsea and they start from midfield. Neymar not there. As a lot of said, they ask question say. They see ask question. So Brazil and Cunha, all those other. They try yesterday. But people they say Brazil squad not too good. But if one more turn about this news, we'll turn I don't want I need to know. But first of all, more look on. Cunha starts. Vinicius starts. Who again did there? Who will see start for that right side? Many players yesterday there. They can't go play Rafinha. Can't play Martinelli. Martinelli almost score go maybe say keep up enough cash. All the mine and enough cash down our box. I see their squad. I say this one good to go. Leo Pereira. 6 score that they get. You understand? So when you check Brazil match, you know say this team good to go. But team when win, they not be smart team in France. And even with red card, you be like not just to play. But when they see their midfield West, that West the way they play right back for Roma, I like his style of play. We can go see Bremer. Bremer not get experience. I scored the goal. But still, now this one I caused the injury. So now this one so we take play. Open mechanical collect red card. Now this one, I just this one I be say I think I get that injury. Just to come out on the Santos players. They just see all the Botafogo boys they for that team. Brazil gets some kind of just enter the game, don't change. All the Banners, all the Danilo, all the he got Thiago, all the Gabriel Sara for they call him Galatasaray. All those one not change the game. But when I check France squad, see this one they get you. People they dress so see outfit before the match. Camavinga and Vinicius Junior before the match they get joy. So when I get finished, Vinicius Junior and Mbappe change their jersey together. But when I look the record, how France they start. France starting, the first go starts to the play. They put Hernandez, Tio Hernandez for left back. Go for the right side. Go play. Who they play? Pumalo goes for Chelsea boy. Now that defense now go get Ibrahima Konate and Upamecano. Now a couple of say don't finish for there. They can't go there midfield. You see midfield for France. You know say score just sit there. Chomeni just they control the midfield. I say now you get on. You just sit there. Brian check you never play match. You never see ball start. When I see squad. Chomeni, Rabiot, checking over see ball start. Now, this one has scored say the usually they deceive us. They say that's how they start. But this score when they see so different from where they start. Where they change the day, they go play Chomeni, they play Rabiot, they play Dembele, they not play Sheki, they play Michael Olise, say they call Olise for Nigeria, can't play Mbappe for the other side, can't play Hugo Ekitike. So that match, if you check that match where you know say the match go where as planned. And Brazil not get result. Even with the red card. Casemiro yesterday show said, yes, I feel I reach to go World Cup. But you know, say the champs don't know say, this one will be say they play. So if this one finish, this World Cup so finish, in they retire, in go resign, in go come out, then Zidane will come take over. But this result when I see for screen, so not be better result for Brazil because Me will say Brazil need to start to make sure say their gameplay they work well because that result, as they go like this yesterday, if we see Brazil come play like this for World Cup, people not too respect them. Waiting me like now there are changes. Players when they carry that ball, when they call that ball in, Luis Enrique, that one just try play well and now Botafogo player with that. He replaced Rafinha for that match. So Brazil, France match end for 2-1 and Mbappe first scored the first goal. If you see assist from Dembele, he play on for ground. Mbappe they run. He gets speed. They not feel hold on. Leo Pereira not feel hold on. And they call that Bremer. They not feel. He run past the and middle. He be like flash. Keeper come out. He press and go up. Ederson they look back. Ball enter post. He go celebrate do like this. Now Mbappe be that one. Now me say I don't look. I say I wear that jersey the blues. I wear that jersey come. Say I wear blue. Anything connect to blue. Where I come studio. Can't talk about this team. Say they're good. You understand? But more just leave down, come out, more just jump, say a friendly match will turn all the playoff, intercontinental playoff, all the qualifiers, all the team players, they will turn every news. But more go back to Super Eagles now because our camp, and I don't say I did they play. Madoko Koye, they call fine boy, not get peoples. More talk about it now. Job like said the beginning of to end, and Madoko Koye, and they call us standing one body. But get to me when you talk so before you jump into that one. I like what Thierry share they do so. Nigeria coach, you know what they do? If you not get yourself for the team, you not get Chloe they play, you not put you for inside the team. You know what I'm saying? If you say you be coach now, you will define coach, you say go just get a better lineup. Now, Madoko Koye now not going to for Super Eagles squad now based on the friendly match you just get so. But you know why? Now based on say you not get club. You understand? The club will not get and they affect time. We don't hear the results, we don't see everything. But result you not get club, so we not need to include them. And they call Koye now for the matter. Now Madoko Koye now come and tell say waiting maker. Not go Nations Cup. He said, first of all, he not today fit. Not say not too fit, but just come back from that betting scandal where they talk, say, he allow yellow card. You understand? But he gave it to me to talk to me like, more talk and more your reason now. I don't know whether you like the news too. He say, wait till me can, one of the reasons we not make can go. Say, the coach now show and say, I go be number one. You understand? He said, coach now show and say, yes, Okoye, you'll be number one. You'll depose, you'll do this one, you'll do like this. You understand? Say coach Jonathan say you go be number one today, but he say no need for me to just run, enter, go they play where they don't want me. Now he say I go there with Udinese because the news we say if you can't play for Nigeria now, as Nigeria not gonna win anything now, we won't win bronze, we not win the work, we not win the Nations Cup, we never carry second, we carry bronze. The matter be say I for B. But so couple of friendly matches we will play today at the look Nigeria own just see be like say just see day because Nigeria go play Iran. And that match now today, we go see. Okay, so if you look all of this thing, you see say Madoko Koye now, they talk to me, I not feel just come Super Eagles now. When they do I say I be number one, say I be number one like this. And that's why I say I need to come, maybe say they go assure me. So now if you say one body not the inside, he don't say yes, I go come, make I do the job. Now we keeper now we'll get. We get Adebayo, Adeleye day for there. We get Uzoho for that place. Now this three keeper. Me, I never the say me go see Otto Konko, where they keep for rest, I'm Arsenal only, and not see him. The boy don't say allegiance to Nigeria, they don't say color. Now all this kind of friendly match we want to see them. But more you connect to our guest, maybe say you see for sideline. Ito have more talk where she did for that place, media officer for Capsule FC Academy for Joe. If you don't deal with us, I better follow me reason. More talk which you will see yesterday. Ito, good morning. She not hear me. I say we just try to test sound. They say to her, don't say join me, but she never hear me so. It's when you unmute your mic first. Mo, yeah, Mbappe score go. Unmute your mic.
Good morning, KZK.
You know what?
Good morning, KZK.
You know what?
Good
Not
morning,
greet me first.
Lagos.
Not greet me.
Good morning, Nigeria.
Not greet me. Greet Lagos. Not greet me. Not greet me. Mbappe
Okay,
score
good
go.
morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria. And I dare excited say I dare on top the show again this morning.
It's your man not be here.
I don't know what's happening when you say my no greet you.
You know what? Follow me. If I go, you know, mute your mic. And I cause now. I mean, you greet me now. Greet me now. Maybe host.
No vex. No mistake. You know, so when plenty things there, you go forget some things. Sure, you understand.
Now so. Okay, more sharp on the talk. What happened yesterday? More first start with that friendly match. We'll see. We don't need to carry talk. We just look Brazil squad, look France squad. For that match, even with red card, France attack not be here. They carry this, they do a concert and their players that they carry. Akiliochi, that one just come Monaco boy. They get squad. When you see Brazil squad, you see France squad. If you say go win that match.
Yeah, when you see Brazil squad, you see France squad, or you hear say Brazil and France they play. Now match we say you know fit predict because the two sides na very big sides. See Brazil get players like Vinicius Junior where they do wonders for Real Madrid, get Casemiro for Man U, and the other players. Then when you see when you look France squad, you see Kylian Mbappe there, you see the other guys there. You know big players for big games. So yesterday game, me I just know say okay, the two teams must score. Because the two teams na big side, but I know just even know who I go say go win the game. But at last, France win the game. When we say yes, they expected because even Brazil say fit win them. It gets teams where they play like maybe let's say Nigeria and Iran for today's friendly game. Yeah, which everybody feels say Nigeria go win. Sure, you understand me? But when Brazil and France they play, you go say you don't know who go win. To me, I just feel say okay, when two big teams they play, you know if we predict. Even though you will say, okay, one team will win, but you know if you predict. So I know predict yesterday game, but I just know say the two teams go score, where them to true score, and France carry the day.
Okay, you talk around a big match. I like what you talk. You know if you predict anybody feel win, it good as a table like that. But more talk about Super Eagles match. If you say they come today, we'll play against Iran. If you check Iran, check Nigeria, enough if they compare them based on football matter. Even for the world ranking, you know, Iran. See, if I want to go find Iran off my phone now, just go check Middle East problems or war. I go see Iran, no disrespect. I beg, Madiko Koye don't come and talk, say, me will be keeper. One of the reasons why I not take come Nations Cup is say, I not today fit. But even when I know say they fit, they not assure me say I go start. Madiko Koye don't fit, see, he don't the national team before one ballet. Ozo first and come, Ozo carry us go World Cup 2018. But today now we be say, we not get one ballet. And I like Eric Chia said one, you dey clubless, you not fit corner. Because if corner will question where. Who you feel supposed to start today? Because it's not a friendly match. Because Ozoho now, if you ask me, you're saying number one. Who go start? Yeah, it's on your talk. If I say your network, they carry the command answer. It's on
the thing just they connect, they disconnect.
No worry.
I hear you.
No worry.
Yes, they connect. Yes, I hear you.
They ask you. I ask you based on match where they get today now. Okoye don't come talk say. He now will be Okoye. He say, what you make an event, say, last Nations Cup, they're not assurance saying go be number one. That number placing. Then, Madiko Okoye, when we say don't date the team before one bally now, but you don't ever go lose gap for Nations Cup, mostly for Cameroon. You understand? They play shop outside, Yeta Post. Okoye own, you not to do away. Uzoho, 2018 World Cup, you not to understand. So, who you feel supposed to start today now, when one bally not there?
I see. First of all, make I talk about what you talk. Say, Maduka Okoye come out. Say the reason why make him no come the Nations Cup now because say Coach Shell no assurance saying he will be the starter for this thing. I make him say make him day for in team Udinese. See me, I won't cut him some slack. It depends on if you know yourself and your worth, and you feel say okay, where you dey, them no really value you according to Ram because now the message when they try pass across with that. If you feel say they no to value you, and you feel decide to stay where they value you. Now it is now left to the Nigerian football fans to choose between Maduka Okoye and Stanley Nwabali, who be the right or who supposed to be number one for the country. Maduka Okoye to me no be bad goalkeeper. Sure you get no be bad goalkeeper. Now in the absence of Stanley Nwabali for today's friendly, I feel so okay. Shebi Maduka Okoye there, and I'm making start.
So Maduka Okoye now go start for you, Abi? I don't know whether I'm based on friendly match. Now okay, will take start. But it's huh?
Yeah, it's for me making start.
Okay, make it start. But if you look at national team now, Super Eagles
but
today.
But yourself, you go agree say Maduka Okoye no be bad goalkeeper for Nigeria.
Maduka Okoye no be bad keeper, and no be top flight football they play. Udinese, top flight football, Serie A. Not be Nigerian biggest goalkeeper for club level now. Nobody reach him.
Now what's they talk now? In they play top class football. So now it make me say himself not be bad goalkeeper, just that Stanley Nwabali come the national team and improve himself. He just like say them give you opportunity and you take your chance. Sure you understand? So Stanley Nwabali come the national team, prove himself. Now it make it be like say another goalkeeper no fit displace them for the national team. But now when we say, the squad, of the friendly game based on say okay for some time now, for some weeks now, in the out of club. But me and the year say whether Chipper United of the same South Africa one sign them or this thing. So
no, na Kaizer Chiefs.
Making start.
Okay, make it start. I believe say you want to talk about.
Yeah, Kaizer Chiefs.
I know say na Kaizer Chiefs you want to talk. I know say na Chipper United you come on, so I know say na they want enter. So, but before we will jump, come up for that one. I need to see what you want to talk. So, you reason with me.
Yes.
More talk this thing. More
talk. United didn't just come out. Yes.
More talk. You think say you get a team at Coco you fit do maybe Super Eagles #1. You hear me talk because we know say football they lose the change. They have to change keeper. They not to change keeper.
No, I know. Yeah.
I said they not to change keeper. You think say you get Okoye Ofi do maybe #1 for Nigeria?
Maybe making up in game. I'm not saying they keep well for in club. Sure you understand, but say we Nigerians our expectations they're very high. And it is very common with football fans, but they talk about Nigeria now. Our expectations are very high. So just like Uzo, and we know within football fans for Nigeria, they talk about Uzo. So make Maduka just up in game a bit, so that thing will fit and displace one value for that position. But if you ask me again, Kizike, me, I'd be a very big fan of Stanley Wambali. You know why? Because now goalkeeper where they catch penalties, and any goalkeeper will fit the catch penalties. Me, I'd be very big fan. We see him for Cote d'Ivoire for 2021 AFCON. Then we still see him for this thing, the last AFCON. So if Maduka Okoye also fits up in game, then maybe if they catch penalties like Stanley Wambali, then he will buy the hearts of Nigerian football fans. You say?
And I know say you talk about 2021, now on 2024 or 2023 the people 2024, maybe for Ivory Coast and 90 for post. This one they play for Morocco now, 90 for post. And me understand say not the carry the change people like that. It's good. See, we don't really talk and say we get goalkeeping problem. Shout out to all the legends with us, the girl and Aloy Ago, all the Peter Rufai, all those people, all the keeper who don't do well, all the Vincent and Yama, we know their record don't do well. But
Vincent and Yama.
Since that time, whenever I come see keeper, we say we all see day post. Now we say if we say yes, if HR pay us money, most save our salary with the keeper. You know what I'm saying? But one bally now don't day.
Yes.
So you know then I say yes, we'll use you, save Nigerian football. But all these keepers when they see so they don't get their chance, they don't lose guard. Okoye don't be Nigerian #1 before. They say fine girls they like him, people like him, fine boy not get people. Okoye get cyberbullying. He come on
national boyfriend.
You say?
National boyfriend.
Now they talking and girls and I take deceive Okoye now see level a day. Understand? But now you see day. Okay, Okoye now they one side. Ozoho get chance for 2018, so we know his story. Now can also go walk up. But if you look at this keeper, they don't get chance. They're not too maintainer. So me on the thing, I mean on the talk now. Say I don't sure say get what Okoye feed do. If one body don't get club, so one body not there for the team, so not get club. You say don't even if like maybe Castina United may go back to where for the come. One body go still be Nigeria #1. How you see him?
But you sure you don't believe say players fit you get players who fit up their game.
No, they up game now, but this coach now.
We always say there is always room for improvement. So if Maduka Okoye improve, continue to improve. But to me, I go tell you, say, Stanley Wambali na goalkeeper we don't buy my heart. And I feel, say, he go still get to the classes of the likes of Vincent Yama and the others. Because when Yama did there, we know the one that's what he do for us. And that's now why most of us respect him. Now, Stanley Wambali don't come also they get that respect from us. And Maduka Okoye, make him just still they do what they do, but try to add to what they do. Where saying they make errors, make him try and correct those errors. Who knows? Maybe for football you can never say never for football. So who knows if from someday, but for now if you say okay, #1 goalkeeper, it's okay for me for that position.
Okay, so I go collect them for your mouth for that one because nobody knows tomorrow. That not me say, no say tomorrow na Saturday. Everybody knows say tomorrow get belle, even winch people they not feel about time. You don't know that one. So me want follow you talk. More leave Okoye matter. Once just make you answer me, we go just say in seconds. You get anything where any Nigerian striker go do today. Maybe to see me not be number one. I want to ask you to answer, yes or no? You get what you do?
No.
That's so about the job.
I don't even see that striker. Where go fit, they do waiting Osimhen fit. The way go fit, they do waiting Osimhen they do to remove Osimhen for that position. No, that will not even be question where they go ask anybody for Nigeria. We know Osimhen IMB. Sorry, you said just in 1 second, but Osimhen matter, no be matter what they talk under 1 second. You have to know.
Okay, yeah, Tito, I don't talk on your mouth, eh? If they give you chance, if people collect the show from my hand, so I beg, we're not too talking inside this matter. Super Eagles intercontinental playoff now. I be like say we don't lose, huh? I'm not going to ask you any question because you don't tell me the advice and say, bros, me not go find what they do. Me not forget about World Cup not reach us. You know what I'm saying? See, my man they tell me, say me, let's say you not feel repeating, not so. You know what I'm saying? You know they work like that.
But then say now because NFF, we come the story say now because NFF no pay the how much money where them supposed to pay to take and carry the case go where it's they carry and go. Now you make
cannot reach. Now we cannot reach.
Lose that case.
So
now we cannot reach.
But you know,
I don't understand whether Ibrahim Gusau no saying supposed to pay money. I don't understand. Or what do you think? If you get into football, you supposed to know the process. Now you carry case go, you know pay money where you supposed to pay, and you expect to make something come out of that kind of case.
Yeah, this is the way you talk. This is the way you talk. One day, last night and next week now we're going to enter the matter because this Super Eagles news not clear. When they give them the money, they pocket time, we don't know. You know understand? But that federal government now, no. NSC, wait, more talk. Because you know if you tell me no, you feel be saying that you own no. But me now personally I not agree.
Okay.
Because petition, where they go Switzerland, FIFA body, Nigeria, petition, no man, we know these things now. See, you press button. Nobody talks, because see, this NFF, they're not that transparent. Lack of transparency, they're not, see, NFF you see white now, the test now, so you're shine. They are calling on not even, see, I not trust, you don't ever yesterday the NFF person. So anything they do with money, you know if you tell me say they're not getting money, so we'll investigate her. Not be yes, will call you.
No, wait, sorry, make I get you. What did they try to say? Maybe NFF give them money for
No, me they talk say if they say they not give them money to they say Nigeria say we petition will not put enough money inside or will not put money. I didn't know whether the NSC not collect money from federal government, give NFF, they lock up.
Of course. NFF gets the money to pay.
Okay.
Now, what to me, I believe that NFF get the money to pay, but they no pay. So this one no be matter of say whether NSC no give them money to go pursue the case. Them get money to pay, but them no pay. Now I can't understand. I can't try wonder why. Should be say our president, NFF president Ibrahim Gusau, no understand say he's supposed to pay money because the protest with Senegal fight the case where Senegal fight against the Morocco and this thing AFCON this thing. Then pay money. Share you understand? So and we yes okay their case. Then we'll soon start to look into their case. So me I know say Nigeria NFF gets money, but them no pay the money to where them supposed to pay. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why she be say NFF won't leave the case for God hand. Because here for Nigeria we believe in God. Small thing we go say more live for God. I don't understand what thing just play at all. You the pursue case, you no put money where you supposed to put. And not be say we not get the money for the NFF. So if we say no could they talk about this thing, it was just the same person because we know if we go the World Cup and the World Cup go soon they already near go soon come up. So I beg NFF
you don't talk as it authority my body as it talk and so now poor man will be say they do case with billionaire. Now you will say no say not film with the case. Then they talk say don't worry, my God will fight for me. You understand? You know. Why they laugh? Let me tell you, no, that's all. Nigerians, we too believe. We too, God did, but we too, my God, they don't go do what they go do. My God, they fight for me. I beg. We'll talk about Paul Onacho. Onacho is a 31-year-old footballer. He play for Trabzonspor. We don't see his story. You don't go Belgium, scatter everywhere. That boy, he get presence. People know he get footwork. If he stand like this, maybe your bend ball go like this. People respect him. You don't do some kind of thing we say yes or not you. The only problem they get we say, you know they live up to expectation for clubs for Nigerian jersey. You don't see this kind of thing from Turkish side. Maybe they enter from Southampton. For Southampton, it's got like 23 goals for 27 appearances. Understand? Now, if you check your record now, they get here some report they talk say he don't turn down some kind of financial package. Maybe they say Nigerian players are playing for money. You know, your blood say different. Now, report because they say Saudi Arabia club don't report say they propose salary 4 times. Maybe say big pass away they pay for Turkey. So now, on our channel, don't make a position clear. Say for Europe, for everywhere, say you don't want to go anywhere when you're there. Here. So now, transfer now don't decide say we're not going to let you go. You're there with us. Now, in contract, now they want to go 2028 and plus 1 year option. Now, say they love her, they like her, they respect her. Sometimes they wear Captain Bansian. You understand? They know her. When now they give her pass. But he get clubs, so maybe say a year, maybe say he turned down. Juventus, you start final. Stade Rennais, call her. Asian club side, on the Al Ali, they call her. All those ones are not so like them. But Saudi Arabia club, can't concern. It's a more talk. Saudi Arabia clubs or club, they find unnatural. They say, Baba, how much they pay you? Say, we go press your button. You will press them 4 times. Make all the reason, I can't the one that can't the check on 31 years. If you want to say you don't want too much money, you want your play football based on understand. You go Juventus, go fight on the Vlahovic now. You go to find all the striker when they get for that place. Understand? You say you'll deal with them. But unnatural say no. He say no one go to find with Jonathan Davis there. Say one day Turkey, how much they pay? Saudi Arabia the corner, I say not go. And they check his age. They can't the wonder whether you did there. I can't the reason now. I can't the wonder whether the Nigerian player be this. Not get me wrong, go. Me not the advice they make carrying back for where they go. But I want more reason now based on age matter and what you see they play for. Saudi Arabia they call you. They say they'll pay you like 4 times of your salary. You not carry your bag later. If now you what your advice on natural if you be sister.
See, if I be a natural sister or friend, I go advise and make him go because the tries for when they play. Nobody say they won't qualify for Champions League. And nobody say even if them qualify, then go feel win Champions League.
Oh.
So what thing you they do for there? No, of course. Now you dey tries for you they play ball. If you feel say you they play ball for football and not for the money, then go the likes of all those clubs where like Arsenal, like all those other clubs where fit qualify for Champions League and fit they hope to win. If you dey Trabzonspor, a team like Trabzonspor, nothing will happen for there. And you say you don't want to come up for there. If I be a natural sister, I go advise him go Saudi Arabia. Make him go they play the football for there. And they collect the money for there as well. Ronaldo where they there, Ronaldo where they play ball for Saudi Arabia. We know how Ronaldo be in status. So what thing you they do for Trabzonspor? You don't scatter all the goals where you feel score for there. Don't do create records and whatever. Now you don't try for there. For how long will you continue remaining for Trabzonspor? When nothing they happen now, I want to make you understand something, Kizike.
Yeah.
Waiting me at the stress, they say Trabzonspor when nothing they happen. Trabzonspor when nothing they happen. Now if they say clubs don't want to qualify for Champions League for Turkey there, we go they look Galatasaray and Fenerbahce. Now you did Trabzonspor, nothing happen there. You just they play this club they call you, Juventus they call you. Juventus is a bigger club compared to Trabzonspor. So if you can't go, if you say you don't want to go to Juventus and play, then I don't really know what you're doing in Trabzonspor. Now, I want to make you also understand me again. Paul Onachu, a player where me, I respect. You don't even need to check a score line at the end of the day. You go just not say Onachu will score. Just that you know they replicate the same feat for the Super Eagles. And now I don't understand. Like you talk, I don't understand why. Me, I be player where they always clamor for the inclusion of Onachu for Super Eagles. Even when Coach released the last AFCON list, I said Onachu, I really celebrate him well for my status and all. But at the end of the day, go come Super Eagles, you know, fit play like Osimhen or get the results goes like Osimhen, and he'll come like saying no better player. But for a club, if they do well, just like Victor Boniface. So for me, at the end of the day, to say I be Onachu's sister, I go tell him, come up for Trabzonspor. It's either you go Juventus or you carry yourself to go Saudi Arabia.
Okay, we'll just jump for that one from enter the World Cup qualifiers. Before we'll show now, you're showing us some. We call them finalists. Some countries they call them finalists. Geopolitics score. I know I tell they do. I don't like this. They do. They do. I don't know. I tell they do. I see they try to do reals. I made it work. I not be Arsenal fan, so I not be the. I don't like the striker. I don't say the 10 net. We're showing us some kind of finalists. We say they enter See who me they talk now. I they call Victor Yokeresh. You know the year what? See they even they try to do it, they do so they had me. And that's why you they laugh. You they laugh, no worry. No worry.
It's to say now this thing I first don't show you now. I know
okay,
I just they do for you.
Oh, it's a big one. This one carry ball go out. Yes. Okay. See Turkey now. Adagule, they don't also join. They call them finalist. We'll show you the playoff pair. Now see, I mean, I see the screen, so I just see for na TV. And see this one, Denmark, Rasmus Højlund, and they play on them Damsgaard, and then be this so team will say they sabi play ball. Kasper Juman try for them that time. Now Denmark too don't qualify for playoff. Now I see them more. We'll come carry the fish more show. Now I see say playoff don't they strong. Nigeria, what we all do more see that for us the watch. I see pairing. We'll see kind of come. Normally, I see for reach me and parents. Now they call 26 World Cup UEFA playoff. World Cup go sweet. It go sweet. We go say I go take go. Again, we say we also see. We kind of come in and see the pairing. You know, say one who go play. Now see Bosnia. But Jeko do something yesterday. Jeko not see the year. Again, I just see so. Jeko now don't become against Will. That go don't miss say he don't score 20 consecutive goals for a year. Like, they score in 20 consecutive years for Bosnia. So every year they score. And they go play Italy, or then Federico Di Marco, and Nicolo Barella, or then Giacomo Raspadori, or then Tonali, or then Bastoni. All those ones also get scored. So they go play, or then Moiskin. But Sweden, Gyökeres go play, who they call now? We'll see Lewandowski for the matter. They also play themselves. Then Kosovo, it be like Koboko. If you ask me, it be like say Turkey, we also get results for that one. But anything can happen. They did say football is like biscuit. So you don't know where one crack from. Then Czech Republic go play Denmark. That one I be like star match. Maybe say I will not feel wait. So if they check all this pairing now, it's when you check and you all look now, you all tell me say you also find power, you all like pass now. All this pairing you also so you like say this one don't qualify. Don't qualify. Which
Sweden, Poland, Abi.
Sweden, Poland.
Let me check where to confirm. You know, say Lewandowski they Poland and Sweden again gets Gyökeres. Like you talk, and Gyökeres na player will be say they follow when in the sporting with Ruben Amorim. Gyökeres when in the sporting, in they score goals week in week out, and sometimes they score a trick for there and then brace and even one goal. So you get so now in the play for Sweden, we see saying score a trick yesterday. Correct me if I am not.
No, in Caribou go out, now trick.
He scored a trick against these things, against their opponents today. Now on a match where me I follow against Poland, and you know say them also get Anthony Elanga for the team. Now Poland not really get. Poland get Mati Cash, them get Lewandowski and any other player where
you get Zelensky.
Okay, yeah, Zelensky.
That boy know the year work for Inter Milan.
Well, 9 days with Inter Milan, in the Osimhen teammate when Osimhen Napoli. So yes, I don't say them get those players. But to me, if you ask me, I would say Sweden are still the favorite to qualify ahead of Poland. Now you know say Alexander Isak also the Sweden. Now any team where I see Victor Gyökeres, my heart automatically done already there with the team. So I picked Sweden to qualify ahead of Poland. Even though say Lewandowski, they play for Poland, and you know why they mention Lewandowski, but that is an aside.
Okay, just to make you know, that's Sweden, that are front, not be here, their front, they worry. But we go just see now, walk up, they say football, MTV just play. But mostly jump from that one, enter Mbappe. They call him Team Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe don't fair talk many things. He say, our national team front line, say nobody will stop us. Because see, my guy, they will align with me, they tell me, say, it go hard for you to see World Cup squad like this, where they go winner. But I think I say, as I look France squad, this World Cup, they feel winner. What do you mean they fear Spain? Because Spain get connection. Spain get nationality. They're like, friends, they know I will take pressure, but me, they all do all right. But, I they look France team. Now, I see Mbappe talk. He post now. You see Team Mbappe, he say, not sure any country's defense can stop this France attack at the World Cup. This one, the one way just think, say, he just do as coach. But many people know they like to pair and check and listen because the belly go there. To Ram, this Ekitike don't go try now. As his call go yesterday, you try. Just put name. I said, it's called, they just change him. Say, yes, World Cup don't show. Now, waiting Liverpool they do. Now, club football. Because if they say they're Frankfurt, if you not go this World Cup, so. But don't go Liverpool, don't go deliver. Now, see Mbappe for one side. Mbappe, play free role yesterday. Now Ekitike be number 9, but they still win the match. Ryan Check, you never see ball play. Thuram enter second half. Olise, when they call Olise, he's still there for the game. So I just look their squad. This France front line, this is when Mbappe talk not true. We say no defense for this world if you stop them for front.
But if you say make you look waiting or reason waiting Mbappe talk, yeah, fine, them get better front line. But what about their another team or another country front line? What we look Spain. If France and Spain play World Cup final this time around, let's say World Cup final today afternoon or tomorrow, and France and Spain meet. Now another game where you go say, okay, you don't know what thing will happen because their front line they very okay. Spain front line also they very okay, and we know say Spain players also they good. So me, I know they take, and I won't agree with them. I won't agree with them, but I still won't say if we bring a team like Spain, come play them. Yeah, if they talk about say no team defense fit hold their front line. What about their defense against another team front line? What about well, I don't really want to talk about the last World Cup for 2022 where they say FIFA favor Argentina because of Messi to win. But should be France, Argentina play, though not be the same set of players like that, not be all of them. This squad, this their present squad. So to me, I would say make Kylian Mbappe calm down, then be better team. But make calm down. If no be say yesterday game.
I hear you.
Okay, if no be say yesterday game against Brazil, I will still talk about that game. If no be say a friendly game, if to say maybe in a competitive game like World Cup, I will still say anything still fit happen. But I am not taking away the fact say France team na very compact team from their defense, midfield, attack and all.
Okay, that one where you talk, me feel not still agree with you because that France front line, me they fear them. If you watch yesterday, that red card when they get Upamecano, I know what they find. Go collect that West. They don't go. They say checking possible goals denial and red card. Me, I'm not seeing a red card because that was already there in front. You don't even lose out. Upamecano not get you want to. They can't go do changing. Normally, Saliba not come based on injury. Now they carry Lacroix for Crystal Palace. You get decent game. You have to play. You don't have fear. But even with red card, you see when France hold ball, they are front. At least they hold ball, they decide that. Make a plan go Jerusalem or make a plan go Israel side. Understand? If you check on you say Jerusalem side Israel. Because me, I tell people every time, say they born you, they call you Jerusalem, not me say you go enter Israel. You understand this thing I tell you? So when I see that squad, I say that front line is bad. Nobody see, they had to hold. See, Thuram enter. You see when they enter? See, coach said no saying a gift. Now you talk about Spain. When you tell the Pierre de la Fuente team now, the team work. Spain they united, forget Man U. You understand? But the problem now is say Spain play France. France go hardly touch ball. But now say Spain go one season. You know that game now. But if you watch Madrid, Barcelona, anytime we say they play, Mbappe na speed. They get players if you decide game, only say not the year word. They barely get speed. So Spain not get that defense to hold them. So not only that midfield and Rodri, that have to get sense. I don't know why they play ball. He gets sense. To be Mendy, they get time, they feel hold ball. But you see that their front line, more talk through. Unless no one go ever. They're strong. But more job, come on, that time not today. We need to come out. I beg, manager of the month just come out. I beg you just choose who they'll give manager of the month and player of the month for match. We just cannot come here for see them. We just say corner sharply. They tell me who you go choose. If now you they do the VR check now for manager of the month. Say, for England, when I see them for screen, so Ateta they there, Edia they there, Uzela they there, who they get Libris they there, Sunderland manager, then David Moyes. Who you give for managers?
I will give Mikel Arteta.
What do you do? He there on top. Why?
You know you now why now what you do? You know they follow Premier League games.
We they watch them now. People still say they go drop now. Me, I don't know.
They watch them now. I would watch them now. So if a team there on top, what do you feel?
But not because they do it like that sometimes.
The manager they do well.
But me, I will give David Moyes. I'll give David Moyes. I get why. Their record not be here. For the month of March, not be generally, month of March. Go check their record. Everton they get result, I think that they create the stadium. Understand? So, but in your opinion, I bet all of the players of the month, more check and player of the month, who you give? Fernandez not there, no. More check, player of the month, you see them. You cannot come out. Who you say, now you go be player of the month, we'll give you. See there. See, I never even took on name. I'm not going to do say I be Nigeria person, because I to know you. Now make it you finish my stew for Asaba. See Fernandez, James Garner, Everton, they there. Morgan Gibbs White, nothing for they there. Anthony Gordon, they there. He won't be. I know they look you try, but you know what I'm saying? Danny Welbeck, not the old. I don't try for a matter. David Raya, if you play, you'll be second. So me now, this James Garner gets second highest most interception after Caicedo. But I will give Fernandez. Who you give?
No, I not go, and I choose not to talk who I won't give this.
Why?
I just stick with the manager of the month.
This is no good though. Why now? Why you talk like that?
No, I choose not to make I leave down for the.
Okay, it's on my blast. They don't do club things. Club things how they do. Because. Okay, time don't reach, so just a match break. What Shapalina let you know say, again, I just come out, so they say, don't go play. Again, they come out, so they say, I have so much respect for Vinny. I beg, when they watch also, now they hear, so, I know they talk about Vinicius Jr. and then Rodri, say their matter, they don't get issue. They don't set to one. If you see them, they face themselves. Face me and face you, now we get better soap, now be big boy. See them, they face themselves. You see, I have great respect for Vinny. I not talk argument again. Rodri don't win now. I don't know whether this Vinicius will still win now, because if you never be like Kororo, and that's my friend Kororo for area. Mostly John come up for that one, not today. Who did that? Jude Bellingham say, I'm so happy. Post and say Maguire don't come back to the national team. He like Maguire and a player, maybe go watch. Maguire just did that team. So England don't usually get better strong line. But when I just see Levis, and that Chelsea boy too, don't see the return. So, but when I see post where Jude Bellingham post for Maguire, he say he dey happy. Because Maguire and a player, see now, at Harry Maguire 93, he's back. They celebrate him. Me not see him verified one who posted on Jude Bellingham. So these are just the news. Understand? Okay, so aside that one, we just call the last of our match break. Lewis Kelly. Lewis Kelly now boy maybe say we know his story, no matter. He don't there for potential list of players. So we say then they find. Who they find him? Man, you they find him. Say we might sign you, we might not sign you. Now see him. 19-year-old Arsenal player, they call him Lewis Kelly, say he don't they. Many of them did there. Even this Lewis for Newcastle. I've been at this small boy for entrance Frankfurt, Nathaniel Brown. All of them don't there for the list of people will be say, man, you they look. Say, may they come try, whether they feed it for the club, whether they go feed it short, like look, whether for Bible, we go know. But time don't reach, I beg. Won't come out, stand out your match break, won't come out for the studio. I need to carry my team just to move. I talk and say, and that's why I'm saying not they only cannot they shoot for pockets because you want so just who believe go still hungry and they don't give my awards for stuff ahead. Try to use your head like Osime. I want to come out on Friday show be this. When we go enter Saturday night 11 a.m. Nigerian time, we'll come talk about this big one. We say all the guys ready for studio. We'll talk and we'll come with full shots. We'll give you all of the updates you need to know about everything will happen for the weekend based on sports level. And we still get media news with the con. What they did there will be like DVD, make carrying go African news too. When I there with us, when I see they watch VOP Tina. Call her Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. Not come out of Richard.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discourse.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discourse.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Thousands gather in Abuja for ruling party's NEC meeting, convention. Police chief submits new operational plan for state forces to Senate. AIG urges newly elevated officers to uphold integrity. Lecturers give government 4 days to act. JAMB raises alarm over rearrest of serial UTME fraud suspects. System operator reveals 40 trillion naira yearly loss. In business, federal government expands auto policy to include electric cars. And in sports, Nigeria targets fresh starts in 4 nations contest. In the world of entertainment, gospel singer dies at 55. And now the news in full. Preparations are complete as thousands of delegates and party leaders converge in Abuja for the APC National Convention. The event is expected to shape the party's leadership and direction ahead of future elections. President Bola Tinubu, members of his cabinet, and 32 state governors are among those attending. Over 8,000 delegates are also expected to participate in the 2-day gathering. Organizers say the convention will focus on electing new party executives and strengthening internal structures. The theme highlights unity and the consolidation of the administration's renewed hope agenda. Meanwhile, movement around key parts of Abuja have been restricted to ensure smooth proceedings. Civil servants in affected areas have been directed to work from home as the city hosts the high-profile event. The Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, has submitted a new framework to the Senate for the creation of state police. The move is part of ongoing efforts to address Nigeria's growing security challenges. The document was presented at the National Assembly to Deputy Senate President Barrow Jibrin. It outlines how both federal and state police systems could operate and be properly governed. According to the IGP, the proposal is based on extensive consultations and professional input from the force. He says it is designed to support informed decisions as the country considers major changes to its security structure. While the Senate has welcomed the initiative, concerns remains over possible misuse and funding challenges. The proposal will now be reviewed as part of the constitutional amendment process needed to make state policing a reality. Moving on, the Nigerian Police Force has decorated the two newly promoted officers in Zone 13, covering Anambra and Enugu states. The ceremony took place at the command headquarters in Ukbo, Anambra State. Assistant Inspector General of Police, Abayomi Oladipo, led the decoration and congratulated the officers on their elevation. He described the promotion as well-deserved and based on merit. Oladipo urged the officers to remain professional, disciplined, and committed to public service in their new role. He also reminded them that higher ranks comes with a greater responsibility to the nation. The newly promoted Deputy Commissioners of Police expressed gratitude for the recognition. They pledged to rededicate themselves to duty and uphold the values of the force. The Defense Headquarters is pushing back against viral reports suggesting the military is being soft on terrorists. Officials say recent comments made by the Chief of Defense Staff were taken completely out of context on social media. Major General Sumaila Uba clarified today that current programs are focused on rehabilitation for low-risk individuals who surrender voluntarily. He maintains that the military remains fully committed to neutralizing active threats while using global best practices to restore peace. The DHQ is urging the public to disregard what it calls a deliberate distortion of their counter-insurgency strategy. They emphasize that these non-kinetic approaches actually help weaken insurgent networks by reducing their recruitment pipelines. Citizens are being asked to rely only on verified sources for information regarding national security operations. The military reiterates that its primary mission is to protect law-abiding citizens and residents and secure the country from further violence. Moving on, the Academic Staff Union of University is giving the federal government just 4 days to implement a new pay structure for lecturers. The union says the delay is unacceptable after months of negotiations and agreements. ASU President Professor Christopher Pinua announced the decision at a public lecture in Bauchi State. He says the government must begin payments immediately or face a strong response from the union. The salary agreement was reached in December 2025 and was expected to take effect from January this year. But ASU says repeated delays and broken promises have continued to strain relations. The union is also pushing back against plans to establish a foreign university campus in Nigeria. They insist the focus should be on improving local institutions instead of introducing external competition. Still on education matters, the admissions board is warning candidates To stay away from a notorious fraudster who claims he can manipulate exam scores, Emmanuel Praise Akataka was recently rearrested for allegedly running a syndicate that targeted nearly 100 unsuspecting students. Officials say the suspects used fake identities and WhatsApp groups to trick people into paying for non-existing services. Despite being on bail, he reportedly resumed his activities under a new alias to defraud the same victims again. JAMB has already cancelled the registrations of 94 candidates who were found to have engaged with the scammer. The board maintains that it is impossible for any individual to influence its internal results system. Parents and students are being urged to follow only official channels for all registration and results inquiries. Security agencies are continuing to track down other members of the syndicate to prevent further financial losses for families. Meanwhile, Nigeria's struggling power sector is draining the national economy to the tune of 40 trillion naira every single year. The independent system operator warns that these persistent blackouts are now the biggest roadblocks to creating jobs and growing local industries. While the country actually generates a massive amount of electricity daily, only about 10% ever makes it to the national grid. Experts say until structural bottlenecks and gas supply issues are fixed, businesses will continue to bleed money on expensive self-generation. On the ground, the impact is being felt by everyone from major manufacturers to small household shops. Energy professors are calling for a total overhaul of the system, arguing that the current reliance on private generators is simply unsustainable for the common man. The Minister of Power has offered an apology for the recent dip in supply, blaming global gas shortages and local pipeline repairs. Officials are promising that ongoing digitalization projects will eventually help stabilize the grid and cut down these massive economic losses. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced its gantry price for petrol to 1,200 naira per liter. The coastal price is set at 1,153 naira, a move expected to ease fuel costs across Nigeria. The refinery spokesman says the reduction comes amid global oil market uncertainties. It follows several price hikes since the US-Iran war began in February. Local source petrol will now be slightly cheaper for marketers and distributors. Coastal deliveries will also offer an alternative route for southern depots. Despite the price cuts, the refinery has struggled with crude supply shortfalls. Experts say this may continue to affect overall continued production and distribution nationwide. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you.
Good afternoon, David.
Also joined us virtually to make sense of this story is Mr. Somi Uranta. Mr. Somi is a philosopher, an author, publisher, editor-in-chief, and also an multi-preneur business magazine for SME. Well, I understand that Mr. Somi hasn't joined the conversation, but we expect him to join in the course of the conversation. All right, let me start off with the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, interestingly, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced its gantry price to 1,200 naira per liter. This move again is, some would say, a respite on the part of commuters who are finding it so hard right now in having to get the products with some fuel station. What do you make of this reduction in price? A good move or would these have any effect, clearly, on transportation system in Nigeria?
Unfortunately, it's not likely to have any meaningful impact in the area of transportation and even risk sector business, because we all know that whatever goes up in Nigeria always defies
the law of nature.
Law of nature, law of gravity.
Gravity, yes.
And so it's not likely to come down very soon. You have seen it played out. Now, that price had been reduced. I can tell you the next 1 week, they will say they have not received any letter or any memo from Dangote Refinery suggesting that this price has been dropped. But that same thing, if it had happened in upward review, as we speak, pump prices would have changed immediately. So it's just the Nigerian attitude to things. What they will tell you is that they have to sell the one they are selling now.
That they bought before.
They bought before. But they will never tell you that we have to exhaust our products before we increase. No, they will never tell you that. So that is that. Then for Dangote, it's simply reacting to fluctuation in the international market.
Right.
Price of a crude.
Because it's
the same market. It's just the same market. And, watchers of utterances of Trump and the Iranian revolutionary
leadership
government are also adjusting to the reality. And the moment Trump talks tough now, it will escalate. The moment Iran talks tough, it will escalate. But now, I think they are at the point of finding a middle ground for negotiation and peace deal. And so, in the days ahead, because I see it as America and Israel now weighing the cost of prosecuting this war, and Iran suddenly at
clearly seem to want to have a conversation. And of course, this is the body language of Trump and of course the Israeli government. But do you think that as it stands, the US government has weighed the implication of these fights in the past few weeks, and it has not really favored the US and Israel? What's the reason for this conversation? Or do you think Trump is just being magnanimous to the world and wanting to allow peace reign?
No, it's not as if Trump is being magnanimous in this. Ordinarily, Trump would have gone the whole hog to prosecute this war. But he also realizes that this war is hurting China and Japan. And he doesn't also want India to be dragged into it. Because these countries, they also have nuclear warheads. So US does not have the monopoly of nukes. All of them. But the only thing that is making it different with that of Iran, Iran is building warheads as a result of hate for the West.
Okay.
And so whoever supports Israel is an enemy of Iran. But China, North Korea, Japan, Germany, India, they all have nuclear warheads. What they are trying to do is to say, look, if you think you are mad, I think I also have some element of madness. So stay on your lane, I stay on my lane.
What do you think is giving Iran that impetus right now to wanting to say it's looking more like we are in the advantageous position for Israel and US to want to have a conversation. What do you think is giving them that confidence?
You see, the confidence...
Because some have said that Iran did not learn from Iraq based on the same kind of war that we're talking about here.
You see, Iran is like, how would you feel as a soldier fighting a terrorist that it takes glory in even dying? You as a soldier, you want to return to your family, but this other person is not bothered about any family, doesn't even have one. And he has been primed to believe that if I die, I have a place in heaven that he has never been to.
Right.
And all the luxuries of this world will be replicated there in many folds for him. So that kind of person is difficult to defeat him. Just like now, look at the way you are dressed.
But the mind is made up already.
Yes, look at the way you are dressed. And you say you want to fight an area boy. Even if you beat that area boy, you will be ashamed of leaving that spot.
Mm.
But if that area boy beats you, it's good for him.
It's a normal story.
And if you beat him, he just shrug off your dust and walks away. He doesn't have that shame. So Iran has people that believe that they are fighting just cause and they are willing and ready to die. So it becomes doubly precarious for somebody who wants to die, who wants to fight and still keep his life intact. America feels bad when you kill an American soldier. For these people, if you kill 100 of them, they see it as the necessary sacrifice.
All right then.
So
let's bring it back to the Dangote refinery that, of course, have reduced her price. Do you think that this price reduction is coming at the backdrop of the fact that they are also getting their crude from the international markets, as against the fact that traditionally they're supposed to be getting at least 13 cargoes from the Nigerian government, which again, they are not getting, they only got 5. And I don't know if the 5 has reduced to maybe 3, because that's, again, another conversation on its own. How much of an impact is a Dangote refinery that is just the biggest refinery in entire Africa, if not the world, is supposed to have on the economy of Nigeria, owing to the fact that we still depend on petroleum products? Mr. Fanimo.
You see, the point is, Dangote is in business for business.
Definitely.
And his business is ROA is playing. Whoever is managing Dangote must bring money back to Dangote. And so he cannot fold his arms because he's not getting enough supply in Nigeria, and then now he starts producing far below capacity. So he must get a way of getting feedstock from wherever in the world. And in doing that, even the one that is supplied at home, the only difference is he has access to it as quickly as possible. But the other ones he has to import. And it takes a considerable number of days before it lands here. And either way, you are still playing in the international market, where the price is dictated by vagaries of world market, like what we have now. If Trump sneezes the wrong way, it will jack up to 100, 120. And if he smiles and Iran waves back, it comes back to 80.
Well, again, this conversation of reduction in pump prices is so much. I'm going to, maybe in 30 seconds, the Minister of Petroleum in Nigeria is the presidency.
Yes.
And as we speak, the government of Nigeria prides on the fact that it has opened up the business environment for the likes of Dangote to thrive. Now, let's talk about turnaround maintenance that has been going into the refineries that are moribund as we speak, and nobody's talking about it. That's on one part. Also talk on the part of institution. The legislators are elected to be a major oversight, to look at the major oversight of the executive. How do you think that the legislative arm has played in the oversight of the petroleum industry in Nigeria, all through maybe this, let's stay with this particular administration, not even the previous one, because we can't even separate the two.
You see, you can't have your cake and still want to eat it. I mean, you can't eat your cake and still want to have it. Now, the question is, we clamored for deregulation of the downstream sector of the economy. And government gave us that privilege and approved it. In your right conscience, how would you come back to that same government to say you must go back to regulation period? Now, government has no hand in the downstream sector of the economy. And so, whoever is playing in that turf is on his own. Bring your business, do it. Nobody's going to regulate prices. We have seen in the last 6 months or so, where you get to a filling station and they sell at a particular price, and then the next station that shares the same fence is not selling at the same price. Now, it is your choice to either stay in the number one or move on to number two. That's one. Two, do you know that as unscrupulous as Nigerians are, do you know that they still under dispense despite the amount that a liter is sold? In fact, some of these people, they have perfected ingenious ways of making sure that if you buy 10 liters, what you get in your tank is probably 7 or 8 liters.
At the retail pumping level.
And it will read. Yesterday, I was watching the news. I saw a particular filling station where I've forgotten the acronym, where this man was sacked, Farouk. NMDPRA.
Yes.
They went to a filling station because they are still empowered to ensure that Nigerians are not just changed. They got to that filling station, they brought their calibrator. They put the nozzle in the calibrator. Do you know that the meter was reading up to 3 liters, not a single drop?
All right. Because of our time, Mr. Fanimo, I just heard now that Mr. Somi Ranta has joined the conversation. Let's establish communication. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Somi, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. We would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly because we can't hear you.
I guess I'm unmuted right now.
Fantastic. Thank
you.
Can
you
so
hear
very
me?
much. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, let's have your take on the drop in price by Dangote Refinery. We hear now that it's been dropped to 1,200 naira per liter from the Dangote Refinery, and I'm talking about fuel pump price. What do you make of this as well? Do you think this might have a major effect on transportation across Nigeria? Because again, it seems more like the Dangote Refinery seems to be the messiah of Nigerian petroleum sector as we speak.
Well, unfortunately, I don't seem to express the same optimism that this will make any impact in the lives of Nigerians. Because this, within 1 month, less than 1 month, from the time this whole crisis in the Middle East started, between Iran, Israel, and the US, situation has led to the point that Nigerians have had to have increase back and forth more than 5 times. So it will not make any quantum difference. Because when the change is so minute, it will not trickle down to the common man on the street. So what I expect is not that Dangote will be giving us this tokenistic reductions and small time again, he will not increase it. Of course, he's following the international market price or situation.
Exactly.
The thing is that the government ought to come into the matter. I'm afraid, and I'm so disappointed too, that the president, who happened to be the Minister of Petroleum, has not addressed this issue. We are an oil-producing nation, the 6th in the world, for Christ's sake.
What would you have the president do? What would you have the president do in this situation?
Yes, what I expect the president and the administration to do is to release, at least
400,000 barrels that's meant for domestic consumption and give it to Dangote at the old price, so I can sell it and you can refine it and sell to Nigerians at a reduced price of maybe 800 and something, 900. That is what the government ought to do. You cannot say because you want money, you love money, and then your produce is being rated high in the market, then you not bring out the ones that your family members will eat. It shows insensitivity. It shows lack of empathy for the sufferings of Nigerians. Before now, Nigerians have been suffering. We could not buy things from the market. Now, add up that this issue of petrol increase is excruciating, I must say. And I'm so disappointed and frustrated, most Nigerians are today.
All right, then. Mr. Somi, I'm still going to stay with you. And of course, this might just be where we'll wrap up the conversation. The academic staff, of a few universities, given the federal government 4 days to implement the new pay structure for lecturers. Now, you would recall there has been an agreement since 2025 that December 2025 precisely, that the federal government had with ASU. But up until now, that agreement has not been implemented. So the union is saying 4 days or we're down 2. What do you make of this story as well, Mr. Somi? In 30 seconds.
I think that the government must have to abide by the agreement they reached, because they have come out to tell Nigeria that they have reached an agreement to stop this issue of incessant strike in the academia. Let them do it and pay them, because they're also suffering from this. I have lecturers who are my lecturers and friends. They are suffering. How can you go to school as a professor or a doctor, a PhD holder? You cannot fend for your family. I don't understand. This political class are very, very insensitive to the plight of Nigerians. It's very, very bad.
All right, then let me bring the conversation to the studio, and of course, we'll round up from here. Mr. Fanimo, your take on this. You've been a big player when it comes to some of these sectors in Nigeria. Looking at the fact that an agreement was reached in December 2025, and we're in the end of March, and this agreement have not been implemented. Again,
which agreement is that?
With the ASU. I'm talking about the ASU, the Academic Staff Union of University Lecturers. Looking at these conversations, the ASU's president is saying we're giving the federal government 4 days to implement this, or expect a strong action from us. Now, that again would imply that students who just made it back to school will be returning back home. What's your position? The federal government.
It's quite unfortunate that we still have to grapple with this. There is some leap in quantum of IGR and federal allocation,
right,
that should have taken care of this. What we are looking at is maybe few billions of naira to assuage these lecturers, because they are the builders of the society. We can't ignore them. And they go to the same market as the legislators and every other politically exposed people. So we are also experiencing Japa syndrome in the academic environment. So the best bet is for us to, because all these pillars that are crumbling today, one day it could just collapse. So I don't see any reason why they should even delay 1 minute to make sure that they take care of these lecturers.
Well, some would want to ask Mr. Fanimo, when you say these are the builders of the society, again, the question would now be, what would you say to the expunging of certificates when it comes to political offices as being done in the new Electoral Act?
No, I don't think they said expunging certificate. That if you have anybody who you reasonably believe that he has presented fake certificates, you must ensure that you raise alarm before that person wins the election.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, several questions are supposed to be asked on these ultimatum given by the ASU to the federal government. But we definitely will be giving you much more on this information as they progress in the course of the weekend and even next week. This is where we have to draw out on the analysis segment. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Daily Fanimo, seasoned reporter, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being
It's
here.
always my pleasure.
Also, big thank you to you, Mr. Somiranta, for lending your voice on the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much for being here as well. We'll take a very short break right now. Return 18 generals pull out after 35 years. These are more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The Nigerian Army has officially retired 18 senior officers from the Corps of Supply and Transport. The ceremony took place in Benin City, Edo State, celebrating decades of dedicated service. 4 major generals and 14 brigadier generals left after 35 years of ensuring soldiers are well equipped across all operations. Their commitment to logistics and support has been vital to the Army's effectiveness. Major General Danjuma Shagaya, the commander, described the event as a celebration of service and sacrifice. He also praised the Chief of Army Staff for recognizing the retirees' contribution. Speaking on behalf of the officers, Major General Ladi Dari said they will continue to serve as ambassadors for the Corps. He also acknowledged the families, thanking them for their patience and support for over the years. The Nigerian Customs Service in Oyo and Osun State has seized contraband items valued at over 2.5 billion naira. The haul includes drugs, foreign rice, used vehicles, sugar, and petroleum products. Acting Customs Area Commander, Deputy Controller W.M. Adewale, says the intensified operations have boosted revenue by 46%. The command collected 14.4 billion naira during the period, up from 10.1 billion naira last year. Adewale warned smugglers that the command remains vigilant and committed to protecting the nation's economy. He urged the public to report any suspicious activity to help curb illegal trade. He also thanked traditional rulers, stakeholders, and the media for supporting compliance and enforcement. The cooperation, he said, is critical in sustaining lawful trade and fiscal discipline. Meanwhile, Nigerian journalists have been urged to uphold professionalism, safety, and ethical standard of the next election cycle. The call was made at a media lecture in Lagos, highlighting the role of the press in safeguarding democracy. Our correspondent reports.
As Nigeria approaches another election cycle, journalists have been urged to prioritize safety, professionalism, and ethical conduct amid rising political tensions and misinformation. The call came at the 2025 annual Press Week lecture organized by the Lagos State Governor's Office correspondent in Ikeja. Lagos State Commissioner for Information Benga Omotosho described the election as a critical democratic process often misunderstood by citizens. He stressed the need for responsible reporting to promote unity and peaceful participation.
In Nigeria, elections are very, very serious matters. In fact, some other people who do not see it as a game of wit, as a game of sense, as a game of numbers, they see it as war. But for us as journalists, we see it as a tool for progress, not an end in itself, but a means to an end that is a better society, a more inclusive society, a more progressive society. You criticize not to make the roof fall on all of us, but to ensure that we all make progress. Because when there is progress in the society, our noble profession of journalism will also make progress.
The Nigerian Union of Journalists also emphasized the importance of truth, fairness, and balance in election coverage. In a keynote lecture, media expert Taiwo Lokpade warned about the risk of misinformation in digital age and urged journalists to verify information through official channels.
It is also when there is peace that we can also practice the profession the way it's supposed to be. But if we are being carried away by, I want to quickly break the news, I want to quickly hit the headline, not considering the consequence of our report, particularly if the report is also not balanced, if it is one-sided, that can also lead to chaos or the breakdown of law and order. Don't say because PDP is speaking evil of Tinubu or APC is speaking evil of Atiku, and you want to quickly go to press, go to your station to quickly file in the report, and people are immediately reacting to your report. Of course, God forbid, you're also not safe. Because when people are reacting to your report in a violent way, then that means your own business is also at risk.
He also advised journalists to prioritize their safety while carrying out their duties. The event brought together media professionals and stakeholders to reinforce ethical journalism as a key to safeguarding Nigeria's democracy. From Alausa Ikeja, I'm Onika Ogolo reporting for Vop TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. Moving on to some business story. The Central Bank of Nigeria has unveiled its 2026 monetary policy agenda targeting single-digit inflation, a stable exchange rate, and a stronger financial system. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso announced the plan at the first Monetary Policy Forum in Abuja, saying the Monetary Policy Committee will consolidate recent economic gains. Finance Minister Wale Edu urged policies that boost growth and improve Nigerians' lives.
Is interest rates. When you have the number one tool and lever that is available to combat inflation is interest rates. When you have high interest rates, you have a situation where you, of course, on the fiscal side, you have a challenge of meeting that higher financing costs. Households have higher financing costs. Businesses have higher financing costs. And so, of course, we're all delighted at the rapid fall, the deceleration, disinflation that occurred between 2024 and 2025. And long may that continue, because what happens then is we can now even predict that interest rate reduction will eventually follow as decided by the authorities. But I think that's important feedback to give here, that that's what's on our minds at the moment. Let me now say that we rightly recognize that macroeconomic stability cannot be delivered by any single institution, as Senator Musa has said, amongst others. It requires policy coherence, institutional discipline, and sustained collaboration across monetary, fiscal, and wider economic authorities. In particular, I would like to acknowledge CBN's continuing efforts to improve foreign exchange market transparency, support Naira stability, and deepen confidence in the policy environment.
Deputy Governor Mohammed Abdullahi noted that Nigeria's economic environment has improved since last forum in January 2025. And from that business story, we'll move straight to talking sports. The Super Eagles of Nigeria are looking to bounce back after missing out on the 2026 World Cup. The team is now turning its attention to a four-nation tournament as a chance to reset. Nigeria will face Iran, Jordan, and Costa Rica in the competition taking place in the Turkey. Super Eagles coach Eric Sikoshel is expected to use the marches to test new players and tactics. Despite injuries to key players like Victor Osimhen and Calvin Bassey, the team still to take shape. And from sports, we move straight to entertainment. Music stars Wizkid and Ira Star are among the big winners at the 2026 Mobile Awards in Manchester, UK. Wizkid took home Best African Music Act, while Ira Star claimed Best International Act. British-Nigerian media personality Nico Omilana also won Best Media Personality. The awards celebrated Black music and culture, honoring talents from around the world. Other Nigerians made waves too, with Odell, Wumi Mosaku, Damson Idris, Dayo Kolesho, and Cynthia Erivo, and in nominations in music and film categories. It was a night of international recognition for Nigerian art history. Jim Legacy, Olivia Den, Raya, and DC3 were among other winners across music and performance categories. The ceremony marked the first time the Mobile Awards were hosted in Manchester, highlighting global Black talent. Moving on to other entertainment story, gospel singer and Nollywood soundtrack icon Onos Brisibi has passed away at 55. She died on March the 23rd after a prolonged illness, leaving fans and colleagues in mourning. Her soulful voice featured in classics like Domitila and Blood Money. Richard Mufedamijo, who shared the news on Instagram, described her as a gifted singer and devoted Christian. Brisibi's music touched countless lives, ministering hope and joy through her ministry. She leaves behind her daughter, Sarah, her mother, siblings, and a wild circle of friends and church members. Her legacy in gospel music and Nollywood soundtrack will be remembered for years. Colleagues and fans alike continue to pay tribute, celebrating a life dedicated to faith, music, and love. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop Tv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show, and it's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi Asire B. And guess what? Today, My darling is joining me. I'm not alone. As usual, my darling. And she's actually looking beautiful this morning because I don't know. See, we need to ask Oyi some questions.
Darling Jesus. My darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus.
Oyi, tell me the truth. He's not about to know me by to sing plenty songs. Calm down. What is going on?
I've told the people that I'm going into music. People think I'm joking.
Hey,
You'll be shocked that I'm the next superstar on your screen. God will shame my enemies. They don't look at no if sing. Hi,
oh my God.
That time, I'll prepare some men.
Voila.
Some people that their name starts with G are the first person on the parent squad.
They say what God cannot do does not work.
Exactly. And I know that God can do a lot of wonders with my life.
Well,
I don't know about you.
I actually don't have issues with you, but it's going to be your backup singers that I'll be pitying because what God cannot do.
What do you mean by my backup singers? Wait, be specific. Say it with your straight eyes.
I'm saying it with my straight eyes.
No, you're looking corner.
I'm not.
Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes.
Oh my God.
Wait, but be honest, is my voice not good?
Our viewers can
Hallelujah.
Calm down first.
Oh. I've finally decided to not listen to anybody. Me ò gbọ́ pa. I don't hear anything there.
Wow.
You say
Oyi is just in the good mood today, and I'm happy about that.
I'm in the good mood, guys.
All right, please. We're going to talk about a lot of things today, but before we go into our topics, because things are happening around here, maybe you don't know about it. But first off,
why am I feeling musical today? Crazy things are happening. If you see somebody crazy, you go see somebody crazy. Crazy things are happening.
You come back. All right, before we go into our gist and our topics for today, I really want to appreciate, I still want to appreciate, like I appreciated before, all the women in my life. And, starting from the person sitting right beside me.
I did not see message on the day. I don't know what the appreciation is coming on a Tuesday. That's belated appreciation.
I don't understand.
It is unacceptable.
Please.
Moving on.
Please,
why is it coming on a Tuesday? It happened on a Sunday where there were churches that their men cooked, their men did a lot of things for them. Your own is coming on Tuesday. What did you do for me on Sunday? Did you even say hi?
I did.
But spiritually or physically?
Either ways.
But it's actually a wonderful time to celebrate women and knowing fully well that the journey has never been easy, especially on that gender.
It has been all about
honestly speaking, being a woman, being a girl, graduating into a lady, becoming a woman, becoming a mother. Okay, so I think there was a time I had a conversation with this particular set of people, and I laid emphasis that don't attach womanhood to motherhood. Because you won't tell me that someone who is 40, 50, who doesn't have a child is not a woman. So obviously, as a person, you are a woman before you become a mother. So in all, it's actually very amazing, and it's good to know that being a woman is actually very beautiful. And celebrating women is well, a lot of people now did first year of becoming a woman and all.
Father, thank you for making me a woman. Me, I'm proud of myself.
I'm a woman. It's even musical today. You're gonna take, you're gonna collect.
Please.
My talent must shine on this.
Before we go into our topic for today, we are going to play a game. And that has to be tongue twisting.
Help my life.
Who is ready? See, I'm going to beat Oyin to this.
Wait. Before we start this game, I would like to make an order. I need a pizza and a drink.
For
very
tongue twisting,
cheap.
I don't understand.
Energy is required. I cannot do it on empty stomach. Please place the order first.
See, why am I smelling Kukere Waka this early morning? Like, what is all this? Only go straight to the point. Just focus.
I'm focused.
No.
I'm focused on food before work. Now, inner energy. I'm not fasting.
Please let us see our tongue twisting game. So this is the tongue twisting game. I'm going to start with you. Then I cannot come in.
No, we'll start with the foundation now before you build on it.
Hey.
Now you are the twisted tongued person who brought the tongue twister. So please enlighten me. What does it entail?
So this is it. Over to you. She sells sea hells by the seashores. And the rules is that, 1, you're going to say the words like slowly, and the second time you will say it fast. So if you miss it, then you're out of the game.
Okay, so if I win it, what's in for me?
Don't worry about that.
No, see, all this promise anti-kini company cannot they
that
do
is
again.
why it's a gift. Are we supposed to tell you what we're going to
Okay,
give you?
wait. You have agreed that you're giving me a gift.
Yes, just to celebrate the women.
I dear viewers, you know me very well. They don't promise me. You know very well that I always stand by my promise.
Please start this thing. All this one that I
wait, let us finalize it.
Okay.
You people will see me back here, and I will let you know if I was giving that gift. If I don't receive them,
okay.
Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Be ready, because I'm gonna be dragging
Only wants to run away from the fact that maybe she cannot actually hit this. But then let's just see. Let it not be like sister they talk too much.
Okay, are we ready?
Let's start.
Drum rolling. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Okay.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
The third one.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Okay, fast now.
She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore.
It's not fast. You're still saying it's slow. It's not
That's
fast.
not true.
It's not fast. I'm sure my viewers will know that this is not fast.
Even the deaf can hear. Oh, that my tongue is faster than my brain.
See, only it's not.
Okay, my own is not fast. I agree. Let's hear from you.
Okay, let's start. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. So
faster.
I'm going to do this right now. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells. See how fast it is.
Hey, no, you're out of the game. On this note, please, you did not land. You did not land.
I did.
You did not land. Okay. Should we rewind?
See, I did.
You did not land. She says you see that I got it.
Okay, I will do it again.
I'm here for you.
All right.
You brought your glass to the ghost level. You're
all right. Man, just try because she said I no get them. No
yes.
Problem. No wahala. I will try them again. And maybe when I do them again, we'll go know how far. All right. She sells seashells. Sorry. Let me start. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Hello, baby. Hold on. Don't stress. Now, let me tell you what the secret about this whole thing.
Okay.
Is that once you miss it, there's nothing like, I wanted to. You don't miss and you don't miss them.
Oh.
So I won. My gift. First gift. So yeah, I know that one.
No problem. No wahala.
1-0.
1-0. No problem. I will come the next time. I'm going to come hard.
You go nowhere from me.
All right, guys. This is where we go into our gist time. And I'm sure you are excited because trust me, a lot of things are happening here. You and me have been hearing this. Some things are just flying. You know, there are some news that will just be flying from my ear and I'm like, okay, what's going on? All right, first on our list, we are talking about Nigerian comedian Bovi Uboma recently found himself at the center of a light-hearted viral moment after his wife, Chris, staged a prank involving a luxury drawback purchase. So in a video shared on social media, she jokingly claimed to have bought the expensive item using his card without informing him before sparking curiosity among fans and his reaction. So before we go into what I have to say, Bovi actually got, I don't know if he was angry, but because that video doesn't seem that he was angry, but the wife actually wanted to prank him. So she actually went to a store to get a Dior bag and she purchased the bag with some amount of money. And guess what? I think Bovi saw the money, the money went missing from his account. And come to think of it, the moment he didn't really ask at that moment, because every woman go down if you say, okay, my husband go down, they call me by that time. But Bobby did something really, 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 really beautiful that he didn't even call the woman. He didn't call the wife. She had to get home and he asked her, baby, what happened?
Not even that day. It was the following day.
I saw some
like
money.
How?
Yes, like money left my account. I'm like, oh my God, Mende! Oh, Jesus! So before we say anything, let's see this video because now, I want just, talk plenty things, but oh my God, love is beautiful. Oh,
I don't understand.
And they waiting now. If I talk and say love is beautiful, I'm going to shout. Please, I go love. May we just tell the truth.
We go love.
Oh, it's how my girl is just supporting me. Clock it. So let's see this video before we say what we have to say and before we go over to the comment section. Yes, say this. All right. So see, okay, come to think of it, you know, men are really, we get good men.
Yeah, good
we
men.
get good men. And good men, when they like Bovi.
I don't understand. I don't know why you now to use Bovi as a standard for a good man.
Example day now.
How?
We they see him, they clear. Check him, they snap him. See him now, you know they see him.
So ironically,
I don't understand.
Knowing very well that they are in my dialect, they'll say they have a talent of acting that could be played out.
Okay.
But it was shown and to us that she went out, she bought something.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, we know the list of deal she priced. So we obviously know that the range of that particular
really
bag that she carried. And the fact that he didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Because the wife was expecting a call and he didn't even
normally
notice. But now I think another thing I got as an info from that is the fact that she can return it and buy another one. Or she can even return it and get a refund. Did you notice that as a
God.
Wait, I don't know where you carry God they go.
Oh my God.
But so the bottom line we say it was his calmness if it's not scripted.
Yeah.
That shows a man that has a level of understanding. Because he didn't even know if it's not scripted.
Yeah.
And he was that calm about it. Knowing how some men can be very hysterical when it comes to their fun. And leave it or you take it, prank or no prank. I'm not a man now, so I'm a woman. So I'll speak from my point of view.
Okay.
Don't prank me. When it gets to money,
wait first.
No.
I don't go another place.
I'm being honest.
Don't they go another place? So I don't understand.
No, let's be honest with ourselves.
Don't prank you as how?
I'm telling my future husband, don't prank me. In case you did not, I did not get to tell you verbally myself. In the next future, you're watching we know say that as a thing brings me 10 years ago. What do they call them?
I don't understand.
They can bring this up to you to let you know that only as before one is before harm. I've warned my future husband.
Please.
Don't prank me.
Please.
Then you prank. Any other thing. Tell me verbally. You prank and you took money. Yeah, a thief. I could have arrested you. I could have reported stolen theft on that card and they will track you from the store. They will come and carry you.
You know that say Bovi, but a comedian. If they be like say don't prank the wife, prank and front back center. Like she herself don't already decide say okay, my husband is going this way. It seems I should also join him in the prank.
Well, you know one thing I think marriage does to people is transfer of DNA.
Away.
You can be a very calm person and you marry a troublesome person. I bet you to a certain level, you go begin to attract trouble.
Oh my God.
Because as the man, they copulate with you, they give you waiting there in body, steady back to back. Before you know, you start acting like them.
Are you trying to say Zazu is an example of?
I know some of the woman when he married, they used to be calm before they mingle with him. After mingling, they become internet crazy people like him. And you see the family traits that is a normal thing, is balance.
Yes.
So it's just, some things are transferable. And that is character when you marry So both
this life no hard.
But really,
this life no hard.
The fact that I say, didn't tell me we're doing a major transact. I don't know waiting that guy they see for me. But if they look, say, are you for real?
I tell you.
Or when I'm going abroad where they make an offer to talk.
Whether na prank or
wait now. If na Nigeria you dey Bovi now like that you go see react.
Wait,
I would like ask Bovi.
I tell you something. See, relationship not supposed dey too serious. Like now we dey do ourselves. Wait. See, there are some times for fun.
Now you go spend like how many thousands of dollars?
I don't understand.
It's not naira. It's not your Tinubu money.
That's because he has the money.
It's Trump money.
He has the money.
He has which money?
He has the money now.
No.
Wait, you don't see say carry and go back, go make it go buy on.
Wait. Now let's be honest. Wait, let's be honest. If they spend that same money for, ironically, I wanted to use Dangote, but then something told me don't you dare. You know why? Because I know all these people they go they don't get their own private account. If they spend that kind of same money for $10 account, you go know some money come out.
But
now question I ask you. No, they do.
Wait first. Calm down. Maybe I say wait, calm down. But wait first though. But if money come out for your account, you suppose not say money come out.
I know, no. Now, in all fairness, I know people that doesn't even know what their account balance is. Now, when they want to, all they need is just to tell them, I think Dangote, there was a time we had an interview and he talked about the fact that he went out without his PA. And when he finished this scene, he stood up. He was good. That's it. Sir, he's not paid. And when I think in the interview, he mentioned the fact that that's when he realized that there was no even money in his wallet. So that's when he caught across him that he has never even went to ATM to say he wants to withdraw.
God.
So do you get? See, so for somebody like him, these are the kind of people that they will enter a store.
Yeah.
But so now it's not in a disrespectful manner, because I learned of another celebrity who went to a supermarket and after shopping, and a very popular celebrity actually, and he was strolling out. And the attendant is actually new. He's not one of the old attendants that knows the pattern or way at which he does his groceries in that store.
Yes.
And the attendant was like, hello sir. And he paused and said, you've not made payment. Are you asking me?
No way.
You get out of here. And he walked away.
Wow.
And the attendant felt so bad. Then the security was now telling the attendant that she should hold on, that man behind his PA will make the payments later. It's like, but he was already leaving with the goods.
But see, sometimes it's the respect.
Since that day, when the man later get problem for Nigeria, I was not shocked.
See, there are some people that will say, sir, I don't care who you are. Okay, you will pay.
Like you went to somebody's store.
You will pay.
Not your store.
Not be your store. You are
buying something.
I don't understand. You will pay.
And they said probably the wife was, or somebody, I don't know what the PSF was speaking, that did not make the PA to join when they finished, and the other person carried the goods and they were walking away.
Does that not make them to speak to her in the wrong, in
what
a very
even stops him
way?
from saying, thank you, don't worry, my PA will sort the bill.
See,
you know,
even if you get the money,
I think you are new here.
Yes.
They said he actually talked down the lady and walked away.
I think that's one thing some rich people actually do. They feel that,
they're
on top of the world.
I don't want, no, this one is not even rich
I'm
people.
going to say that.
Wait, I don't want to mention his name. He's a E, actually. I don't want to mention his name. But ironically, he's not rich. He came from struggling to making something for his name. If I say one thing about you, Nigerians will know what I'm talking about.
Hey.
Just one, I should just make one industry. Just like me saying bad those, you know that it's me and Precious. Just one comment about this person, even though I'm trying not to mention his name.
I'm actually disappointed.
And when the person now to call us and be like, girls, imagine what happened to me today, and she gave us the details. And like, really? Is that what you call flexing? You being big? That person now made the illustration of another celebrity that comes to that store. He's also a male. That is so pleasant and pays even when he's not the one. Say that one. They even have like an account with this, and the guy, I don't even know how they recruit himself. The store no give you breakdown of what you should do and what not to do.
Oh my God.
They didn't tell her. So she finished and he was like, okay, your total money is this. He said, okay, do you know my account? He said, account as in, I have an account. Like, do you know how to access my account? She said, no, sir. I said, okay. I think when you click, log in my number, you should be able to bring up my account. He said, okay, which of your number? And he said, okay, my personal number. I said, hey, which of your personal? Oh, sorry. He said, give her the number. And all and behold, she saw her account, say, get millions. He said, okay, so just put it on that and they will debit it. They know how to go about it. She now said, okay. The man said, okay, you're actually very nice. And the guy called the PA saying, just give me few change. Say few change was 20K.
Please. We're going, I don't want to say, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we have plenty gist for you. And yes, we have somebody joining us. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry.
And welcome back to the show, beautiful people. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Akmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know that I'm not alone today. I'm still here with my darling sweetheart, Owen. Waiting,
my darling,
wait till I give you wait till she chop, because I'm so confused.
Your beautiful baby girl.
Clock it. Is this things and composure for me? All right, we have a guest joining us today. This one I want to personally introduce. And yes, he is a renowned stand-up comedian, someone that has been in the comedy scene for a long time. And he is no other person than Calm down. This you got the easy to like all those
and now you know those village you have done. Ding 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 ding.
Wait first. You join all those village people. They do this stuff.
Well, I was born and bred in Lagos, so we never had such experience as a person.
Oh my God.
But we watch it from a movie, and as a journalist, we learn about everything and just have a little knowledge about it. So no carry your village setting. So bring me back. I was born and raised in Lag.
Oh my
I'm
God.
a Lag girl. Full
Yeah.
blooded.
Lagosian.
Yeah.
Call us again.
So Ekene Smith, how have you been?
I'm alright. Like, I feel so blessed being in between two.
I feel good. So good. So good. Please wait first. Is this now you're supposed to make us they laugh because I don't understand.
No, we are trying to warm up in super gods.
I'm not feeling like I'm not feeling like Solomon, you know.
Wait, so no.
Lord Jesus.
I have a law against Solomon, so don't go there. Which one you are feeling like Solomon?
Lord
Who's your
Jesus.
concubine? Who's your wife here? Who now?
No, we'll get to know that.
No. The last time they brought a man that wanted to follow me, I said it is my full chest. You remember? But this brother, I don't really see in character. I don't see in pattern.
Wait,
so now I'm father of many nations.
I remember that only the last time we did this, only said that she wants to. I don't know why you come back. Why did you come back?
No, the guy was very brief. That's why.
Yay, Jesus! I'm sure he's not watching because
let him watch. I waited it at the door. He did not step up his game. He did not say, okay, baby girl, how you doing? Like a limousine to start. He did not say anything. And I follow our advice. Our said, any man when they carry go there. You do it, see? You come back. I came back to Precious. Maybe she can see another new man. But this is what she bring today. Father Abraham has many sons.
So you don't want to join the group?
No.
Wow.
I told the people I am a very J person. Capital J is my name. And I live up to that. I don't do men of.
She don't deny you.
Follow her.
Our viewers don't deny you. All right, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Tell us, how's your weekend been, your Saturday?
It's been nice, you know, it's been amazing.
Why are you asking of weekend? That is suspect. You want to know whether I carry woman? I know
Precious.
Precious.
Dragging me to somewhere.
I know Precious. Precious knows
I don't understand.
You know herself. So I know her in and out.
Okay.
She didn't say I was yesterday. Yesterday was Monday.
I know you too. I'm getting to know who you are.
No, I'm sure what's in about Precious is on the surface. I know her deeply.
Okay.
I'm in depth with her.
Please go deeper.
She asked for weekend.
Go deeper.
I want you to
Abeg, come back.
Why are you asking? No.
Abeg, come back.
I'm back.
I'm just asking a harmful question.
Why weekend?
Why did you go to?
You don't know whether you get rival.
Wait first now. Some people don't get good
She could
weekend.
not deny it.
Okay.
She could not deny it.
In fact, I just give up. I give up. But regardless, you are going to answer me. That is just the truth. Tell us how your weekend was. Let us know. I'm speaking my viewers' mind, actually.
Okay.
Your viewers don't know whether he's single or
They
being
want to know,
engaged.
actually. You know, people know the right application now for... And actually, he's so single. So people will be writing...
How did you know he's single?
Are you not single?
I'm single.
But you're not searching.
Obviously.
Wait now.
Now you go answer, but are you
searching? Are you searching?
I'm single now.
No, single. There are so many single that are not searching. Are you searching? Fair men.
You know.
If fair men, you don't want this thing, one wedding this thing, I watch, they ask them, are you single? Yeah, I say, Are you single? Even I say, wife, even the audience, I need to for that fine girl come outside. Then the host say, wait, yes or no? Say,
Voila, you need to shout more.
You could not say yes.
Are we that so
men? But I was shocked. All the ladies they said they are single. So who are those men dating?
Like say they date themselves, but obviously now what do you mean now?
Yeah,
so I can tell us, we know a lot of people have.
You guys have finished me with laughter. You guys, the vibes is too much.
If the buzzwords doesn't make you laugh,
then I don't know. Bars and goes are on the show with you. You have to collect.
It's really nice. I'm enjoying myself.
All right. So I can have sweet. A lot of people are watching you right now.
Okay.
And they really want to know who you are.
Okay. Okay.
So who is Ekene Smith?
Where will I start from? Okay. Ekene Smith is a professional stand-up comedian. Ekene Smith is an actor. Ekene Smith is a comic content creator and a script writer, and also an OAP. I work with Konga FM 103.7. You know, so and aside that, Ekene Smith, by God's grace, has a foundation, which is the Ekene Smith and the Good Youth Foundation, which is focused on youth empowerment and talent discovery in the area of stand-up comedy in Nigeria and across Africa.
One person. How many things you can't?
I lost track.
You lost track.
Because when I begin the year, all the thing, comic, stand-up. No, when the first say the stand-up, when first go my eyes, I look in leg. I say, yes, it'll be stand-up comedian. Because I don't know how a short person say I'm a stand-up comedian. Even when you are standing, we could not see you. How you know a stand-up comedian? But it's yes, it's standing up.
Lines they cry.
Now we check it, we check him. He's still a stand-up comedian. And from his voice, yes. So
makes sense.
But why these days, I find it very amusing to see a lot of young people who are, doing well for themselves and they are trying to help others. I don't know if maybe we should be keeping the money in the family and not be doing charity again. But why is Indo? Now your talk.
Okay.
Now your talk.
I want to
take time. I know what you want to talk. I already know what you want to talk.
I don't keep quiet. Continue.
But really,
I don't come out again.
So what happened? What's the shift that made young entrepreneurs look at it and feel like I want to be a contributor to the community?
Okay.
Because you mentioned you had a foundation.
Yeah, I had a foundation.
What triggered that dream?
Okay, it's, you know, there's something about giving back. You know, in anything you do in life, you must always want to give back. You know, it has to do with that area. You know, no matter what you feel God has blessed you with, is it talent, is it skill, is it resources? You must always give back, because there must be something people should remember you for, not just for yourself. You know, but for others. What will people say about you? You know, what this gift God gave to you and all the things He blessed you with, how did you affect? Because we know when our Lord Jesus was on earth, He affected a lot of people, you know, and He's the role model to us.
He can't be the Lord Jesus.
mention I'm a Christian without saying I'm a Christian. That's what He does do. I think I love that.
Our Lord Jesus. I call the one that said, you want the one?
Our Lord Jesus is the Father.
So He remains our biggest role model and mentor, you know. So we just need to affect people positively. You never can tell who you're helping, you know. The person might still come back to help someone that that might just even be within your circle, you know. So you just need to extend that help.
So talking about comedy, how many years have you been doing this now?
Professionally, I've been doing comedy for like 7 to 8 years.
Unprofessionally.
Then we join and no.
Exactly, no, the marriage. Unprofessionally.
Unprofessionally, I was doing comedy if I added to 10 years, a decade.
So what made you think that, okay, let me now start doing it professionally?
Professionally, because that's when you now get being paid. You know, you get recognized.
Like this now, you get
then people start saying,
you don't first reach the river bank.
I don't reach out.
When they bring my bag. When I bring offering basket.
Offering basket, no, just drop out.
People start seeing value for what you do, not just as a clown. You understand?
Oh, no, wait, though. Even with value, you get one comedy, wow, man, not mention it, but maybe let's say I spend the guy career.
Okay.
That guy, if I have an advice for him, that Oga, go find work. No, you know, it was actually a very power-packed program. A lot of comedians were coming on stage and were laughing hysterically. And this guy came. Now it's comedy. Please stay for abroad. So location, do and bad. You came to Nigeria and you were telling me about algorithm, about numerica in comedy. Take a play. Am I a tech? Does that look tech savvy to you? Does that look like what will intrigue my laugh body? And the guy was so serious. And you know the irony was that you talk and talk and you know see one person laugh. You can't begin to laugh yourself. I felt for him. So we had to encourage when he was leaving. In time never finished.
Have you been in such position where
that was, you know, that's why I said professionally, because when professionally comes in place, you know, you now know that this is a serious job. You don't just go there to, you know, just because you just want to collect the microphone and perform. You don't know. You never can tell who is seeing you. Anywhere you're performing, you have clients. That's where your next client's coming from. You know, so you have to be intentional about it. You have to. That was one of the reasons that made us that brought about the initiative of the foundation. You know, we will actually have a master class. You know, where we train young comedians free every month. We bring professionals, you know, talent managers.
Yeah, I won't go train. When I go pay my transfer fare, come the place.
No, it's online. It's online.
But for I want physical where you pay my transfer fare.
Calm down. When did you turn to a comedian? I don't understand.
See,
as how now?
In this life, please, Biko, don't limit me. Don't know where my helper is. My helper. My helper.
She be one that they see.
But wait, what if
last time she follow man go?
I'm not following the man past door now. Because the man was very brief. And he did not tell me. He was already sitting down when I came. He said, I didn't know it was a brief.
Is how she's saying this brief that. You feel go now, she go find her now.
That's a lie. I never said I want to follow him yet. Now, please, let's be clear.
We are coming to that.
Okay.
Please, don't tarnish my image.
I'm seeing something, you know, I don't know if you've noticed it. Like, you have this, like I'm seeing a gift of comedy, you know, but...
Lord of Jesus!
But that gift not be materialized. Okay, so as a compare now, I think I go on stage and I try to crack people.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't mean I have to become a stand-up comedian. Because I know say my talent no full reach that level. The bulb no turn.
I want to talk something. Say me today. The man tell you what happened.
Okay.
So today we're talking about Bovi pranked. Bovi's wife actually pranked
him. Yeah.
And she went to a store.
Okay.
To get herself a dual bag.
Okay.
And when she got the bag, you know how expensive those bags are. So she came back, and how nice Bovi is. He didn't really react at that.
It should be how nice.
Calm down.
It should be how nice. Why you
Story now.
Let me finish. It should is how nice.
I don't know why she's pained. But the truth is
that me the body dear for now. I no go dey pained. And I'm single to Pringle.
I be find one comedian make she marry Kuku marry.
No, it's not my marriage.
Because she cannot tell me that she wants to be a comedian. She
I don't want to be a comedian.
It's looking natural,
I don't want to be.
Thank you. Oh, we are seeing the future right now.
I'm seeing the future.
Not be looking at me.
I'm a talent manager too.
Okay, you are a talent manager. So I can't resemble the talent you want to.
So right now, my question to her is, why would she say she don't want to get married? She doesn't want to get married to a comedian.
That's not what I said.
Wait now. Let me finish.
See, this woman is roasting me.
Let me finish now.
Okay, yeah.
But she actually told me that she doesn't like prank. That she will tell her husband she doesn't like pranks. That you don't prank her.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So which one pay you pass?
The two will pay me. Say, how you gonna talk? Say you don't want do anything with a comedian, and you are thinking of going into comedy, and you don't want to be pranked. As how?
No, you must.
Okay, so justice for him.
Like no justice for this
on the justice table.
You go answer him.
You guys.
Maybe you don't win me 1-0 this time, Nana.
Ironically, even though I'm a mass communicator.
You don't enter English.
Okay. No, when I'm serious, you know that I speak. Okay. Even though I'm a mass communicator, when it comes to my 3 units course that has to do with constitution, law, it was aid I have. You get reason. I didn't have it for free. And she did have it swam already. Because evidence day. That I never said I cannot marry. No, now record, now live show now. I go just go school, record where I talk. And wait till you talk. Evidence day court already. I mean, no day. Not by saying you wear black, we don't put white. She are not a lawyer.
God, I beg go. Okay, I didn't hear you.
I never said that I cannot marry a comedian. That's not even, it has never crossed my mind. So as a person, I don't have prejudice against your nature. Maybe if you're a police officer now, if you get prejudice. Because I'm going to say, all those road warder, if they don't curse you, don't bring and come my family. But in all fairness, I said, no prank me. Which kind of prank without spend how many thousands of dollars to go and get a bag? Are you for no?
So how do you now want
as a man?
I don't understand. Which comedy you want to crack for us?
I do not say I'm cracking any comedy for you.
Okay.
So now, when
anytime when she register, say she won't come there.
Okay, no, you know how me land. I'm not gonna say I won't go there. Where I want actually go because I want me to send me transport and say how they come. I will come block them. Say I'll not go again.
You never walk. You want the chop. You never walk. You want the chop.
No.
As how now?
You get one time when they call me from one local government, say it be like say they won't recruit me for a job. Now the man come talk say, and really, I actually applied to the local government. And so when they gave me that call, I had to ask from where they said Yaba, and where I picked was Ikeja. So, tally for my hair. So I had to take my time. Then I called my family who works in government and said, are they calling people for interview? She said that it's possible, but she's not aware. I said, okay. I said, let me wait. But I was shocked. This man called me like twice. And the following morning, I in face called me. Call you. Are you on your way? I said, no, the Lagos state government that I know, they don't work that way. That's all their strategy. My sisters are working there. So I know say it's the strategy color. The man I even say, hey, what's delaying you? He said, I don't have trust. Let me send you something. Now I say, sir, don't worry, let me call you back. This man kept calling me. Saying, you know why it's because we needed more female, and it's just 2 female that among the 6 guys they gave us. This is I said, but sir, how did you get my file? They say, it's really, I think they're sending, people submit in one place. I said, I did not submit. It's online. So if they print it out, I don't know.
Don't know. But the way, and I tell the man, say, I will call you back. So, said that one night, so I don't collect that man transport fare. But my man said, no, send your account number, go your money. Oh my but like God. you get that skills which say go money by give an account number. So now me go help you catch up. To go, I have a detective. Detective what? Precious. No. Detective Prezi. No, detective, call me Prezi. my God. So tell us, Ekene, are you working on any project?
Okay, working on a project for Easter Monday.
Hey, Angel, oh my God, you're gonna come.
Yes,
so you're gonna bring Jesus, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna
the
bring
resurrected Jesus.
The resurrected
or the
Jesus.
dead one.
The resurrected is already resurrected.
You go
Easter
bring
Monday.
down. You go bring down life.
Yes.
I will see the blood dripping.
You will.
I will see him.
Which
blood?
blood?
Let me know the kind.
It be like say, where you they go?
Let me know the Jesus I want to see.
Real Jesus.
You know, say some Jesus who we don't see for Nigeria. They have shown us.
Okay.
When we see Jesus.
Yes, you will.
I will come for Jesus.
Yes, you will. So, yes, I'm happy you come. You know, you need to see Jesus. So the show is to celebrate the Easter. You know, it's a comedy show to celebrate Easter, and it's a family-friendly show. You know, for all
where
age,
children could come,
all age
adults.
brackets. You know, so the title of the show is Laugh Supper with Ekene Smith and the 12 Disciples.
Okay, laugh supper. Food serve go dey there,
Yes,
ba.
it's a supper. Now buffet.
Now yeah, like.
We they go.
With Ekene Smith and the 12
Follow
Disciples.
the now that song supposed to enter.
And
Follow
we
the
get
ladder.
we also have a side attraction, you know, for the talent thing where we do in comedy. So the winner, there will be an open mic talent hunting. That the winner.
Now against April, ba.
April, the winner.
So if I join now, I feel the part of people if we do
Nah,
the
lie.
same.
Yes.
I
the
know
winner,
we're supposed to
the winner will win 1 million.
Go.
1 million, you know.
Are you supporting me or you are not?
Auntie. When you know go
If I win 1 million, I will give you 100K.
Don't say.
Wow, a whole 1 million.
I give you 10%. Are you God?
You see what see?
Are you God? I give you 10%.
Even
Even God collected 10%. I'm giving you same time. I'll give God.
Yeah.
Do you want or not?
Na join you want join. You know be God.
Easter Monday.
You know be God. Oh, you know if you tell me say you go give me 100,000 out of 1 million. Kill it.
Oh yeah, go.
Wait see happen. I go.
You go. Your leg go face.
So all you need to just do be say, you know, first of all, your jokes needs to be clean. You know, we're doing it in the church.
Yeah.
You know, so
in a church.
in the church,
That's good.
Trinity House.
Okay.
So it's a good place for you to start your career. You know, especially.
No, I don't get that kind of career.
No, Shebi, how they call yourself? You don't say she don't dey run.
I don't have that kind of talent.
You don't say she don't dey run.
No, I don't get.
So Trinity House.
Let me not give you my experience breakdown.
Oh my God.
Trinity House is the venue in Victoria Island, you know, by Trinity Avenue, by the Water Corporation, Victoria Island, you know. So all you need to do is just, like I said, record 2 minutes joke. You know, if you're a comedian, we were actually looking for comedians. You know, just 2 minute joke, but it has to be clean.
I don't find fashion designer. I might also for 2 minutes.
Then you tag.
I said they don't they do this Guinness World.
Guinness waiting.
Guinness World Records now. Me wanna count the records crack joke for how many hours?
No, we know they crack for how many hours. Just
that one no. Now
people don't do that one now.
Yes. You know, said DJ Pretty did recently, and I think she's done almost 288 hours.
We're gonna whether she go and we should not go in sham. Go help.
But if you do that kind of thing, now faint be that too. You go talk for like.
No, they've done for dancing. I think that's the most tedious one, and somebody could actually win it. How much more is cracking it? It just has to do with your level of intellect. As a. So now, I know some people will be say, let me use. Okay, none of our big top stand-up comedian at the moment that will do anything similar to that. When you see them as they are coming to laugh this thing, the same joke when you hear there, when you see them in another place, that's the same thing. And I'm like, by your talent, I don't understand. Like, does that mean that I only need to see once in my lifetime? That you don't upgrade? So, and I think a lot of musicians are even the ones that fall victim of that. But then they try to hide under the umbrella that it's not easy to come up with a new song. I know, but I think there are strategies. I will use my favorite as an example.
Okay.
The same song you've heard that you know about Simi, when she's coming to another show, she might be taking it as a cappella. She'll come to another show, she'll take it with strings.
Okay.
She'll come to another, do you get? And that's really, it makes you look forward to even seeing her. Even though if it's the same song you want to hear. And ironically, I think she has a lot of songs. She sings according to what the mood or whatever the theme of that event has to do with. But even if it's the same song you are hearing, I bet you I've never heard the same song twice in her shows.
I understand what you're saying, you know, but you know, we all know that comedy is different from music.
Yes.
A musician can have one song and he performs it around the world. You know, but if a comedian has one joke and he performs it around the world, people will know that I'm on one joke, this person did.
As
I don't know if you understand.
Now, clips that drop one on that in that time.
There's one thing that I saw that the industry actually needed.
Yeah.
You know, that was platform. You know, some of the comedians, you know, there are a lot of good comedians that don't have platform.
Yes.
Some people have plenty jokes.
Nah, this
thing
they come,
but
like,
nobody know them. I don't know if you understand what I'm
This
saying.
thing they call this thing they do for December. Carnival.
Carnival.
Now there they see
You know, understand? You go, they wonder how this person did good. Though,
yes.
Nobody they see.
Yes.
You know, that was one of the reasons we created the platform. You know, the foundation and this Laugh Supper Comedy Challenge. You know, so if you know you're funny, you're not buying any form. You know, nobody say you go need to say you need one godfather or you need one person. I don't know if you understand. So if you know you're funny, you have original jokes, you know, you are creative, you can crack clean jokes. Because anybody that can crack clean jokes can perform anywhere.
Yes.
I don't know if you understand. The clean jokes can be funny anywhere. You know, if you know you have doubts, because we always see a lot of people that say, maybe because I don't know Alibaba. Or maybe because maybe because I don't know AY. I don't know if you understand. So all those areas are, you know, God is bringing people to, you know, to reshape the industry and see how we could
And
add
Kenneth
more.
Smith is one of those God is bringing to
God.
reshape the industry. Well, I think one thing that has happened over years in the industry is that initially, even when they make it look like we're giving platforms, the platforms were shady. So now that is like, is your talent that wants to speak.
Your talent.
And there is a lot of transparency to it. That's a different ballgame entirely. So I'll give kudos to the platform.
Then also, I'll also give kudos to some few people that has also added value to the comedy industry. Like we had the likes of AY. AY started with the open mic comedy competition he was doing. He brought there was a lot of comedians that were launched through his platform, like Sheilo, Emeka Smith, Elenu, MC Shakara. A lot of people got fame through that platform and are established today. I give credits to Alibaba. Alibaba has been doing...
Godfather.
Those are my mentors. You know, Alibaba did the Alibaba Spontaneity that he has been giving cars for like more than a decade now more. Yeah. You know, that's a huge sacrifice. Then Oprah Williams too. Oprah Williams was coming up with the Night of 1,000 Laughs across.
Oh yeah, that one. Sorry if you are Gen Z, let the millennials speak. Night of 1,000 Laughs was something that it was, you know, and the fact that you could get it in a disc after a while.
Exactly.
And then. I know they pirate too many things, but I don't think they give piracy of that. Because we even go to stores to buy it. And the fact that is, once you people now have that disc, you become champion in your area.
Exactly.
I remember when we play. You will love the songs that they'll be hearing it outside. So they know that people are already playing the night, the new. People will now come. Your window will not be full. Exactly. Your phone will go there and say they work again because they don't block the window ventilation.
You're right.
I really love that era.
It was fun,
what
you know.
happened?
You could see the love of stand-up comedy, you know. Real life stand-up comedy, watching new comedians, you know, cracking their jokes, being intentional about their craft, you know. But all of a sudden we saw the skit. Not like the skits are not doing very well, but there's a huge difference between skits
quite a lot of
and stand-up
comedy. There's no,
there's this feeling you get when you're watching a live stand-up comedy show. You know, there's a feeling you get when you're live watching a comedian crack you up. If it's funny, you know, you're thrilled than just watching a skit on your phone.
Some skits are even very sensitive. On a master sense.
So we're trying to bring back the love for stand-up comedy, you know, with the foundation and all. We pray God.
To see that.
Then also Bumi Davis too. Bumi Davis, stand-up Nigeria. Did a whole lot too, you know, so.
All right.
Good people don't date the industry actually. And it's good to see that the newer generation are trying to emulate a good one. Because I think at a certain point, comedy became more of where people just want to relegate others and call it comedy. At that point, I lost interest. So it's until recent that I'm seeing good comedies, stand-up comedy, I'm like, okay. But the love is not that strong yet. If it was the same energy we were bringing initially, that those who came into the industry in the mid-sect actually followed up, I'm sure comedy would be bigger than it is presently. Music for the learn for the learn. True. But there was a lot of
Yes, there was a lot.
A lot of, let me not say, maybe not sabotage. I mean, not
See, for the
sabotage.
fact that comedy has helped to eradicate a lot of depression.
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
It is it is just
All right. Who will be Big Brother Nigeria comedy day?
Tell me. All right, to my viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. This is where we draw the curtain for today's show. Thank you so much. You know, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and tell them with heart. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agman, aka Call Me Prezi. You know I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling
baby girl Ayindamala Olokutan.
All right, this is the Spotlight. See you next time. Bye.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos State is stepping up efforts to ensure every resident has access to affordable health care with the formal inauguration of the Lagos State Health Scheme Enforcement Team. The move marks the beginning of full implementation of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's executive order, making enrollment on the Ilerial Coast Social Health Insurance Scheme mandatory. Officials say the policy is designed to end out-of-pocket spending that has often forced families into financial hardship during medical emergencies. The head of service, Olabode Agoro, says enforcement will begin within ministries, departments and agencies before extending to local governments and private sectors.
A strategic engagement with heads of agencies was convened on the 11th of December 2025 to secure institutional ownership of the executive order and ensure alignment across government MDAs. The engagement was facilitated by the Parastatals Monitoring Office, and it provided a unified platform to clarify expectations, harmonize approaches, and build a common understanding enforcement framework.
He adds that such civil servants must now present proof of enrollment during monthly staff audits, with salaries at risk for those who fail to comply.
For any staff, the salary will be withheld.
At the federal level, the Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Kelechi Ohire, praised Lagos for aligning with the national drive for health sector reform, describing insurance as a key tool in preventing what he calls health poverty.
When I heard that today the enforcement team was going to be inaugurated, I decided to fly into Lagos this morning, not just to witness it, but also to offer our support and solidarity as we move this forward.
Officials of the Lagos State Management Agency say the scheme offers a range of plans, including options for senior citizens and residents in the diaspora, to ensure inclusivity and sustainability. The state government says enforcement team will operate with professionalism as Lagos moves closer to achieving universal health coverage. I am Monica Okolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Outside with that, bless up. Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV.
regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching Vop TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where the African Union Commission's chairperson, Mahmoud Youssef, has hailed as an important step towards truth, justice, and healing the United Nations resolution declaring the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of Africans as the gravest crimes against humanity. Youssef said the resolution, moved by Ghanaian President and AU champion on reparation, John Dramani Mahama, reinforces the urgent need to address the enduring legacy of slavery. He lauded Mahama's important leadership, saying it embodies Africa's enduring and principled demand for full recognition of the slave trade and its ongoing effect. Youssef reaffirmed the AU's demand for comprehensive acknowledgement of slavery's historical and present-day effects, including efforts towards reparative justice. The resolution passed with overwhelming support on Wednesday, receiving 123 votes in favor and 3 against from the United States, Israel, and Argentina. Meanwhile, China has congratulated Africa on the resolution by the United Nations General Assembly declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans and their racialized cartel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Speaking on the resolution, the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yoon Dong-hai, said it echoed justice for Africa and people of African descent and demonstrates African countries' sustained efforts to advance reparatory justice on the international stage. According to Dong-hai, with profound historical significance, it represents a powerful affirmation of historical justice, a firm defense and of the common dignity of humanity, and a major victory for the international community in opposing the remnants of colonialism, resisting racial discrimination, and upholding fairness and justice. He added that the development proved that justice may be delayed, but certainly never denied, adding that China stands with Africa for development. Well, away from that report, a new health financing report shows that the Liberian government disbursed just over a third of the fund approved for primary health care over a 5-year period. This raises concerns about the country's ability to sustain critical health services as international support declines. Releases by the Public Health Initiative Liberia, that's the PHIL, in partnership with the Global Health Advocacy Incubator, that's the GHAI, the report found that out of the $76.36 million approved for primary health care between 2020 and 2024, only $28.22 million, that's about 35.5%, was disbursed. The findings were presented to Syncor Monrovia during the launch of the budget gap analysis for primary health care and immunization in Liberia for 2020 to 2024, analyzing government budget approvals, allocations, and actual spending using official finance ministry data, amongst others. According to the report, the execution gap left $51 million in approved primary health care funding undistributed over the 5-year period. In another development, and in Uganda, the Office of the Prime Minister says Uganda is preparing to receive an additional 27,000 refugees in the 2026-2027 financial year, further cementing the country's reputation as a global leader in refugee hosting, with nearly 2 million refugees already. Assistant Commissioner Apollo Kivumbi disclosed this to parliamentarians on the Committee on Presidential Affairs, saying the new arrivals are expected under the second phase of the Development Response to Displacement Impact Project, which aims at supporting both refugees and host communities. The upcoming intake, estimated at about $328 million, will be supported through international funding, largely from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. However, development partners, including the European Union, says that Uganda refugee response was entering a critical phase, warning that dwindling funding and policy changes could strain one of the world's most progressive asylum systems. EU ambassador at the 25th Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework Steering Group meeting stressed the need to align the refugee response with available resources, even if it requires difficult decisions. Partners say the current model is no longer financially sustainable. And from Uganda, we'll go straight to Kenya, where Kenya has denied claims of a ban on low-end or entry-level mobile phones after public concerns over its newly issued technical specifications for mobile cellular devices 2026. In a statement clarifying government's position, the communication authorities of Kenya said the new framework was not aimed at restricting access to affordable devices, but rather focuses on strengthening consumer protection and improving the quality and sustainability of mobile devices in the local market. According to the regulator, the updated technical specifications were designed to enhance consumer safety and protection, improve device interoperability and standardization. The support supports environmental sustainability by reducing electronic waste. The authority emphasized that the policy applies to new device approvals and is part of its ongoing regulatory mandate in the ICT sector. Under the new standards, all mobile devices submitted for type approval after March 2026 must meet updated technical requirements, including adoption of USB Type-C charging ports and the use of detachable charging cables separate from power adapters. In the meantime, the United States has issued a fresh warning to Kenyans over visa misuse, cautioning that abuse of the system could lead to tougher restrictions, even as thousands continue to travel for businesses, studies, and tourism. Charge d'Affaires of the United States Embassy in Nairobi, Susan Barnes, said authorities are increasingly concerned about cases where applicants submit fake documents, overstay their visas, or change their status after entering the U.S. According to Burns, while Kenya has so far avoided sanctions such as visa bans or suspension of visa services, continued misuse could put that status at risk. She appreciated that every year many Kenyans travel to the U.S., adding that, however, that the visa process must be respected to keep travel opportunities open. The envoy expressed concerns that some applicants pay large sums of money to agents for fraudulent paperwork only to end up being denied visas or permanently barred from future applications. She warned that false information or inconsistent details could lead to longer-term consequences, including being declared ineligible for a U.S. visa. Moving on, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has called on countries to overhaul global trade rules, saying the old world order had gone for good following a year of turmoil sparked by the United States tariffs and geopolitical tensions. Speaking at the start of the WTO four-day meeting in Yaoundé, Cameroon, she set out a list of problems facing the organizations, including the paralysis of its dispute settlement mechanism. Okonjo-Iweala said the world order and multilateral system that used to be a practice has irrevocably changed, adding that it would not be brought back, but rather the world must look to the future. Some diplomats and trade officials also warned that without an agreement on reforms, countries could start abandoning the ideal of a rule-based global trade system and set their own regulations. The Yaoundé gathering comes amid concerns over the impact of the United States-Israeli war on Iran and follows years of stalled multilateral trade deals. Still on the World Trade Summit, Taiwan has rejected visas for its officials to the World Trade Organization Summit in Cameroon, saying the visas were riddled with errors. Taiwan's foreign ministry said last week it had complained to the WTO and Cameroon that the African country had listed the island as Taiwan, province of China, in the pre-travel documentation it issued. It said late Thursday that Cameroon subsequently proposed a remedial measure to exempt Taiwan's delegation from visa requirements, but that those documents were full of errors, misspelling names, and listing almost everyone as being female. Consequently, it accused Cameroon of handling the matter carelessly and without sincerity, adding that if Taiwanese personnel were to enter Cameroon carrying documents full of errors, there would be an even greater risk of being obstructed or humiliated upon arrival. Meanwhile, French officials have denied being pressured by Washington to exclude South Africa from the list of invitees to the G7 Leaders Summit in June, saying Kenya had been invited instead ahead of President Emmanuel Macron's visit there later this year. France announced earlier that it would host the leaders of India, South Korea, Brazil, and Kenya at the summit to be held in Evian-les-Bains. A regular guest at past G7 summit, South Africa, said the French embassy in Pretoria had communicated the decision to the government about 2 weeks ago, saying the United States had threatened to boycott the summit if South Africa was invited. Meanwhile, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa said his country, not attending the upcoming G7 summit in France, should not be viewed as a snub or surprise anyone, since Pretoria is not a member of the group of 7 powerful nations. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike, an author and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining the conversation. Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakeye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist and also a legal practitioner in Uganda. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. All right then. Well, I understand that Barrister Edward is yet to join the conversation. Also, joining the conversation virtually all the way from Kenya is Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also the founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation as well. All right then. While we wait for Mr. Martins, I also understand already in the virtual list is Liberia's media and communication professional, and I'm talking about Hansen Blayan. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Hansen, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you so much, David, and I'm glad to be on the conversation today.
Thank you so very much. Well, let's start off this conversation from the studio. Doctor, this situation about, I mean, a lot of persons have said this is one too many. The recognition of reparation and trans-slavery by the UN is at the front burner. The AU is lauding that particular move, but the concern of some Africans is, why is China being vocal in this same conversation? But then again, you would clearly understand the position of China when it comes to economic relationship and, of course, bilateral ties amongst African nations. Looking at these developments, how do you rate the recognition by the EU as concerning transatlantic slavery and reparation as well?
One, the whole thing is pure academic. Understand? Recognizing it and appreciating it at the end of the day, what's Africa going to benefit from it? And again, has slavery come to an end? The answer is no. Understand? What came to an end is Europeans coming to Africa to abduct Africans and take them to the plantations in Europe and America. That's what came to an end. This time around, it is Africans that are going through the desert, through the Mediterranean Sea, to those plantations. So it has not ended. Understand? And this is the mistake that we are making. Slavery has not ended.
So you think this recognition is not a step towards restitution in any way?
Who is to give the restitution? The whole thing, UN is one. They say 3 countries voted against it.
Yes, the US, Israel, and Argentina.
And Argentina. Mind you, in UN, 1 vote. Understand? If you are from the if you are from the superpower countries, okay, 1 vote is equal to all the votes that other people did there. So once America, Russia, and Britain and China cast a vote, in contrary, nothing stands. Understand?
Okay.
So there's no unity there. And when you are talking about restitution, who is going to give the restitution? Is it or the British government, the Chinese government, or the Canadian government?
How much of an impact do you think that restitution and the reparation, as it were, is going to have on the economies of these colonies?
Nothing is going to be given.
Should it be given? You're just not being optimistic about it at all.
I said it's pure academic. Understand? It's pure. It's pure academic. It's just like when somebody say maybe Britain telling Nigerians, "I'm sorry for having colonized you." Understand? What has that done for us? It did not. It did nothing. Understand? So what has happened there has happened, and it has not even stopped. Africans are now transferred and are now doing that particular thing that the Western countries were helping them to do in the past. Understand?
Okay.
Now they are now walking through the Sahara Desert, through the Mediterranean Sea. Understand? To go there to do that same thing that they were being forced to do many centuries ago.
Now, this particular line of conversation, I'm going to come back to you on it because several questions are begging for answers. And of course, I know Africans truly want to get these answers. But let me take this conversation to Liberia. Hansen, as it stands, recognition, and some are saying that it's a first step towards restitution. But my analyst in the studio here is saying, look, this looks clearly academical, and it just might not happen when it comes to reparation and restitution. What's your position again, particularly on the recognition of the UN on the trans-slavery that we're talking about today?
I think Africa fought too long to be recognized, and I think it's about time that we tend to think internally to have relative to the development of Africa. You see, the denial of South Africa to the G Summit, which of course they claim that first United States is pressuring them, and they will be hosting South Korea, the Kenyan president, and whatever. I think it's a good step by the president of Ramaphosa to publicly say that South Africa might not attend the summit because of these issues surrounding. But I think in the diplomacy space, there are a lot of things happening. And obviously, we know the different interconflicts around the continent. America and its allies fighting Iran, and Israel is fighting Hezbollah.
Sorry to butt in here.
War
sorry to butt in here. I like us to be on the same page. We're talking about the recognition of the UN as calling the transatlantic slavery the gravest crime ever. That's what we're talking about here. We're not even talking about the South Africa being excluded from the G7 summit. No, we're going to get to that in a bit of time. But I'm actually talking about the recognition by the UN clearly saying that the slavery period was and is about the gravest crime of humanity. That recognition seems to be what is at the front burner across Africa. Again, the AU has clearly said this is a step in the right direction. But the question now begging for answer is, would there be any level of repatriation or reparation of any, maybe currency or maybe recognition afterwards from the colonial masters who, again, were involved in this crime? That's the question.
Issues of reparations of colonial masters of Africa, I believe that should have been done long time ago, and I think we couldn't have been. We shouldn't be talking about reparations of African descent back to Africa. That's because former Eastern, a lot of Africa artifacts are in the European Museum. They are there, and they use it to make a lot of money. So if we're talking about that, I think it is time that if the really serious the international community is coming together to think about that, let's send all the African. It was recorded that Egypt traces artifacts in the British Museum, and they were able to have a lot of negotiations just to bring the artifact back. I think the issue of bureaucracy with this whole reparation, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bottleneck. Once a country identifies that this belongs to them, that we're the masters, you just need to easily return it back. But what I can tell you is that might not easily be possible for this generation because even the colonial power are now willing to relinquish some of this thing they have. leaders, they still believe that they still Congo, Africa, and certain territory still belongs to them.
All right.
So the possibility of it happening immediately, I don't see it because the colonial masters still think that country in Africa still under that direct influence. Despite we are still fighting colonial war from past.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Well, Doctor, early 1990s to the 2000s, the UN recognized slavery and slave trade as crimes against humanity. But the statement of reparation wasn't in the front burner. Now, the Ghanaian president, I'm talking about John Dramani Mahama, clearly started this conversation. And again, the UN looking at the fact that, okay, let's have a vote to this, decided by vote that, yes, this is a crime, the gravest crime against humanity. You did say something earlier before I took the conversation to Liberia, that most African youths now fly the Mediterranean through deserts and even through unbelievably seas and boats through seas. What would you attribute to being the reason why the young people of Africa consistently do this, even after this level of declaration by the UN?
Because the economy of South of Africa is not sustaining the youth. So they are basically going to the Western world for greener pastures.
Is that the fault of the Western world leaders or that of the African leaders?
Well, it's both. It is both because the Western world are sponsoring crisis in Africa, understand? So that because they say united we stand or divided we fall. So if Africa is not united, it will be very easy for them to be manipulating Africa. It will be very easy for them to be mining our natural resources and be sending it to their own country. Just like former American Secretary of State Henry Kissinger wrote around 1963 that Africa is their cheap minerals depot. Understand? That Africa must not be allowed that to get rich, so that we will continue that to be a source of cheap raw material.
And even after that statement, African leaders have not deemed it fit to wanting to change the narrative.
One, going to the UN, that's for them that apologize will not still mean anything. So if somebody calls you as a poor man, all you have to do is to work hard to become rich. Understand me? Okay. Not begin going to fight. No, I'm not going that to court, that to sue. Why are you called a poor man? No, you fight to become rich. And when you become rich, he will shut the hell up. Understand? So when you are so that Africa is the base of cheap raw materials, African leaders should have worked hard to change that narrative. But we are not doing it. So the reasons why Africa is poor is because of one, the Western world causing crisis in Africa and the bad leadership all over Africa.
Now, let's talk about institutions now. Still on the same matter. The AU head, I'm talking about Mahmoud Youssef, has said this is a laudable situation coming from the UN. And most importantly, what comes to mind?
How has it helped his country?
Now, that's where I'm going, Doctor. With that statement by the UN, I beg your pardon, the AU head, isn't that supposed to have been, someone said it should have been the major headlines across all nationals across Africa. How much of an impact is this statement going to have on economies of Africa?
I said the whole pronouncement is pure academic because it's not going to add a dollar to our economy. Israel has moved on after what Hitler did to them during the Second World War. Israel is no more talking about Germany. Understand?
Yeah.
So they have moved on. They have become a superpower country. Understand? Okay. So this is what I'm expecting Africans that to do. Forget about the slave trade. Understand? Forget about everything. develop your economy and attain something. As we speak, we don't have any $1 trillion economy in Africa. There's no economy in Africa. About the 52 or 53 countries in Africa, we don't have any $1 trillion economy in Africa. Nigeria economy is just 200 and something billion dollars. In 2015, we had 500 billion. Understand?
Where we're supposed to consolidate upon.
But today, we are going backwards. So, and that's why Africans are not respected. When I see what you put out in your promo, when Africa speaks or the word listen, and that's in my mind, nobody cares about Africa.
And again, well, I like the fact that you clearly have spoken to some situation, but let's talk about the congratulatory stance of China. Some have said this is more like a weapon to, clearly weaponize the history against the West on the part of China. But then again, what would you attribute to that congratulatory position of China as concerning Africa in this conversation?
Well, mind you, scrambling of Africa is on now. Africa is being divided between China, Russia, United States. And Russia is currently in a very difficult situation with what America is doing in Iran. Because yesterday, Donald Trump said that taking American oil, taking Iranian oil is also an option. And if America takes over Iranian oil, we supply over 45% of the oil that China uses. Chinese economy is falling by over 50%. So when this thing happens, you have to start looking for alternatives. Understand? Okay. So this now is a kind of siding Africa against the Western world, because China wasn't a part of the colonial masters. Understand me?
So you think this is a ploy on the part of China to use Africa as a pawn in the game?
It's politics. It's politics. Understand me?
All right then. Well, because of our time, really, let me go back to Liberia. Mr. Hansen, as a young media personality in Liberia, looking at the fact that these statements of recognition is at the front burner, and of course, African Union clearly identifying with this, calling it a laudable move on the part of the UN, do you think in any way as well the recognition that these transatlantic slavery being the gravest crime might have a bit of shift in the mindset of leadership across Africa?
Well, the prof said it right, and Africa is between twists and turns at the moment. Africa is between China, Russia, and America. As far as the world is concerned, these are the world superpowers actually in geopolitics in Africa, and they're all trying to take part in Africa. Congratulating the EU on African decisions made with the issue of welfare. I think, obviously, we know China been playing a major role. They've been developing country, they've been giving money, but we also know that those international, the powerful nation, they all have interest. They all come for something. So I think it's just a political strategic move that they want to regain. They want to gain foot strongly on the African soil, despite other allies, which are for the presidents of Russia and America, that are trying to move beyond that.
All right.
But I think it's just a political statement, or that congratulation message by the Chinese government. It's a way to say, oh, we are your best partner, we can do business with you. But they all have interest. So the thing is, who do Africa trust as a trusted partner? Who do they take in the midst of all the global chaoses? So I think it's China's own way of opening doors for Africa as well to rely on it as a partner. That's what I can say.
All right, then let's switch gears a bit. And of course, I'm going to come to the story that you did mention earlier. As it stands, Washington, I beg your pardon, South Africa have been excluded from the invitees list in the G7 Leaders Summit that is built for sometime in June this year. I mean, President Cyril Ramaphosa has said, look, we're not part of the world powers, even if you're not invited, it's fine. But there is also the conversation about the fact that France is working under the pressure of Washington to have excluded South Africa in that mix. How much of this sentiment do you also share as a young media person in Africa? Should South Africa be exempted? What does that imply for the economy of South Africa that is also trying to find her feet, even after the US tariff has been imposed upon her and to the highest level?
So the thing is, my honest thought is we are aware that the G7 that was held in Pretoria, South Africa, the United States President Donald Trump should be attendance, but he sent the heads of nations, and that gathering was met for heads of states. Before that, he accused South Africa of killing whites, about this type of stuff. And since then, the relationship between South Africa and America is not about good stuff. Now, coming to this G summit that will be happening in Paris, and France is saying that America is pressuring them to exclude South Africa from this. I think it is a right decision by Ramaphosa to tell the people that we don't want to be a part because we understand what is happening, even though France wants them to attend. But again, France is a good ally of America.
Right.
And either they forsake the relationship with America totally and take South Africa, or South Africa attend, they have a diplomatic breaches.
All right.
So I think it is a right thing for the presidents to do, to make that open declaration so that citizens cannot speculate on the presence of the president at the summit to be held in France with a whole lot of political issues. Because if you cannot explain to your people what is happening, what do they need to know? You create a box for speculation, you create a box for wrong message, misinformation, and as well as information that are not relative for public consumption. So he's right. I think at this moment, we need to sit and watch. I think the same thing that they did, the same head of missions, he also said ambassador, not necessarily Ramaphosa going to the meeting himself. Because the thing is, respect is given to everyone on the table. Right. And if you think that a country is not giving as much attention as you're giving, let there be a due courtesy given. So I think he's right. And if I were him, I would say that we will not attend if possible. We will watch and see how the G7 is going. So he's not wrong. Africa need to take their place, and no one should overlook any African leader because we are contributing hugely to the development of the group. And as a country, we have our rights and our responsibility to our people. So I think he's right and he's not wrong.
All right, and thank you so very much for that submission. Let me bring it back to the studio here. Doctor, what's your position with this conversation? Now, some are saying that it is as a result of South Africa's alignment with the BRICS nation, thus the reason why this exclusion is even seen as more evidential. Now, talk also on the part of including Kenya in the mix and not South Africa. What do you make of this?
Well, the economy of Kenya is doing
fairly well, Doctor.
Is doing well because in 2024, Kenya got about $47 billion foreign direct investment.
Right.
47 billion. While Nigeria got 1.8. So this shows you where Kenya is and where Nigeria is. And for some time now, South Africa has been prognosing, understand, putting eyes in businesses that doesn't concern them.
Businesses like what, Doctor?
Like taking Israel to the ICC.
Okay.
Understand me? Sure. And Israel and the United States are one and will always be one. So what Emmanuel Macron did was South Africa and United States, who is more important to me, understand? because America, because going against Donald Trump's wishes is inviting danger for yourself. And right now, European countries are struggling. And if they don't reinvent themselves, they'll become like Africa very soon. Because they are no more being reckoned with in the correct scheme of things in the world.
So carefully, just like you mentioned now, these clearly seem to be the, so to say, allegations from Pretoria that this is the hand of Washington being a major influence in the exclusion of South Africa.
Because Donald Trump is not happy with Ramaphosa.
Now, as an economist, Doctor, how much of an impact would these have on the South African economy? I'm talking about missing out in the G7 summit. And this is about the second time it's running. That they are not going to be
it's going to affect their economy because business agreement, understand, can be reached, understand. That's foreign direct investment and so on and so forth. So it's not good at all. That's for the South African country.
Clearly, some are saying that the BRICS loyalty of South Africa is the major reason why Washington is not even thinking of having to have any relationship with Pretoria.
Because BRICS,
share that sentiment as well?
Because BRICS is against the interests of the United States. BRICS want to, dollar is the universal currency.
Yeah.
And the BRICS is working against it. So once you are working against the dollar, you are working against the economy of the United States.
All right, then. Well, still talking business before I let you go, Doctor. The situation from the World Trade Organization is one that is also a major conversation. But my question to you now would be, has the WTO become a relic of the past, clinging to rules that no longer, govern global trade realities? Because this call is clearly to telling the world that the old way of doing things is not in vogue anymore. What's your position with this as well?
Well, that's a fact, because for me, it seems as if WTO has outlived its usefulness. And many of the signatories are no more even obeying the rules.
Why do you think so, though?
An instance, let me use Nigeria as an example. WTO simply means free, simply means free this in trade.
Right.
Okay, you sign the free trade, and you are closing your borders against neighboring countries. Do you understand it?
Right.
And again, WTO again is anti-Africa. Understand? WTO is anti-Africa.
Shed more light on that, please. That seems to be a bit bogus.
No, one, WTO enables the developed countries to be using Africa as a dumping ground.
Okay.
Understand? Because their economy is right. They are producing. They have steady power supply. Understand? They are producing and now shipping down to Africa. Why we are not taking anything over there?
But then in the part of, if you're going to complain about that, how are you not talking about the fact that the AGOA deal is also not being used by most African nations, with an exception of just South Africa?
So that is it. So that's why it needs to be revived. Understand? It needs to be, let it be a win-win situation. WTO has enabled China, South Korea, and other producing nations to be using Africa as a dumping ground for their products, because they have an advantage over us.
Would the WTO stay relevant with this new call for a new rule? How much relevancy are they going to have?
If it can reinvent itself, understand, making it a win-win situation for all the signatories.
All right, then. Because of the time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of Africa News. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike, an economist, author, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Also, Hansen Blayon, media and communication experts, all the way from Liberia. Thank you so very much for also lending your voice on the Africa News Analysis segment.
Thank you so much, David.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, 34 dead, nearly 200 injured in Malawi floods. This and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. Malawi's Disaster Management Agency said no fewer than 34 persons have died and nearly 200 others injured after heavy rains and flooding swept across Malawi last week. Flooding across 23 administrative areas has affected over 69,000 households, or roughly 310,000 persons, with over 6,000 households taking refuge in 84 emergency shelters, the Department of Disaster and Management Affairs has said in a statement. The Southern District of Chikwawa is the hardest hit, as nearly 25,000 households have been affected, with more than 1,800 persons displaced into 24 emergency shelters and 9 people declared dead. Meanwhile, Spain and Algeria are in talks with themselves to increase the supply of natural gas from Algeria. Spanish Foreign Minister João Manuel Aberes said after meeting Algerian President Abdelmadjid Tebboune and members of the government in Algiers. Aberes told newsmen that they have talked about the need for a greater volume of gas, about the context of the gas market with the war in the Middle East. The countries could increase the supply of natural gas via gas pipeline from Algeria by as much as 10%, two sources familiar with the matter has said. From that story, we're straight to talking business. South Africa's Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, says his country is looking to expand infrastructural partnership with China, particularly in the modernization of ports and rail and road networks. Mashatile said infrastructural development remains critical to unlocking economic growth and improving regional integration. He stated that his country is encouraged by the growing collaboration in energy planning, gas-to-power and nuclear-to-power development, as well as the shared commitment to deepen cooperation in mineral processing, beneficiation, and value addition. Mashatile, who was addressing the visiting Chinese Vice President Han Zheng during the 9th South Africa-China Bi-National Commission in Cape Town, said that for 3 decades, their bilateral relationship has grown in depth, scope, and strategic importance. According to him, this has contributed meaningfully to economic development and reflected their shared aspiration to accelerate development in both countries. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Senegal plans to parade the African Cup of Nations AFCON trophy before their game against Peru in Paris on Saturday, with the head of the country's football federation vowing a crusade against the decision to strip the team of the title. The Lions of Teranga claimed their second AFCON title on January the 18th when they beat host nation Morocco 1-0 after extra time in the final, which ended in chaotic scenes after the Senegalese players had walked off the pitch after their opponents were awarded a stoppage time penalty with the match goalless. The Confederation of African Football CAF overturned that result last week, awarding Morocco a 3-0 victory on Tuesday. The Court of Arbitration for Sports, CAS, confirmed receipt of Senegal's appeal against that decision, promising to rule as swiftly as possible. FSF President Abdoulaye Faye said that they faced with what amounts to the most blatant and unprecedented administrative robbery in the history of sports. The Senegalese Football Federation refuses to accept this as inevitable. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo fish market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Egbe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone that have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo fish market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
Hello, good afternoon. This is another exciting episode. It's another wonderful day, a day to learn quality things about your health, really. And, there's something really about everyday routines that feel safe, it feels predictable, it feels almost automatic. You wake up, you prepare a meal, you get ready for the day, you step out, settle into your home at your space at home. Honestly, most of us don't think twice about any of this. Well, we'll be building around this in this episode, really. I'm Praise Peters, and this is Health Check on the Voice of the People television, where we take a closer look at the things we often overlook when it comes to our health. And you can watch us on YouTube and on SLTV channel 264, on YouTube at Vop TV Live, of course. Now, here's something worth thinking about. What if the things we use every single day without questions are quietly affecting how our body functions? Today we're talking about hidden chemicals in everyday life and what they might mean for your health. When we're talking about this, we're talking about your home appliances, your insecticides, your perfumes, your lotions, your non-stick pans, everything literally. And it's going to be a robust and interesting one. But to help us make sense of it all, I'm joined by two experts, Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a wellness physician and a public health advocate with several years of experience, especially in preventive health and lifestyle medicine. And I'm also joined by Dr. Adedayo Adegite, an endocrinologist who specializes in hormones and how they influence the body. And they're going to be shedding light on this. Thank you so much, doctors, for being here today. You're welcome to the show. All right, doctors, how are we doing? Just quick one. This is weekend, right? So I want to check on you. How's it been? Dr. Charles, you really look like you worked a lot. How's the profession? How is everything going? Let me start with you, Dr. Charles.
Yeah, we thank God. It's been busy as usual. We're trying to be intentional about getting the needed rest.
Exactly, because doctors themselves that take care of people also need to be taken care of, right? So please prioritize your health for the sake of your patients, right? So how are you also doing, Dr. Adedayo?
Well, same here, trying to rest.
Amazing. All right, it's good to have you on the show. All right, let's just dive deep into the conversation today. So, Dr. Dayo, you're an endocrinologist, right? Most of the things we want to talk about today are, surrounding or rotating on endocrine disruptors, yeah, and EDC, endocrine disruption chemicals and all that. So please, can you tell us about this briefly?
Okay, EDC, endocrine disrupting chemicals, are natural chemicals that are everywhere in our homes, everywhere you look, and they have a way of mimicking or blocking signaling of the hormone. So they interfere with hormone functioning in different ways. Some of them mimic estrogens, and they have far-reaching consequences on our health in different ways. Because they interfere with the hormone, so they can cause far-ranging conditions like infertility, low libido. Also, people are prone to developing obesity, all kinds of metabolic disorders. People can have thyroid dysfunction as a result of exposure. That means chronic exposure to these chemicals. And then some people can also are prone to developing cardiovascular diseases like stroke, heart attack. So because these chemicals can be found everywhere, can block the arteries, been found in the lungs, have been found in different tissues in the body. So many of these chemicals also can cause cancers, all kinds of cancers.
And these chemicals we're talking about can also be found in our environment, even when we do not know.
Absolutely.
So most of the time, we just channel our attention towards the very visible things like stress and all of that, not knowing that even the things we're using comfortably in our homes are even causing these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. All right, so let's start from something simple, right? So we don't bombard the audience. So your everyday cooking, you're storing foods, you're using of creams, cleaning the house, and you know, at what point do these normal things start interacting with our bodies in ways that we do not even notice?
Okay, so let's start with plastics. Studies have shown that most of us are exposed to, we consume daily hundreds of thousands of plastics, microparticles, unknowingly. In a year, an average person would have consumed up to millions of microparticles through water bottles, through plastics that we use, and through different means. So, and these microparticles are pro-inflammatory. They can lead to chronic inflammation. They can also cause a lot of problems. But beyond that, most of the plastics that we have contain a particular chemical called the BPA, bisphenol A. So this bisphenol A is an endocrine disruptor. So apart from the fact that you can ingest these microparticles without knowing, and they can block your blood vessels, they can cause chronic, they can irritate different tissues in the body, and subsequently they can lead to cancers or even block your blood vessels. Therefore, you can develop stroke or heart attack. But the particular chemical in the plastic called bisphenol A, which actually makes the plastic to be malleable. That's what makes the plastic to be malleable, soft. So it's been shown that this, in some studies, they found out that young men who work in industries where these plastics are produced, they tend to have low libido, low testosterone, and their sperm quality is very poor. As a matter of fact, now over the last 50 years, they found out that the quality of sperms of an average male globally has reduced significantly by up to about 2% per year.
Wow.
So in the last 50 years, the quality of sperm of an average man has reduced by 50%. Same for testosterone. And the singular factor that has been linked to it is this BPA. That's bisphenol A, which is contained in almost our plastics. So that's one of the major problems that we have everywhere. We all consume water every day in plastics and all that. They also contain in tubings, like they use for, like in the hospital environment or in different places, tubings, those flexible tubings also, they contain this BPA. So we also have them in non-stick cookware, what we used to cook at home.
Yeah, non-stick pans.
So the non-stick pans. The non-stick pan contain a coating. That coating is Teflon. So once that Teflon is scratched, it actually releases a particular, chemical called PFAS. So, and this material can disrupt the hormone too. I mean, if you take a large amount of this, it can affect your endocrine in different ways.
Wow. Okay, so I have so much to say as regards that, but let's talk to Dr. Charles first. So from your experience, Dr. Charles, are people even aware of the gravity, right, of how these chemicals that are underlying in our homewares are even as dangerous? Because these are everyday habits. We use them all the time. And most of the time, if we don't see that something is really, really condemned, we do not dispose of it. So are people even aware of this? And what do you have to say concerning all of this as well?
Yeah, and the reality of the hormone-disrupting chemicals, obviously from what the endocrinologist has mentioned, is far-reaching. But a lot of people are still not aware, like we know, because when it comes to issues relating to our health, Nigerians in particular now, in the context of Nigeria, they are really not as informed as they should be. a lot of people are not really curious about health-related issues. People don't do studies. People don't do research. People don't ask questions. And besides, we still have a lot to do in terms of public enlightenment and creating awareness relating to important health issues like this, because this is a public health issue. And this is something of great significance because over time, with the statistics being seen and all sorts of hormone related problems that are coming up very quickly because of all these exposures that people are having over time, because it's a cumulative effect over time. You're having gradual exposure, even from children, from childhood, even amongst the young people, you know, over time they are being exposed. By the time they get to a certain age, you can
Sort of
imagine the
accumulated.
level of exposure they would have
Yeah.
had and the effect it would have had on their health. And we know from cancer, taking cancer as one of the many illnesses that can result from these hormone disruptors. Some of them are carcinogens. We have mentioned before that cancer has a genetic basis. So there are certain people who already genetically are predisposed to having these things. And then you can imagine them now having other factors that are actually exactly contributing to the manifestation of that condition. So basically, we need to do better in terms of creating awareness, and our people should also be more curious about their health. And we need to ask more questions, and we need to find safer alternatives to this. So if research has shown that this is a contributing factor to a very major health challenge, then it is on us to actually find a way of restricting the use of this and then finding suitable alternatives that are safer for the general population.
All right, talking about suitable alternatives that are safer for the general public. You know, we're talking about plastic wares and all of that, non-stick pans and all. But these are what we use to cook. We use these things to cook. And I was making my personal research and I saw that, you know, slicing on a particular kind of surface could also contribute to all of these. So are you saying we should not cook? So what should we use to, you know, make sure that these things do not affect us? Or are there alternative solutions towards, you know, this?
Yeah, absolutely there are alternatives. For example, for plastic, wooden cutting surface.
Yeah.
So you can make do with maybe wooden or marble.
So wooden is better than plastic?
Yes, better, yes. I mean, you can make do with that. Although I think people find the plastic a bit more because the cutting is smoother.
Yeah.
But then in terms of, you have to consider your health first.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can make do with the wooden, may not be as sharp as you want it to be, but certainly you're protecting your health.
Okay.
Then another thing is the wooden, you remember the plastic spatula that we use. It's been shown that it contains what they call the flame retardant. And these flame retardants are produced from, you know, these electrical materials that are recycled. Recycled electric materials like your old TVs, the computers, they melt this thing to produce those
wow.
Yeah. So, and then when you use them, this flame retardant actually releases a lot of toxic materials, you know, and which can cause a lot of problems. I mean, we've talked about cancers, they are pro-carcinogenic, they can also disrupt your hormones in different ways. So alternative would be to use maybe a wooden spatula, or we can make do with stainless steel, if need be. I mean, you can make you do with stainless steel. So there are alternatives. And also, so I remember lately, you know, my wife in our homes I think in most homes, people now know that you shouldn't warm your food with plastic materials. But what people still do is that they use plastic cover. That plastic cover still releases a lot of problems, a lot of things that are carcinogenic, that are prone to you, it makes you prone to developing cancers. So instead of using the plastic, you know, so people are going to use ceramic to warm the food, they put plastic on top. So that plastic is also a problem. So you can use paper instead of using, you know, plastic. Yeah.
All right. So what about the non-stick pans, really?
The non-stick pans,
Is it that when there is a scratch, we should just dispose of them and get another
most
one?
of the things they use in coating these things, all these pans are exposed to a high amount of heat during cooking or whatever.
Yes.
And of course, when there's so much heat, there's a lot happening in terms of in the molecular level, and then you're having a lot of things leach into your food. Basically, I think, in my own opinion, I think people in some generations past were not having most of the health challenges we're having now because they were doing things more naturally, and they were using clay pots, they were using more natural sources of cooking utensils and the rest of them, and that's safer. But some of the things that we get carried away with are durability, how nice something looks, how appealing it is to the eyes. That's what drives our choices, of purchasing these things, not thinking of the potential harm it has, because all those coatings come in contact with your food at high temperature. They leach into your food, and they may ultimately give you some health problems or health predicaments. If you go to some eateries, I've noticed that if you don't want to eat in there and you want to take away your food, they pack hot food in plastics, and they still give it to you like that. And even while you are receiving the plastic is still so hot, you can barely touch it with your bare hands. So you are wondering, between that time you are receiving it and when you actually get to sit down to eat your food, how much of it has actually leached into your food.
Yeah.
Though you may not necessarily taste it in your food, but it's present. A lot of people still take sachet water, and it is exposed to the sun, it's exposed to the heat of the sun. People leave their plastic water bottle in their cars, and then the heat of the sun, is on it. Before they get to drink it, it's
just
all
put it
warm.
back into the
And they just
refrigerator.
feel it's just the same thing. It's not really the same. All these things really add up. And truly, we really do have certain types of cancers that are hormone sensitive, like the breast cancer, like the prostate cancer, endometrial cancer, thyroid cancer. All they just need are certain things to, to have an imbalance, and hormones kick in. And when this hormone kicks in, it drives the progression of these cancers. So it's very important that we are very sensitive to the things we consume, and we have a bit of knowledge about what is contained in what. Other things that are potentially harmful, doctor has mentioned the bisphenol A, which is a component of plastics and food packagings and all that. You also have the phthalates. Yeah, the phthalates are also seen in certain food packages, seen in some of our cosmetics, some of the things we use in our everyday life, and they are also hormone disruptors.
Now, talking about cosmetics, this is something that I really, really, really love, because it's what everybody literally use. So let's move away from foods. Let's look at deodorants, body sprays, perfumes, and creams, lotions, and all of that. So what do you have to say to that? How dangerous is it?
And some of them contain parabens. Some of them, these parabens are chemicals that are added to these lotions, these skincare products as a form of preservative, and then some of these things, when they come in contact with our body, they get absorbed into our bodies, because most of your skincare products, you actually do rub them into your skin.
Yes.
And they get absorbed.
Direct contact.
Yes, and they get absorbed into your system. And then once they get absorbed into your system, they potentially can cause hormone disruption. That is why certain children can have early puberty, what we call precocious puberty, because some hormones are already at work that shouldn't be at work at that age. Yeah, that's what precocious puberty is. So you would now see that a lot of new things are cropping up in an individual, and you're wondering where is this coming from. And also a lot of things that people apply in form of makeup, in form of eyelash, whatever, lipsticks, lip balms, and all that.
Now.
Yeah, it's beauty. Yeah, they make you look beautiful. They make you look attractive and all that. But at the end of the day, there is always a cause and effect. So something is causing something. You apply something, then something results. So at the end of the day, we should also keep in mind that our skincare products should be as close to as natural as possible. It's always safer to do natural, because most of all these things, at the end of the day, they may be causing an issue that we may not know are actually related to the problems we're encountering.
Okay, ladies, catch your sub. Okay, speaking from the standpoint of an endocrinologist, right? I want to know how these chemicals can really, really affect the body and what we can do about them, because we have to look good. Am I speaking for the ladies? We have to look good. And this is not even just for the ladies. Everybody uses lotions, everybody uses creams and all of that. So are there certain chemicals we should look out for? And are there some that we should avoid in our products?
Okay, so they said to be forewarned is to be
forearmed.
Good. So there's no point. What I found out about Africans is that, in fact, some people will say it's something that will kill someone.
Something has to kill a man.
But the average Western folks don't think that way. If they know there's a problem, they think scientifically.
Exactly.
I think we live in the bubble world of myths a lot, believing that, oh, these people are just talking their own. These things are not real. But most of what we are saying are founded on scientific evidences around them. A very good one is what Dr. actually talked about. There are even studies to show that quite a number of babies that are being given birth to now, because their parents, maybe their mothers, ingested or used some of these products during pregnancy, and it has interfered with the hormone intrauterine, during the womb, to the extent that there's what they call anogenital distance. That is distance between the anus and the genital, the tip of the genital. That distance in a child, there's a specific number or that it should look like. So when you give birth to a child, you can actually predict whether a child has been exposed to all these chemicals, whether it has impacted on the amount of androgens released. I'm talking about a male child. So, and this predicts whether this child is going to develop infertility later in life.
Wow.
And they found out that increasingly, this anogenital distance is been reducing over the years. So, in those days when we were in medical school, they used to say that infertility. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about infertility since we're talking about endocrine, because it's the major source of concern to me. I mean, check the average male in the average clinic. Poor, very bad sperm quality. It's terrible. Now we're having, in those days when a woman cannot carry baby, the first place they look at is the woman.
Yes.
But now it's the man. Men contribute more to infertility than women, far more. And it's because of the quality of sperms in them. And some of these problems started during pregnancy. So these chemicals are real. And I think it is time we look at them. And of course, so what you can deal with, let's deal with them. There are things we can't deal with. There's nothing you can do about them. But the things that we can walk around, let's walk around them. Now, talking about plastics, do you know that many countries, including Rwanda, I traveled to Rwanda about 10 years ago, and as way back as 10 years ago, plastics had been abolished there. You couldn't use plastic in Rwanda. You couldn't use plastics. I think the Nigerian government, I think maybe the state, or I don't know, it's the federal assembly, they were trying to proscribe plastic maybe 5-6 years ago, but eventually, we always introduce politics into everything we do. Personal interest will always come in. So these are real existential problems that I think the government needs to begin to address. Because maybe one day we'll just find out that majority of men cannot procreate. So beyond infertility,
and
of
we'll
course.
almost not be able to trace the reason why.
Exactly.
Because it has been happening.
Over time.
Yes, because, it's getting worse every day. Then they even found out in a study that, for those who want to maybe do assisted reproduction, they found out that even babies giving birth to through assisted production also have very poor sperm count while they were growing up because of this problem. So it's not just about, if you say, we can circumvent it, when the time comes, we'll do assisted reproduction. But they found out that babies that are delivered through assisted production, they have very poor sperm count and low level of testosterone. And of course, when you have this, the risk of having all kinds of metabolic problems are there: obesity, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, hormonal imbalance like thyroid problem also. So it's a big problem that I think the government need to, and well, I think health practitioners and also the media also need to increase the populace's awareness about them.
All right, so what's the best way, what's the safest position to be? Is it that we should not make use of these things, or we should look out for certain kind of chemicals and watch out for the others?
Well, I mean, for waters, some people don't use only glass and stainless steel. For cooking utensils, our parents used to use what they call adogan. This is iron cookware. Yes, and it's safer than the non-stick pans.
I'm talking about the lotions, the creams, the deodorants, the perfumes.
Yes, you can look good with natural products. There are some natural products.
Like?
I mean, I think you just need to look out. If you have any product you want to put on your body, ask yourself, what does it contain?
Exactly.
Does it contain BPA, bisphenol A? Does it contain phthalates, like doctors say, parabens, triclosan? These are, chemicals that you need to look out for. Or PFAs. These are, I think, if among maybe like about 4 or 5, these are very top chemicals that you need to look out for. We mentioned the BPAs, we mentioned the phthalates, we mentioned parabens, we mentioned triclosan. I think there's another one is PFAs. So all these 4 things, look out for them.
And the heavy metals as well.
And the heavy metals.
Heavy metals.
Mercury,
arsenic.
All of them.
Okay.
They are all very, very important.
This conversation is making me realize that there are so many things that we are not really paying attention to, really.
Course.
So, Dr. Dario, are there some other things that are not necessarily obvious, but are really, really harming us? Think of air fresheners and all of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And also receipts. We collect receipts. Receipts.
Really?
POS receipts. Receipts that you collect at the mall, they contain some chemicals, PFAs, phthalates, and all of that. So maybe next time when they want to give you receipts, say, hold it, I don't need it. Or take a picture.
Okay,
if
so
you need
you
it for
don't take receipts
if you need it for
anymore.
accountability, take a picture and walk home. Some of us, especially ladies, you keep stacks of receipts for whatever reason.
Can we really be careful enough, really?
Yeah, be found doing your part anyway.
You can do your part. You can do your best.
Then, of course, in addition, many of these deodorants I see now, you would see written aluminium free.
Yeah.
Because they are becoming more conscious that these metals should not be there.
Yes.
Because the aluminium compound that is in antiperspirant has also been linked to some health challenges.
Yeah.
So definitely you'll find out that some brands are already telling you 0% aluminium because of the potential effects it can have. Then the pesticides too, which I think we need to talk about it.
Atrazine.
All the DDTs, the fertilizers, the pesticides, the things that we use to preserve our crops and all that, at the end of the day, they still affect us when we consume them. So you need to take extra care in washing everything you get.
Even our insecticides, by the time we spray, we spend some minutes still in the room. And that's doing something, right?
And you still inhale all sorts and they're a combination of different chemicals. We are living in a I want to coin a word, a chemicalized world.
Yeah, we are.
Because everything around us, what we touch, what we put on our bodies, what we eat, what we breathe in, even the emissions from factories, from industries, from the generators, from the automobiles, chemicals, all sorts of reactions happening in the air, and ultimately human beings get to be the eventual.
You know the animals are not spared. There's a study where they found that polar bears are becoming more infertile because they're exposed to pesticides, the same pesticides that humans. So polar bears are becoming more like female. their testosterone levels
is dropping.
Fertility is dropping.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this conversation is getting really interesting and quite revealing. But right about now, let's take a very short break. And when we come back, we'll talk about what this really means for our health and what you can realistically do about it. Please stay with us. All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on the Voice of the People television. We have been exploring how everyday items around us may be exposing us to more than what we even realize. And now let's bring it a bit closer to the home. You know, what all of these actually means for our health and what we see in the real life setting, really. So there are people that are really dealing with this today, that are connected to us, and they are facing everyday exposures, really, from all of these items. Is this something the body can adjust to? Or, because I think our immune system tends to, you know, fight some of these things for us, depending on your system. So is it something that we adjust to slowly, or is something that can begin to interfere with our lives, just for awareness purposes?
Well, unfortunately, quite a number of them, especially the PFAs, in fact, they call it forever chemicals.
Wow.
That means once it enters your body, it never leaves. Never leaves the body, and it will continue to disrupt the hormones, because, I mean, put you at the risk of having all the problems that we've highlighted. So they never leave. But they found out also in quite a number of studies that those who are exposed to, for example, the BPAs, those industry workers, people working where there's where they make plastics, when they stop working there for a period of time, or those who were exposed to chemicals like the pesticides, when they're, you know, maybe not exposed for a period, maybe about 3 months, they found out that the quality of their sperm goes up a little bit, testosterone goes up a little bit. But in babies, once you're exposed to it during your pregnancy life, it's almost irreversible. So it's...
so what can be done about it?
Well, so I think parents, actually mothers, need to be aware of this. Maybe when you are pregnant, reduce intake of... Don't just use chemicals anyhow. Don't just put anything in your body. It's not affecting only you. It also can affect your baby, especially your male child, can be at risk. And if you work in a plastic company, maybe from time to time, you need to be checking your testosterone level. And then you can measure the quantity of these chemicals in the body also. You can measure in the blood or in the urine to know your level of risk. And then perhaps also, I think there should be also policies to ensure that the quantity of these chemicals that are put in plastics, because Europe actually has legislated how much of these chemicals can be put in plastics, but we don't have any legislation in Africa. So I think we need to begin to look in this direction. I think they said about, in plastic, the amount of BPA that is allowed in Europe is between 4 to 12 microgram per gram of plastic. So, but in Africa, I'm sure if you check, maybe to be, I'm sure it's far more than that. Wow. Because there's no legislation.
Not true.
And there's no control. Everybody just does whatever they like. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Charles, this might be a lot to take in, right, for everyone, because where do we start from? We've talked about home appliances, we've talked about deodorants, we've talked about the pesticides, but these are the things that we really need in our homes. So if you would break this down, especially to more sensitive people like pregnant mothers, the babies, the children, and even adults, what would you say we should start with in making sure that we start living in a more, conducive environment for our health?
I think it comes from a place of public health awareness, health education, and then also pregnant women or intending mothers must also realize that they need to know about occupational hazards. Before you take on a job, know the risk associated with that job. Don't just be carried away by the remuneration or you like the workplace. You need to be well informed. And then when it comes to public health, the health ministry too need to do more about occupational risk. People, both men and women, they need to work for their daily bread. But while working, the environment must be safe enough to not be detrimental to their health in any way, because occupational risk is so high when it comes to what we're talking about. Because, for instance, industries that deal with lead also, people that deal with paint. There's lead in paint. People that work in industries that use batteries, like lead accumulators, you find lead there also. Then all the pipes, people who do the plumbing works and all that, your PVC, polyvinyl chloride and all that, you also have lead there. And at the end of the day, lead has been shown to have a lot of things to do with the development of a child. So if a child has been exposed to lead, in the early years, the child may have encephalopathy, can have some developmental problems. The child may have, a lot of things having to do with how they develop and how they grow. And even adults too, when they deal with lead, people who have lead poisoning over time. This poisoning does not happen. It's not something that happens immediately. It's over time. So little exposure over time, it all adds up before you now see the effect. You find out that a lot of people may have these lines on their gums. It's indicative of, they call them lead lines. Button's line or lead lines is from lead poisoning. You find out that some of them may have anemia. You find out that some of them may have some neuropathy or some neurological problems, and ultimately you find out that this ultimately affects their quality of life. You also find out that lithium, people who also deal with certain batteries or certain chemicals like lithium. Lithium too can be teratogenic. You can have some kind of heart anomaly, in an unborn child that is exposed to lithium. If the mother is exposed to lithium early, while the child is in utero. And it's also important for us to note also that even radiation that people come in contact with, in other climes where, things work properly and public health is really, really of significance, they have radiation detectors in the environment. They'll tell you this area is a high dose area. People should not live there. People should be far away from there. People's workplaces are not there at all, but I don't know if we have anything of that sort here.
I think sometimes last year, there was incidents of lead poisoning somewhere in Ogun State, if you remember. You remember? Yeah, it was everywhere. And unfortunately, some of these Chinese companies, they just set up and then they use lead for I don't know what. And then, of course, I think where the company is based, there's some water or maybe soil pollution and people may plant their crop. And then, of course, many of them develop symptoms of acute lead poisoning. And that was how they found out that, they're able to link, because most of these companies, they come to Nigeria, they set up close to where people live.
Exactly. Which is not even advisable.
And people are exposed to all sorts. People also are exposed to even, like we're talking about plastics. Some companies are situated close to where people live and they're exposed to microparticles.
Sources of water,
plastics.
sources of domestic water for domestic use or water for consumption and all that. All this, we need a strong policy enforcement and a proper regulatory body that looks into these things, and that's the only way we can curb it. Absolutely. Because otherwise we'll just be having cases of this, and it can actually get out of hand. And by the time things are affecting children, you can imagine how their health status will be by the time they're adults. So they can't even be productive adults that can drive the economy. So we really need to do something early.
Wow. All right, so on a very concluding thought, Dr. Dayo, what do you think we as the people that need to be very, very intentional about our daily living, what do you think we should do about our basic home appliances?
Well, I think so much has been said here today. Next time, just be intentional about your choices, what you buy. If you would need to buy something, check. Look,
the choice of kitchen utensils.
Yes, the choice. We've also explained that there are always alternatives, healthier alternatives. Check that pomade or that lotion or that deodorant. Does it contain BPA or phthalates or whatever it is, parabens, all of these chemicals. Some of them, they will write there that it is also free. It is BPA free. It is paraben free. They actually write it there. So you can make those choices. Some of your cooking utensils, we mentioned that you can make do with safer, healthier alternatives. And then, of course, like we said, these things are everywhere. You may not be able to evade or completely all these chemicals, But as much as lie in you, try and avoid those that you can avoid.
Basically, do what you can.
Within your power.
Okay. Well, this was a really, really amazing conversation, and I know we've learned a lot. Well, the truth is we may not be able to completely avoid everything around us and all of that, but we can be more aware and more intentional about all of these and be better informed, because sometimes it's the little everyday choices that makes the biggest differences over time. Well, I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Dayo and Dr. Charles. Thank you so much for coming to expand on this subject of discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, this is where we wrap up today's conversation. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, please stay informed, stay intentional, and stay healthy. Bye for now.
Thank you.
No wonder the quality of life generally.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Bop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chests, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, TGIF, thank God it is Friday. Welcome to People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where citizens start to shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. APC convention, unity or Tunumbu's takeover. This is quite a very serious, question there. And we have to look into this particular one because all road leads to Abuja, and I believe you know what that particular one means. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. APC accuses Makinde of neglecting Oyo governance. Oyo APC alleges that Governor Sheyi Makinde has abandoned duties for 2007 politics, citing recent insecurity, waste issues, and a deadly Ibadan incident, while he focused on PDP meetings and handouts. Okay, so I love the fact that this is coming from APC or your state. And the reason why I'm saying this is because if you really want to talk about a certain governor, or should I even say, an executive who decided, to abandon governance, and pursue, politics, we should actually be pointing our fingers, at APC and not any other political party. Because every other political party are just trying to see how, they can grab the remaining pieces of them to see how they can actually, fix their homes. But for the All Progressive Congress, we don't think they have any internal issue. They don't even have factions that are actually rising up against themselves. But if APC or your state can actually, come up with this particular conversation, then it is quite a laughable one. Yes, we understand that Seyi Makinde has been, audible and it's been coming quite direct, enough, when it comes to the PDP politics. Yes, he's only talking about that because that happens to be his political party, and is now one of the leaders, if not, top ranking as we speak. But he has to see how they can actually shed the swords and fix their own, so that PDP can still be in the ballot, just like he actually, made some assertions as regards to that. So, if for your APC is actually saying, "Oh, I'm not making a brief," neither am I, talking on behalf of Seyi Makinde, I don't think I would even want to be in such position, right? But notwithstanding, if you're actually saying that Seyi Makinde has abandoned, his duties for politics, then we should actually look at, this particular administration. We don't have proper electricity anymore, and all we hear our Minister of, Power say, Adelabu, is that he's qualified to run. Is qualified to run. As for your state, David, I know a colleague of mine, David is even, making case for him. He's trying to protect him by saying, I think he has apologized to you guys. You should free him. David, I don't think I should do that, to that man, because why should he, in the first place, even think this is the right time for him to say he wants to go and contest when Nigeria is in darkness? It's as simple as that. You're saying you want to contest. You've never won before. You've always been contesting. Now you decided to contest when Nigeria is in darkness, and you feel the next thing you should do. I saw a particular symposium where he spoke, and the next thing he was saying was, how can someone drive another car plate number, Lagos plate number in your state? All of that we hand. And my question, amongst every issue that your state is going through, amongst everything that your people need, it is car plate number that is your issue. Apparently, the same way he left, giving us proper electricity, and he decided to create a live band. That's what I call it, by putting us in groups. Live band A, live band B. We don't actually have the musical instrument to play the live band, but they actually put us there. So if really we want to actually talk about a certain party, a political party, or individuals who have left governance to pursue politics, we know where the hands, should be pointing at. That's all I would say as regards to that particular. And a general, warning to David Edwin, you should actually know who you are protecting, not this certain person. Away from that particular, let me move this conversation to the Saraki's quarters now. Saraki rules out 2007 President Shabid. Yes, former Senate President Bukola Saraki said he won't run in 2027, backing PDP's zoning of the presidency to the south, so it can complete 8 years. If I must say something about Bukola Saraki, one thing I love about this wonderful man is that he is totally, a rumor or issue or quarrel free. We, of course, we know and we can remember his days, in the red chambers, in Senate, we understand all of this. We can remember, his days from Kwara State, but truth being told, this man is drama free. And that was the reason why he also made that assertion. He said, in as much as Wike is still his friend, but that doesn't mean he is supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu or he actually worked for him. So we love the fact that he's also, at the forefront trying to see how to broker peace, among the PDP heavyweights. All right, away from the particular, let's talk about the Wike situation now. Wike hosts Rivers APC delegates in Abuja. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike met Rivers APC delegates, including National Vice Chairman Victor Giadom, senators and lawmakers, days after the party's South-South Congress in Asaba. And of course, you can actually see that particular, picture on your screen where the Rivers man is really having the fun of his life, always smiling now. We actually saw a video, just like I mentioned yesterday. We saw a video when, the president landed in Abuja, and the first thing the president said upon him, shaking hands with Wike, he said, "Landlord, how are you?" And he said, "You're welcome, Your Excellency." So officially, Wike is the landlord of FCT. Let's see how this particular will turn out, because Wike is actually saying that he doesn't want the PDP to field any candidate for the 2027 general elections, but the PDP actually said no to that particular statement. And they are even saying that they wouldn't support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and they would field a candidate for 2027. I just hope that that would not be the only, last order, that would not be the only, barrier that might stop this particular, resolution. But let's hope to hear the very best. And of course, talking about the same situation, PDP rules out endorsing Tinubu in 2027. PDP chieftain Daboy Kiabo, yes, Wamet, said that the party will field its own southern candidate in 2027, rejecting FCT Minister Nyesom Wike's personal support for Tinubu's re-election as not party policy, because the PDP is also a viable opposition party and is as strong as any other opposition party. Yes, I remember on Wednesday we had a PDP chieftain here, Dr. Pierce, where he also mentioned that same statement. He said that PDP is even stronger, in his words, than, the ADC, because they have the grassroots, presence, and they have a proper structure. Regardless of how many governors who was actually defected from the party, they believe they are still one of the strongest opposition party that can, stand as a threat to the APC. We believe in that particular statement, but we just hope that this settlement would come once and for all. Just like Wike said, that they only have one PDP and not different PDPs. And that brought, the question I asked my guest analyst yesterday, Mr. Dele Fanimo. I said, does it mean that PDP are so afraid of Wike that they cannot actually do away with him? This is the same member they said, they acclaimed that was expelled, but it is looking like they really need him, and hence they actually went to him again, to broker peace. So it's really looking like the Wike permutation is quite higher. The stake is high when it comes to Wike's, corridors, and it looks like Wike has both the knife and the yam, just like our African folktales would actually, make that assertion. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044730605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this major conversation: APC convention, unity, or Tinubu's takeover. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, members of his cabinet, 32 state governors, and more than 8,450 delegates are convened in Eagle Square for All Progressive Congress National convention as we speak. The two-day event themed Unity in Progress, consolidating the renewed hope agenda, brings together party leaders from ward to national level to elect new executives and sets the tone for 2027. Minister of Information Mohammed Idris said all arrangements have been finalized for a transparent exercise. Committee Chair Aminu Masari stressed that zoning guidelines are being followed and that the party has not been served any lawsuits. An appeals committee chaired by Taraba Governor Agu Kefas says it is prepared to complaints rather, though none are expected to disrupt proceedings. Ahead of the convention, the federal government directed civil servants around the federal secretariat to work from home as roads near Eagle Square were closed. Hotels across Abuja are fully booked as delegates arrive and billboards welcome participants to the capital. Party officials say the convention is an opportunity to showcase Tinubu's achievements and consolidate APC structure before the next election cycle. We're now being joined by Mr. Ekundayo Lawa, a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Today is about to, be very odd, and I know the reason why I actually said that because I know usually whenever you hear APC's conversation, you are always on code red. And now APC being the main conversation on the table, I know you're about to go code red, but before that, I'd like us to, go back to the news stories, in case you want to respond to any of them. And the first happens to be APC in Oyo State accusing Sheyi Makinde of neglecting governance for politics.
Very interesting and very, very, disappointing that we could hear that from the power minister. You get it? Your house is on fire, burning, seriously, and you are talking about another person's door open. When your own house is on fire and burning, the ministry that he is in charge is totally out of point.
The reason why, I'm sorry, sir, the reason why almost everyone is directing, fingers at the Minister of Power is because we know he is the one that has been saying so much in that particular state, using the APC or your state to talk. And that's why it is looking now officially that all hands are just been pointed at him.
Yes, because one thing is this. That's why I said his house is on fire. And it's pointing at his neighbor's door that is open. That you left your door open. Why is your door open? When his own house is burning down, you can see the type of governance that is run in Nigeria here. Just imagine. Let me say something that is happening in the Middle East is happening in Nigeria. That means this country will not exist again. You get? Because, okay, look at a minister talking about the governance in another person's state.
That's also a state, actually.
No, it's not a state. Because no, it's
also an indigene.
No, I'm not talking about being his own state.
Okay,
is Ministry of Power. That is his own state. That is where his responsibility lies.
That's his jurisdiction.
Yes, it's his jurisdiction. He has not done anything. In fact, nothing. He has even made it worse. And then you are talking about somebody's state where it's managing, where your own state that you are managing is burning. It's seriously burning. And then that means somebody will say that is irresponsible because you should be responsible over your own. You'll be fixing your own state because Oyo is not a state.
As we speak.
No, it's not a state. Nobody is going to ask him about administration in Oyo. Nobody is going to ask him about governance of the progress in Oyo. They will only ask him about
the progress in Ministry of Power.
Ministry of Power. If he faces the press now, nobody will ask him anything has to do with Oyo. They'll be asking him about his own area, his own state, which is the Ministry of Power. And look at what he's saying. Do you know what is happening to this electricity? And the strangest thing that bothers me, do you know what? They are declaring profit. The discourse are declaring profit. Do you get it? Yeah. Because what I keep saying is that you can only make profit when you sell. If you have a company that you are manufacturing something, you can only make profit when you sell. You sell 10, you make profit. You sell 20, you make profit. But the point is this. We know what is happening to electricity. We know it keeps falling. Every now and then the grid collapses. Nobody, no reasonable company depends on electricity in this country.
Mr. Lawa, I'm sorry, is the grid really standing or is actually in coma?
We don't even know. Because the person who's supposed to speak is talking about what is happening in another person's house. The person is supposed to come up and tell us something. He's talking about somebody's.
I said something on Wednesday. I said something on Wednesday to Mr. Delefanimo, which I would also make the same statement today. This is not about, it is what is clear and is quite glaring to everybody. And I said it here that the Minister of Power has failed Nigeria. And this is me saying it again, because it shouldn't get to a point where we've gotten to a point where we are begging for electricity now. And guess what? You're putting us in different bands, either band A, band B, band whatever. We don't even know. We are just paying, exorbitantly for no reason, And not only that, should we be celebrating that we're now using a renewable energy when our neighbors are not? I told Mr. Delefanimo the other day, and I told him, I said, sir, it shouldn't be a thing of pride that I would say, oh, in my house, I'm using solar. But the reality is, for my family to be in a good shape, for them to actually enjoy electricity, that is the only electricity that I can give to them. That is standby.
See, let me tell you.
So he has failed.
Let me tell you something. See, myself, you get it. Even if I am the Minister of Power and nobody is hampering me to perform, honestly, I will bring generation of electricity in this country to 20,000 megawatts in a year. You get what I'm saying? They can ask me about it, and I'll sit down and analyze it to them. Why is everybody using solar? Because we have abundant power supply. But why is the government not using solar to generate power for everybody? You should ask, is it that we don't have space?
No, actually, the only solar that is available for now, they said they want to take it to Aso Rock.
That's the problem. That's what I'm telling you. That this power thing is not a magic. Anybody can fix Nigerian power supply in a year. I am telling you. Go to Niger Delta. Go to anywhere oil is coming out from. You always see this gas, and this gas is burnt away. This guy is supposed to be generating companies to be using it to generate power. You are burning it away. They are even selling the gas to them. If they don't pay, they will block them. And the same gas is wasted. It's wasted by the government. It's wasted. Now the question is, tell me, if you sit down, you want to tell me that you cannot generate electricity, 20 megawatt electricity in 1 year. You can't make it happen. You can make it happen.
I think officially, for some of these ministers, upon their appointment, I think they only appointed them to sit, in that office at the end of the affairs, sign, documents, approve,
and see how money can be embezzled.
And basically, because I don't think they really asked them to work. Because why I use the word, some of these ministers, just like I would always say, on air or off air, any day, any time, if you ask me who is your favorite minister, in this administration, I would mention the Minister of Interior. Any day, any time. When he came to power, regardless of whatsoever that they have, against him, saying, oh, there was a time he also collected contracts through his company, or he said, no, he had already stepped down, that his wife actually headed the company, but that's not my issue. He promised Nigerians of a very seamless, passport process, and he gave it to us. He didn't stop there. He promised people in diaspora that for you to renew your visas, for you to get your passport, it will be very seamless. And I tell you, it is.
Now that is expensive. Don't forget to add that.
Mr. Lawa, if, just like we usually say, if someone gives us reasons why we should pay something that was meant to be 100 naira for 500 naira, and we are now enjoying it in a very better way, I don't think we would have issues.
We could have issues.
But do you know our biggest problem now? The reason why we're talking about this power sector is because we are paying more and we are not seeing it at all. Now, for passports now, you can actually stay in your house and feel every necessary form.
Wait now.
I'm coming. I'm sorry. Now, yes, no problem. regardless of that, no, that's not my main conversation, but regardless of that, this man has made it so easy that the process, you know how these people do us before. They would have somebody outside as an agent who would tell you, oh, I would make it smooth for you or very fast. And they would come in, take more money from you, come in and give to the immigration, officers in the name of fast-tracking your passport. He has actually cut all of that. Now you go in, you get what you want and go out. And because he doesn't also love staying in his office all the time, he goes to any of the passport office unannounced. And guess what? He has seen 1,001 officers relaxing, doing nothing, burning diesel in their jet, some burning fuels. We've seen the video make round on social media. So when we say a minister that is willing to work, we should give it to him to an extent. But that's not the main conversation we have to have. Neither am I making a brief for him.
I'm not going to swallow that for that.
No, I'm not saying you should swallow it. But please, for just 30 seconds, you can respond.
One thing is this: if you have corruption, it's not by putting more burden on the people to solve that problem. The solution is for you to go there and remove that problem. So adding more money to it doesn't solve that problem, because eventually the problem will catch up with it.
The surge in price of that particular
the Minister of Interior
was because of the paper production. And the paper production, the paper production, if you actually go through the process, if I am to explain all of that now to take over the show. But of course, I would mention the reason why.
But please, Monday, let's talk about it on Monday.
You said we should fix Monday.
Yes, let's talk about this interior. Because I know that collection center is part of interior. You know that.
Of course.
Good. We'll still also add that one to read. So, but I will look at all the areas of that.
But do you think he has not done well as regards to the collection center?
I can see he has done well. He has not done well because the prisons are still congested.
They are still congested. About 100 people, inmates, were released in Akwa Ibom. I'm coming. About 100 was released in Akwa Ibom presently. And guess what? It was not up to 24 hours. More 63 was released. Now, what he has done successfully, hold on, Mr. Lawa. What he has done successfully, first, you don't have to just decongest because you want to, decongest the prison. You have to go through the case files, either for people who were accused wrongfully, either for people who did not even get opportunity of airing. They will look at the case holistically before they even make any judgment by the judge, right? So basically, this particular one is what he has started to do as we speak. And I'm not making brief. I'm going to repeat that again. Neither do I want to make brief for any minister under APC or the APC government. So I'm making it clear. Now, but what I'm saying is, for someone who has taken time to pay more attention to his ministry, we should cut him some slack. That's what I'm saying.
You get what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
But for what you are saying about the Minister for Interior, you get it. You should have a rethink. Because one thing is this: for you to say you want passport to be affordable, to be available, and not affordable, it's still a problem. It's not different from not available. Available and not affordable is not different from not available. Do you understand? Because when you need to save 6 months' salary because you want to get a passport,
how much is the passport?
How much is the passport? I'm asking you now. How much is the passport compared to before?
Mr. Lawa, I think that's
how many people can have a savings? How many people have a savings at the end of the month of their salary for them to now say, okay, well, I can work now and get a passport? It's now move away from their rich. It doesn't solve the problem.
Okay. All right.
Except for the rich.
Since now you said except for the rich, you're pointing at me. You should actually point to the camera.
You are rich. Look at what you are wearing today.
Now, please, a disclaimer. I am just an ordinary citizen of this nation. Trying to see how two ends would meet to take care of myself and my family. Let it be clear, and that's all for that. Now, let us actually move to the main conversation. Of course, I would have wanted us to touch every other, news story, but basically, it's nothing new. So let's come back to the main story, which happens to be APC convention. Is it about unity or Tinubu's takeover? Now, just like you heard me read, about 8,450 delegates have actually arrived at Abuja for this particular, convention. And, are we going to see another drama, just like 2022, where people were, stepping down and, people were saying, consensus candidacy and all of that. It was quite dramatic, just like the way PDP's convention was also, dramatic. But we are yet to, see what would happen in this convention. But, Mr. Lau, I would like to ask you, when we look at the whole scenario of this APC's convention, in as much as the party has actually said that, oh, if you want to contest against the president, you're free to get the ticket, and and come out. Of course, they mentioned that. And for this national working committees, new national working committee, new executives, the new ESCOs that would be, appointed. Few days ago, I believe they've actually suspended Fubara Dagogo, one of their members. And I know immediately I saw that particular suspension, yesterday/today, I just said it was because of his statement. Some APC members are already complaining that they've reached out, to their party to get forms, but they're telling them the forms have been sold out. Meanwhile, they told them to go carry out all of, the processes. They've done everything. Why are they not selling forms? And another person actually said that, oh, they're actually keeping those forms for the incumbents, people that are still in power. They're keeping forms. Now, you are keeping form for yourselves. Why did you actually ask people to come to you? If you know the form will not, go round, if you know you won't even make it accessible, why should you and why did you? You understand? Ask people to move to you. So is this convention, about party unity or Tinubu tightening, his grip on APC? I'd like you to give clarity.
One thing is this. It's not possible that form can be exhausted. I'm hearing form is exhausted.
So we heard.
Is it not to print the paper and pick one out of
and they're willing to buy.
You get it. Form can be as much as even 1,000. The important thing is that everybody will come and show that, to the delegate that
they are qualified.
Yes. And the delegate will now have the opportunity of making a choice. But when I say form is finished, you get what I'm saying? No more forms. That means it's being hoarded. That's what is called hoarding now. You get it? So when it comes to democracy, I don't see APC as the party as democratic. You get it? Because I know them from when it comes to even grassroots to the top, how they've been moving along, all this party joining and everything, and that there's no democracy there. Somebody will eventually come out and say, no, this is the person I want. This is the one, I don't want this one. And then everybody will go along with it. That's the way they've always been running. That's why even in the last local government election in Lagos State, it happens that way. There are some aggrieved people who they told not to collect from. They went and I have the right to collect. They collected the form. They didn't allow them to enter the convention.
So I was told. So I was told.
They didn't allow them to enter.
So I was told.
They blocked them from coming in and finished the whole convention without these people coming in. You get it? So at the end, somebody will have to give them the list of who he or he wants. And then that is the people that will come. But, I keep saying a bottle of ink, even it's a soup, a very good soup, and you keep adding salt. Salt is good. And you keep adding salt, you taste it, it's tasty. You add more salt, it's tasty. It add more salt, it will get to a level that the salt will spoil that soup. Is that not it?
Yeah.
That's what is going to happen to APC. Because all these people coming in, but it will get to a level where the grip will not be able to hold very well again. You get it? And then it will explode. And it's coming to that. Now, already now, you see some people telling you that they can't get, they said form is...
yes, they've suspended one of them, yes. They said instead for them to mention that, oh, this was the reason why they're suspending him, instead they said, oh, they're suspending because of anti-party. And I didn't see, that particular
situation. You give him a money to come and defend himself.
Do you understand?
You're supposed to set up a committee, a panel to see whether...
I didn't see that reasons tallying.
And then you invite him, he will come and defend himself before you conclude. Some people will just sit down and say no, because somebody is pulling the shot. That's not democratic. So eventually it will come to that. You understand? It will come to that. It will explode because you have so many people coming in with different addiction. It's still going to cause its own issue. Because as of now, he's saying he doesn't want, it is the president that he supports.
Yeah.
Now, what about after 2027? Do you think he's not going to be ambitious? Do you think he will not have somebody who will support? Do you think it will align with the person the president will support? Do you think it will align with what every other person will support? Do you know that have you thought about that? That problem is coming up.
But of course, the same Wike is still saying that is PDP and PDP is one. So let's just...
And you want to tell me that PDP, any reasonable person, let me say, just say 70% of any reasonable person in PDP will ever vote for Wike if he happens to say he wants to come out. Any reasonable person in Nigeria will want to vote for him.
Mr. Lawal.
Do you know? Do you see what happens to Douala now?
Okay, Mr. Lawal, let me give clarity on this. In as much as you used the word any reasonable person, of course, let me just wave that off. But if you look at our political, system of government, you'd agree with me that it looks like when one's election is, drawing near, people naturally, decide to forget some certain, situations. Now, if you really want to talk about reasonable people who should not vote some certain people, let me not say certain elements, in our political space, do you know that even to almost all the ruling parties, the politicians that we are today, that some people are actually jumping at, some people are mentioning, they were not even meant to vote them. The same people in the ruling party, they were not meant to vote them. That was the reason why when I had the Lagos State chairman of ADC on Monday on the show, and I said, today, ADC is actually saying they want to save Nigeria. ADC is saying that they want to do, Nigeria a favor by, taking power from APC. They want to take us to the promised land. They are, the Messiah. And I asked him, who exactly is in ADC that has not been in the corridors of power before? What did they actually do differently? Are they now overnight saints that you can actually say that they are now better off than the people that are in the ruling party? I asked that question. And I would also love to ask you.
Yes, I'll go ahead.
Because
I already have my answers.
Because when you say, oh, I'm not making... The truth is, we want someone fresh and new with clear record. But do you think such person would ever emerge? That's the question. Do you think such person will be given the opportunity? That's the question. But of course, when we get to this point, we just say we want good governance. We just want someone that would hear the cry of the people, someone that can actually fix this nation for us. And that's where we always rest. And that's the reason why every now and then, it looks like we're recycling our situation, and sometimes it is being amplified, even becoming worse. So, if you are talking about just Wike alone, what Wike? Wike is part of that particular, category. But who exactly do you think should now be the clean savior that you feel that can actually, be the person that, you would now say, Nigerians are reasonable enough to vote for this particular one? Is there any saint amongst them?
Yes.
There's a saint among them. Please give me 5.
Okay, good. One is one. You said one person.
Give me 5, please, Mr. Lawal. For clarity.
Do you know the problem we have?
Mr. Lawal, just start with the 5, please. Give me 5.
I will not start counting because...
With names?
Wait, you see, I will not start counting.
Okay.
I will mention some, but I will not count. You know why?
Okay.
The reason is because it is said that the empty drum makes the loudest noise. That doesn't make people to hear.
Okay.
If we have, a free, fair election, we have INEC that is independent.
Not complicit.
Complicit, yes. And then we have electoral law that is fair and objective. Honestly, you will see the right people actually getting into the corridor of power. But the problem we have is because these people who actually, these people ruining this country, who have a grip of the power, don't want to let it keep, they keep shocking everything. That's what we are having. See, that even our electoral system is worse compared to the time of Babangida. The time of Babangida annulled the election. Do you know that? He annulled the election. We say it was bad then, but do you know it's worse than that? Do you know it's worse? with this electoral system that we have now, this electoral law makes this electoral system the worst in Nigerian history. It's the worst. In fact, I've never seen electoral law as worse as Nigerians across the world. I've never seen the one in the world that compares to Nigerian electoral law. So bastardized. You are telling me in a law, you made a law and the president signed it, that forgery is not a yardstick for disqualifying a candidate. You are telling me, and it was signed to law. Does it make sense? Tell me in the whole of this world that something like that is done. That somebody who forged a certificate to get elected, that the moment it's discovered, that thing is gone. That you can never use it against that person. Tell me which country in this world something like that is done. That's why I said they set us back even worse than the time Babangida was there. And it's not going to affect only the electoral system, our election. It's going to affect our education. It's going to affect our industries. It's going to affect our mentality, our morality. Because you have just legalized what? Fake. That you can go ahead and do fake things. So why do you need to go to school? If you can just go ahead and buy certificates, and then the moment you spend money, the moment you get elected, that is gone. No matter what, even if they discover it, nothing can happen to you. Because the electoral law says it cannot be used against you. So you just continue. You get it? How do you make students or children in school be serious? You have a child. How can you tell your child that, look, you have to be serious, so don't get involved in examination malpractices. So be serious with your work. Do you think that child will take you serious? The moment he's aware of that in this law, he will tell you that, Daddy, forget about that. What I need is money. The moment I get into power, that one is irrelevant. That's gone.
Mr. Lawa is
so
trying
how
to shake
do you
the
now
table.
tell me? How do you now have the right people in power? These people who are there. Obi has been going all over the place, telling them that you can come out and challenge me. He said it openly, and I'm waiting for EFCC to carry
I'm still waiting for.
I've mentioned one for you.
Okay, one. So I'm listening. So
Showore is one of them.
Okay.
I think we have not seen anything wrong with, because I've asked people so many times for you to come up with reasonable things. They said he asked me, Kanu. Generally, I said, does that make sense to you? Because he has a company, therefore you can't work. See, I mean when I say this, some people say, why are you making cooperation? When you look at what is happening abroad, you get it. Okay, look at Akpabio. The person that did the election, which put Akpabio in office, is serving jail time. Is that election supposed to be accepted? But nobody talks about that. You get it? Look at so many others. And the same Senate passed that law that the moment you forge certificates and you are elected, that is the end. So,
but when I usually want people to give clear.
I've mentioned two.
Clear. I'm coming.
Let's
Clear.
do those two.
I'm coming. Clear.
I'm also one of them.
Clear. Oh, that's lovely. Clear analysis. When you talked about that of Akpabio's conversation as regards to Akpabio was not meant to be a senator ticket for their convention for presidency, right? He stepped down, so he didn't have the senatorial. He didn't have that ticket. Yes,
he
wasn't an aspirant. Senatorial aspirant. Yes, because he only went in for presidency, and that was what the Electoral Act said. And of course, we didn't know how he did the abracadabra. He got the same ticket again, and is now a senator. The reason why I'm saying we shouldn't stop there, of course, the former president of the Senate, Ahmad Lawa, the same thing happened, where his counterpart, Mashina, is the guy's name. And till now, we didn't know how he collected that particular ticket from Mashina. But we shouldn't stop there. Don't forget that the former Sokoto state governor, Tambuwa, also got a ticket for presidency. And he stepped down for Atiku Abubakar against Wike. So how did he also get the senatorial ticket to actually be in the house? So one thing I want you to always do, usually for me, I want a situation where analysts would come on the show, you balance situation. You don't just talk about the APC and leave another person. Because this particular thing, I can start giving you more names.
That's why I said INEC. I use the word INEC.
I'm coming, Mr. Lawa, I can start giving you more names for you to know that everybody is actually linked to this web. Everyone, both in ADC, both in PDP, both in APC.
Not all of them.
Mr. Lawa, are you following what I'm saying? Both in APC, both in ADC, and PDP, Labour Party, anyone you want to call it, in one way or the other, one or two of what they actually went against or that protected them in that 2022 Electoral Act, covered them, they never raised any alarm. If that thing did not favor some of them, they should have raised alarm. PDP never did, because it saw so many of their members as well move into that particular red chambers. But today, when we want to mention something, we just call Akpabio, we just call Ahmad Lawa, we just call, every other person in the APC. What happens to the people in the PDP that has just moved now to the ADC? This is the reason why I'm saying.
We call them out.
I just helped you to call Tambuawa as from PDP to ADC now. So my issue now, Mr. Lawa, is that when we say these certain people should not even be voted for at all, the ones that you are keeping, that you feel they are the saints, do you really think they don't also have baggages?
See.
But let me move from there. Let's come back to the APC's conversation.
Yes.
We really have so much to discuss on Monday. And I think on Monday, officially, I have to announce it. On Monday's topic would be a state of the nation. So that we can have time to talk about every, areas that concerns the country. And with that, we will be free to touch everything.
Yeah.
So just get set. On Monday, we'll actually go to it, just you and I. Now, when it comes to this APC's situation with governors and 800,000 plus delegates in one room, are we still going to say that APC is the one calling the shot, or it is about the president calling the shot? What do you think?
Well, I know that.
And let me add this also. We also heard that Abuja has been shut down. I was opportune to be. I was opportune to be. There in 2022. So I knew what it feels like, where hotels everywhere is booked. Even for you to go to a restaurant, you don't have. Everywhere is totally locked down. So, is this about parties' money, or this is our state's funds?
We even have accountability. You should ask.
No, I need to also add that. Aside from the first question I asked you, who is calling the shot? Is it the party? Because governors and 8,000 plus delegates are locked together presently. They are somewhere. If Univ, they are at the Eagle Square. But governors brought their delegates. You understand? And everybody has been singing on your mandate for one man. You understand? So is it still about the party, or it is the president now that is calling the shot?
We all know that it's the president. Maybe
they talked about transparency, so I would like.
I was transparent about that now. Let's see now. Maybe if they allow the press, freedom of press in that place that day, from inside and outside. That is, when I mean freedom of press, not selected press stations. So every press station that wants to be there, be present, should be allowed to be present. Let it be shown live. Let everybody see what is going on there live. Then at the end, we can have comments whether truly it is, or while it is going on, everybody will see what is going on there. Because what I've seen before sings its own music separately. So let's see whether they have a separate music to sing now. You get it? Let's see whether that 30. How many governors are 32 who have been singing on your mandate will not go against that mandate? Let's see now. I wish I leave everything open. You get it? But my one is this: let the press have opportunity of showing it live what is going on there. You get it? Then I will know as it is going on that truly, APC is democratic. But apart from that, I hold that APC is not democratic.
Okay, so Mr. Lawa, you're saying APC is not democratic. I would have even wanted to ask, because looking at the whole situation now, just like you said, I think what you are really saying is that this is not about leadership election anymore, or maybe let's call it a coronation in plain sight.
That's why I say it's not democratic. Democracy means that it's law of majority. So if it's not of law of majority, it's not democratic now. If one person will decide, so we'll know. Because one thing is this: we're supposed to have been seeing some coming out, some aspirants trying to say that, oh, me too, I want to go for. Have you heard about any, maybe 2 or 3 persons compared to maybe ADC or maybe Labour? You can finger somebody and say this one wants to go for presidency, this one wants to, this one is talking, this one. You can also say, but when it comes to, can you mention somebody else apart from the president? Where they went to Akwa Ibom and destroy people who put, they destroy. You now want to show your. You get what I'm saying now? You can see the way the whole system is is volatile.
Rick, now, so in conclusion, because we're pressed for time and we have to go in 30 seconds. So if you are to look, at the APC's convention, and of course, with the way APC's, movement has been so far, if you are to talk about the political party, do you think that they are still really, running the party the way a political party should be run, or it is just one man calling, all of the shots? And the reason why I'm saying this is because for now, we've not seen any aggrieved members. For now, we've not seen anyone taking anyone to court. In as much as Dagogo said that he paid about 5 million, to get the form. They've not seen any form. They met all requirements, and now it's been suspended. So, do you think that the party is really running, the way every other political party should run? And what do you see in the coming days as regards to the APC? Maybe your projections, rather. So.
We all know the projections now. The president will be President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be the candidate. We all know that. And then any other person that comes along, flow with what is mandate, will also follow suit. That's all now.
So there won't be any litigation, no court case, no nothing?
What will happen?
And some people are actually saying because of this ticket thing that APC might, start having internal issues. Do you see it coming?
Normally, APC will have, it's not that they don't have internal issue.
They don't. They say they don't.
They do. Even locally now, I just told you one, which you confirmed.
Okay.
It's not that, how do we got to know about it? I'm not APC member now.
Oh, you're not APC member.
People talk about it. And then you get to hear about it. So you have agreed people, but they have a way of shutting them down. Either maybe through threats or whatever, or maybe through settlement.
Okay. So you said, Mr. Lawal, we have to go. Just like you said you are not an APC member. So which party are you? Which party do you belong to?
I belong to the party of Nigeria moving forward.
Okay. Thank you so much for being part of the show, Mr. Lawal. Hoping to see you on Monday for that particular conversation, State of the Nation. And of course, that is how far we can actually go on the show. Don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of Vop Media. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, stay tuned, please. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlords should give tenants at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status, should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course, we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse. Football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelihan. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Hey, you guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana. Representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continue talk, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots of years. Exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continue talk, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because Vop is the plot.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to Vop TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur Vop TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, Vop TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much. Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
APC shuts down Abuja, declares work-free Friday for party convention. Kwakwanso intensifies ADC consultations, visits Arabeshola. Factional PDP NEC meets amid search for lasting peace. Carlo promises 150 million votes for Tinubu in 2027. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. But we also advise you to obey community regulations. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and political affairs analyst. He's here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Anosike, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Thank you for having me.
I called you Mr. Anosike.
You should be using a PhD.
Okay,
me?
Peter Anosike, PhD.
To differentiate from those without even first degree that are answering doctors.
Okay, medical doctors, you mean? Will that make you happy? Good evening, Dr. Anosike. Now, let's get into it. Nigeria's ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, held its national convention in Abuja, that's today, with about 8,453 delegates in attendance. Key figures including Bola Tinubu, that's Nigeria's president, my president, your president, members of his cabinet, and 32 state governors participated in the two-day event. But according to Information Minister Mohammed Idris, the convention tagged Unity in Progress, consolidating the renewed hope agenda will focus on electing new party executives, reviewing achievements, and shaping future strategies. Preparations have been finalized to ensure a smooth and transparent process at the Abuja's Eagle Square. Well, former Katsina Governor Aminu Masari, I think that's the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, stated that all committees are ready and no legal challenges are expected. I'm sure he's talking about legal challenges because a certain Fubara Dagogo had gone to court to stop that convention, but it didn't happen. Now the convention is on the way as we speak. He emphasized that the party will strictly follow zoning arrangements, warning that aspirants contesting outside their designated zones may be attempting to disrupt the party. Dr. Anosike, let's have your broad reaction to the APC's convention in Abuja, which shut down Abuja and declared work-free day for civil servants.
Economy is my area of strength. So my concern is one, declaring a work-free day. This is the first time that this is happening in the history of Nigeria, understand? That a party wants to do its convention and gives a work-free day.
For civil servants in Abuja, federal civil servants in Abuja.
Work-free day.
Yes.
So do you know how much the country must have lost because of this?
Now you tell us, we don't know.
So that's why I keep on saying we are in an era of impunity, understand? Because this has never happened before. This is not a government, this is a political party giving work-free day. All the 16 years that PDP was in power, they never gave a work-free day for civil servants because of their convention. This is a political party, not government. Assuming it is federal government that is doing something, it would have been understandable. But this is a political party, so does it mean that the day that ADC want to do their convention, that civil servants will also be given a work-free day?
That's one of the questions I wanted to ask you. But before we get to that level, you know, I'm looking at, let's look at both sides of the coin, you know. This is the first time APC has a record of recording first, because this was also the first time that we are witnessing 32 state governors getting involved in a convention. Now, these 32 state governors are going to fly into Abuja. As we speak, they're already in Abuja with their commissioners, with their aides, personal assistants, family members, and all of that. Now, the argument is that there is going to be gridlock in Abuja. You know, there's going to be a logjam, hotel spaces are no longer available, and all of that. So, will it have been better for workers to suffer the logjam arising from the presence of 32 governors, you know, or sacrifice one-day work for Nigeria? Which one would be better off for Nigeria?
For this, this political party, not government.
Okay.
So would the other parties be treated the same?
No, before we get to that, let's answer this question first. Let's clear this one. I mean, workers that, you know that in Abuja, some people live as far as Nasarawa State and they commute every day to Abuja. Now, this is a situation where we have, you know how our governors roll here.
You are trying that to justify.
I'm not justifying. I'm asking
or
you.
You are trying that to justify. What does it? This is a political party. This is not government.
Okay.
This is not government. No political party has the power to give work-free day.
Okay. Are they winning because they are the ruling party?
Assuming it is maybe Enugu state government is doing something. Now, civil servants are under their payroll. Civil servants are not under the payroll of APC. So APC has no power to give them work-free day. So we shouldn't try that to justify what is not
Dr.
right.
Nasike, I think you are missing the point when you say I'm trying to justify. I just asked a question. You said you are an economist. And
That's what I'm asking you. Do you know how much that Nigeria has lost because of this work-free day?
And because you are business inclined, you're an economist, I'm asking you what of the toll it will take on human lives. The best thing for you to answer is it will not, or it will, instead of saying that I'm not justifying it.
I'm relying on precedent.
Okay.
PDP was in power for 16 good years.
Okay. And it never happened.
It never happened.
Okay.
Why should it happen now? And those 16 years, there were civil servants in Abuja. Did they complain?
But at no point did you have 32 governors converge in Abuja for convention.
But even if it's just one state governor, did they complain? Then again, it comes from the whole state, isn't it?
Okay.
The same thing.
Yes.
So the civil servants complain, the answer is no.
Okay.
So why now?
Why now? Now, the APC, like I said, has it's more like a pattern. They are recording manifest. You record that at some point.
Negative first.
Negative first, according to you. You record that at some point, the president hosted the next meeting of APC in Aso. You recall?
Yeah, sure.
And Nigerians were like, hey, what are you doing? I mean, it's a party affair. Why are you
going to the state house?
To the state house, you know? And so because Nigerians didn't kick that time, do you think that is the reason why, they have the leeway, to do this now?
For me, you should be thinking.
Okay.
You should be thinking because posterity will not always judge you. Understand? Before you want to do anything, ask yourself, is this action right or wrong? What would the masses, even if they don't talk, understand? How would they feel in their minds? Understand me? Even if they did not complain, how would they feel? In next 10 years, how will people feel about this action that I'm taking today? And I'm telling you, in the next 10 years, people will complain about this.
Okay.
In the next 10 years, people will complain about this. Even those of them in the APC today who are doing it because they are in power, in the next 10 years, they will tell you that this is not right.
Right, okay. By then, they will be out of power.
By then, they will be out of power and back to their senses.
Back to their senses. Now, let's return to the issues you raised before. Now, do you think that the APC would be magnanimous enough, to, extend this kind of goodwill to either the PDP or probably ADC or Labour Party? Peradventure, they want also to hold their convention in Abuja. Do you think that they will be magnanimous enough?
My concern is not APC. My concern is federal government.
Okay.
My concern is federal government. And for there to be a level playing field, what is done to Party A should be done to Party B.
That is my question. Now, we have the APC as the ruling party in government. They have done this probably because they are in office. Let's say, like ADC congresses will start on the 7th and culminate in their national convention sometime around 17th of April or so. Do you think that the federal government will say, okay, because, we held our own convention in Abuja and we had to declare work-free day. ADC is doing the same thing. Do you think that they will be kind enough?
They will not. They will not.
All gives you the impression that they will not.
This is a gang. It's not even a political party. I don't see APC as a political party. I'm seeing it as a gang. Understand? Because every political party has a board of directors.
Board of trustees.
Board of trustees. And that's a kind of an elderly
advisory, yes.
that the a kind of advices, controls, understand me. But for the since 2015, 2014 that this party came on board up to today, they have not thought it wise that to have that BOT.
Is it for the BOT to have a meeting or to have? But I think they
just to constitute a BOT.
They do have a BOT.
Who is the chairman of their BOT?
I am thinking that they do have a
Who is the chairman of their BOT?
Before the president hosted the meeting of NEC in Aso Rock.
APC has no BOT.
APC has no BOT, according to the
APC has no BOT.
Okay, so because
even
of that,
as scattered as PDP is, they still have a factional BOTs.
One by our brother Adolphus Mwambara and one by one Muhammad whatever.
Sure.
Now, I'm asked, so you think that when you say that APC is a gang, what do you mean? Is it because they don't have a BOT? Is that what qualifies them as a gang?
BOT is like a father of that's or the council of elders.
Advisory council of elders.
Which means when you are going wrong, you have elders who will console you. But when you don't have father, understand me, you can do anything.
But they do have NEC, National Executive Committee,
which is far different from the BOT.
And they also have the National Working Committee,
which is still different from the BOT.
By the way, the highest decision-making organ, body in a political party is not the BOT, it's only advisory. But the National Executive Committee, are you aware of that?
But the members of the BOT are highly respected members of the party.
Advisory.
Understand me? Highly respected members of the party.
They can only advise, and the advice is not meant, it's not compulsory. The advice must not be taken. So I do appreciate the fact that APC doesn't have the BOT, but you also recognize the fact that they have NEC and NWC. So does that make them a gang? You said APC is a gang.
APC is a gang, and I'll keep on saying it.
Okay, so other parties, what are they? PDP is a political party, Labour is a political party, it is a political party.
I have told you
I know you have told
organs in a political party.
Okay, so because PDP has a BOT, it's not a gang.
No, it's not a gang.
Okay, so what makes APC a gang is because they don't have a BOT.
There's no fatherly control. That's why they are doing what they are doing.
That more like
assuming they have BOT, BOT will have advised him. A political party has no power to declare, to give work-free days.
Okay.
It is only government, because it's government that pays them. Does APC pay civil servants in Abuja?
Okay, Dr. Anosike, so APC to you is a congregation of gangsters. Am I correct?
100%.
Okay, now let's talk about the convention itself. You know, we hear that there are many layers of dissatisfaction within the party. A certain Fubara Dagogo had gone to court, you know, I think that was day before yesterday, to secure an injunction. According to him, to stop the South-South Congress, which held on Friday, by the way. Now, his grasp is what? His grasp is that he paid 5.1 million naira to APC, yet he couldn't get the expression of form and nomination, expression of interest and nomination form from the party. And he went to court. He said, no, so filed a suit to stop this convention that has started. But the convention is underway.
And
so these layers of this.
And the guy has been suspended.
And the guy has been suspended.
But mind you, Sunday Namido went to court to stop the PDP convention in Ibadan. Okay. And he was not suspended.
But the convention still held.
The convention still held.
So what's the difference?
Sunday Namido was not suspended.
Okay.
Going to court is expressing, understand, your fundamental human rights. Right, okay. Understand me? It's far better than taking the laws into your hand. Okay. I'm not happy with this. Let me go to court and seek for a redress.
So what does that tell you about it?
That's the gang I'm talking about.
Okay, the gangsterism you are
talking about. Exactly. Okay. This is one of the proofs of it. That this is a gang that has bestowed themselves on this country, and like narrator Onochie said, whatever they touch goes bad.
Whatever they touch goes back. Loretta Onochie, a former member of the APC, is now shredding APC. Whatever they touch goes back. Because, do you think it's because she didn't get back to office after Buhari left?
I'm telling you what she said.
Now I'm asking you, do you think, why is she saying that?
I'm not in her mind.
You are not in her mind, but you hear what she says.
Yes.
Now, what will be the outcome, you know, for the APC if these layers of dissatisfaction boil over? What could be the outcome for the APC?
One, we've already said what is going to happen. The FOBRA, there's no democracy in APC. So, buying your expression of interest form without getting permission from the supreme leader. Understand? Because as Iran have their own supreme leader, Nigeria also has our own supreme leader. So buying your form without getting clearance from the supreme leader, you are just wasting
your time.
Your time.
Okay, so you said what could be the outcomes if this level of dissatisfaction boils over?
Looking for other addresses.
Looking for other addresses.
Sure.
All right. Now, when you talk about the supreme leader, that looks more like a communist-style appellation. When you talk about the supreme leader or the secretary general, in China, like we had Stalin, we had Lenin, we had Brezhnev and Nikita Khrushchev and all of that. And now we have 32 governors, in the kitty of the APC. And you made reference to the supreme leader. I recall that I had a discussion with you on this program, and you said, well, Nigeria can never descend to one-party state. At that point, APC had only 28 governors.
I still stand on it.
But you're making reference to a supreme leader.
We have a supreme leader in the country, but we never have a one-party state.
Okay.
Understand? From this convention, because a lot of people were dribbled into joining APC.
Okay.
And a lot of them are not going to get their interest. That's what drove them
into the APC.
Those automatic tickets and so on will not stand. So when they see that what was promised was not given, they will begin to seek for alternatives.
But they can't go out because of the new Electoral Act.
Look,
at least to the level that you want to go and contest. You can leave and support another candidate, but you have lost that opportunity to contest.
Yes, but the most dangerous part in politics is not even defecting. It's staying inside the party and working against that party.
Okay. So you think that APC might get to that level where you have insiders working against the APC?
It will happen. It will happen.
Okay. And so how much of that will affect the political value, the electoral value of APC in 2027? Because it's not only Giadom. We hear a lot of governors, who were promised to come to APC. And I mean, it's very dicey for them.
Most of them are going to be disappointed. Most of them are going to be disappointed. Understand? Most of them are going to be disappointed. And that's why they hurriedly put this electoral, this amendment.
Okay.
So even if you are not given the ticket, you cannot go elsewhere. That you are stuck. Understand?
Okay.
You are stuck. Even when that promise is not made, you cannot go anywhere else.
Okay, let's talk about something. Something happened yesterday in Abuja. We will soon segue into the PDP problem. Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, yesterday hosted delegates to the APC National Convention, APC delegates to the APC National Convention from Rivers State at his residence in Abuja. I mean, those present at the meeting included the newly returned APC National Vice Chairman. That's talking about Victor Giadom himself. Senators, members of the House of Reps, and members of the State House of Assembly. PDP member hosting APC delegates in his home. What's going on?
Did you watch how the nomination of the council chairman in River State? Understand?
Go ahead, yes.
During the when they did their primary, so-called primary for the nomination of the That's of the current local government chairman in Rivers State. They were done in the same hall. Understand?
Okay.
APC and PDP, they did their primary in the same hall. So in River, that's what I tell you, that this is an era of impunity.
Okay.
This is an era of impunity, and there's nothing that they would do that will surprise me.
Now, during that time you are talking about, during the local government primaries, Wike said something. He said it's only in APC, in Rivers State, that have a unity of APC and PDP.
And PDP, yes.
PDP didn't kick, APC didn't kick. So why wouldn't he have his way?
No. He have it because he has money, he has security. Understand?
Okay.
Nnamdi Azikiwe say that it is only a madman that will confront a man with a gun.
Okay.
And MKO Abionda say you will not stand before a moving train to prove your braveness.
Okay, so now Wike is a man with a gun, and he's also a moving train, so nobody will confront him.
At all, in Rivers State.
In Rivers State. Now he's extending all of that to the national level.
He hosted the APC delegates from Rivers.
From Rivers State, you know.
So
no, beyond that, he's done a lot of things. I heard somebody say that, well, Wike is the most strategic politician in Nigeria at the moment. Do you agree with that assertion?
All those hyperboles is that irritates me. Somebody just being a nuisance.
Okay.
Somebody is just doing what even his children would hate him in the future.
A nuisance value that is in control.
To himself.
A nuisance that is in control. How do you explain
If you
that?
want to do something, ask yourself two things. This thing that I want to do, how will you feel about it in the next 10 hours, in the next 10 days and the next 10 years?
Okay.
If you know that you will feel happy about it, go and do it.
Does it look like he cares from what you see around him?
They always go to them, they always care.
Okay, they always care. All right, let's move away from that. PDP chieftain hosting APC delegates in his house in Abuja, one of its kind. Well, Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, former governor of Kano State, recently met with Rauf Aregbesola, a former minister and current ADC national secretary in Abuja. The meeting comes amid growing speculation that Kwakwanso may leave the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. This development follows another high-profile gathering days earlier where Kwakwanso hosted Peter Obi and other political figures, including Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde. These meetings have fueled discussions about possible political realignments ahead of future elections. Well, there are indications that Kwakwanso, alongside his influential Kwansia movement, could defect to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, or potentially push for a merger between parties. While no official decision has been announced, the meetings suggest ongoing strategic consultation within Nigeria's political landscape. Dr. Nosike Obi visited Kwakwanso, and after that, Kwakwanso said he was open to either presidential or vice presidential ticket. Now he visited Aregbesola. Is it like looking for validation from high quarters or just a perfunctory exercise? What do you see?
Our constitution talks about freedom of association.
Okay.
And we also have freedom of movement.
Okay.
You can visit whoever you want
to visit.
And but in Nigeria, we read politics that's in everything. Understand? So politics is about consultation. It's about strategy. Understand? One, he has been a two-term governor.
Former minister.
He has been a senator. He has been a minister. So what is he going to do in APC?
In ADC?
In APC. What is he going to do in APC?
Okay.
And that's
I understand. Yes,
all,
I understand.
That's understand me. All Progressive Congress.
Yes.
What will be national chairman fetch him? Nothing. He cannot be vice president in APC.
Why?
No. Tinubu is going to choose a Christian as a VP.
You have been very insistent on this. What,
Yes.
what gives you that impression?
He's going to choose a Christian as a VP. Understand me? So, where he has the chances of getting his either president or vice presidential candidate is in the opposition.
He's in the opposition.
Understand?
Okay.
And I feel that is what he is doing by consulting.
By consulting.
Understand?
Okay, he also said that, well, if I can't get the presidential ticket, I could do with the vice presidential ticket. Now, you raise a point now that I want us to talk about, the fact that Tinubu is going to choose a Christian. Do you think that choosing a Christian for Tinubu in 2027, that the Muslim North is not going to work against him?
One, I have said it in many fora that in 2027, that whatever side that Tinubu chooses, he's going to get hot. Understand?
Okay.
Dumping Shetima people will kick. Shetima is very, very influential in Borno State.
In the Northeast, as a matter of
Understand me? Then, picking a Christian, they don't have any substantial person that they have not groomed any Christian that has the influence in the North.
Okay.
Understand me? So it is also going to affect him.
So
then,
okay.
Then saying because of numbers, let me continue with a Muslim ticket, Western world will kick.
Western world will kick. Nigerians will even kick. Western world will
Western world will kick because it will be a confirmation of of the discrimination against Christians, which American and Congress people has been talking about.
Okay, so more like the president is confronted with what is called the devil's alternative.
The devil's
Whichever
alternative.
option he chooses,
Understand me?
He's going to get hot. Now, let's come back to Kwakwanso and all of that. Some people think that Areboshola is Tinubu's eye in ADC. Do you agree? That they've come a long way, right from local government works commissioner, governor of Osun State, and that what we see as parting ways is more like a smoke screen. Do you agree with that?
No. Oyetona broke the relationship. If people are following,
okay,
understand? Oyetona.
Take us through all of that.
Oyetona broke the relationship.
Okay.
Because one, Tinubu made that's Arebosona who he is.
Today. Okay.
That even when he was a commissioner in Lagos State and now went to Osun that to contest for governorship, Tinubu did not appoint a commissioner for works. He wants to make sure that Arebosona gets what he wants. So it was this Ganiyu Johnson that was there as a director until he won his case in Osun, because they have that to go through
court process.
When Justice Ayo Salami was doing the bad job that's for Boname Tinubu. Understand me?
No, I don't understand. What do you mean by doing bad job for him?
Go and read the Salami's report, judgment in Osun and in Ekiti.
Who wrote it?
Salami.
He wrote himself.
He was the appeal court judge at the time.
Okay, so his report. Are you talking about the
judgment?
The judgment
the judgment.
Okay.
Understand me? Which is still controversial up to date.
Okay.
Understand? So,
I'm sorry. In that judgment, did Ayo Salami indict himself? Because when you said he was doing the bad job for Tinubu,
if you check from that's 2004, understand?
Yes.
All the ACN governors came to the court.
Okay.
Osho Monday, understand me? Ekiti, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And that was the time that Ayo Salami was there at at the appeal.
But that was not the first time governors came through court. Yes. Lucky Benedion came through court. Is it? Or no, okay, Oshomola that replaced Oshomola that replaced Osumbo. Professor Osumbo.
Mondo Sumbo.
Mondo Sumbo, okay.
So the issue, Tinubu and Aribo has come a very long way. Okay. Understand?
No, I want the part that Oyetola broke it. Yes.
Broke it, understand? Brought that enmity between them.
How did he do that? Briefly.
When he was contesting for
governorship of Washington State. Okay.
And Oyetola is a cousin to
Tinubu. Okay, now Arebo Shola didn't want Oyetola.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but Tinubu wanted Oyetola.
Yes.
Okay, and so because of that, they couldn't agree.
Yes, sure.
All right. Now, let's interrogate briefly the value of Kwakwanso in the ADC. Let's assume, that he gets running men with Peter Obi. Are they able to upset, APC?
I keep on saying it, and I'm ready to die with this view that Tinubu is not a strong candidate.
Tinubu is not a strong candidate.
What makes him strong is that the opposition is weak.
Okay, that the opposition.
Once the opposition is strong, you see that the incumbent is weak. Understand? So the parties in opposition have been unable to get their acts together.
Now, if you talk about the opposition being weak, we see a lot of mobilization that the ADC is doing. We see a lot of northerners leave the APC to ADC. That sense of unity, is it going to drive any momentum, for the opposition, for the ADC? Recall that Seriaki Dixon, the owner of brand new NDC, was also at NDC, Congress. Is the coalition of Congress? We hear NDC, was also in Kwakwanso's residence, where Sheyi Makinde was also there. So do you think that with Kwakwanso's presence and the fact that ADC has said, well, we are open, to discussions with other political parties, if the
that's a coalition.
That's a coalition.
Sure, that's a coalition.
So,
and that's how APC came on board in 2014.
Isn't it a little too late for the APC to do that? Is it not late for them? I mean, less than 1 year into the
What election. Nigeria needs is just an umbrella.
Just an umbrella.
A platform. Understand me? It is Nigerians that are going to decide who will rule them.
Okay, just a platform.
Sure, and an acceptable.
Okay, when you talk about umbrella, I hope you are not talking. Are you talking about the PDP umbrella?
I said what Nigeria needs is an umbrella.
That's a platform.
Sure, a platform.
Okay,
PDP umbrella is torn.
It's torn.
It's torn.
Okay, I wanted us to be clear. I wanted you to be clear on that because we're going to talk about PDP now.
It's torn. It's torn.
The Tani Muturaki-led National Working Committee, NWC of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the umbrella that you say is torn, is currently, as we speak, in a closed-door meeting with the Board of Trustees, BOT, led by Adolphus Nwabara in Abuja. While a similar meeting held on Wednesday, day before yesterday, the Turaki-led group said it was open to reconciliation with the camp led by Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike. Turaki also confirmed that talks were showing positive signs of getting to a truce. Well, the Abdul Rahman Mohammed-led Ketka Committee, which is of the Wike faction, had insisted that it was open to reconciliation and listed some conditions, which includes that the planned national convention scheduled for March 29 and 30 must hold. Present at the meeting were Turaki himself, Nwabara, former governor of Niger State, Babangida Aliyu, former governor of Kano State, Ibrahim Shekarau, and former information minister, Professor Jerry Gana. Sheyi Makinde was absent at the meeting. Bala Mohammed was being expected as at the time we got in on the air. Now, what do you see there? In all of this, Sheyi has been at the other end and Wike at the other end. And all of a sudden, they are calling for reconciliation. And Sheyi is absent. Bala Mohammed is visibly not present. Before we came in here, I reached out and they said he hadn't joined the meeting. What do you see there? Does it look like it's some kind of peace that might not work?
There cannot be any reconciliation. Understand? Did you listen to Phoenix Moka yesterday? The Tinubu's campaign
from the PDP.
Then you are leading campaign. Understand? You also want PDP to produce a presidential candidate. So it doesn't make any sense.
Will it be just to fulfill our righteousness?
No,
Probably field a feeble presidential
I've been
candidate,
saying
one that
this.
is not too strong.
I've been saying this in the last 2 years that PDP will not have any presidential candidate in 2027. Understand me? That's why I was saying if Atiku want to contest, he should leave PDP. Understand? Because
now he has left.
He has left.
Okay.
And imagine Nelson Wike hosting a APC delegate from River State and trying to reconcile PDP. It's only people who are out of their minds. Even I cannot imagine this scenario anywhere in the world.
All right, now, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, has explained that his friendship with FCT Minister Nyesom Wike should not be interpreted as an endorsement of the 2027 ambition of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But you understand that Saraki is still a member of the PDP. Now, Saraki also denied the report that he was secretly working for President Tinubu, adding that he's not the type of person and that he stands by what he does. The former Senate President said that though he did not like the style and position of Wike, they both share the belief that the PDP must not fail. Do you think that Saraki and all those that benefited from the PDP, have been fair to the party? Talk about former presidents Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan. Talk about former Vice President Namadi Sambo, Atiku Abubakar, former Senate President Ken Nnamani, Pius Anyin Pius.
Those people are
all of those people are in the
now.
APC now and even trying to get into. So do you think they have been fair to the party that made them, the party that gave them life?
One for me, talking about Bukola Saraki.
Sorry, Bukola.
There's one thing that I'm not comfortable with. Somebody telling you that I'm neutral. Nobody can be neutral. Nobody can be neutral. Anybody that's telling you that is neutral is very, very dangerous.
Okay.
Anybody on earth that tells you that he is neutral is very, very dangerous. Understand? So telling you that he is neutral, to me, from the body language of most Nigerians, he is working for Tinubu.
Some people say
from his body language, he is working for Tinubu because, mind you, the convention in Ibadan, he didn't go.
Okay.
He did not go to the convention. He was saying, let us forget about this convention and appoint a reconciliation committee, whatever. So he and Nyesom Wike are playing the same game just to keep PDP down. Understand? So I wonder what he thinks he will get at the end. He has become Senate President. He has become
he has been governor
on 2 occasions. So for me, I don't know if he's broke now and needs money from the APC. But right now, I don't trust him. Okay. Right now, I feel that he is working more for Tinubu
than for the PDP. Okay, now in the midst of this rapprochement,
you cannot be hot and cold and at the same time.
Like somebody said that neutrality is cowardice. Do you agree with that?
100%.
100%.
100%.
Now, in the midst of this rapprochement between the Wike camp and the Makinde camp, something happened yesterday. A federal high court issued a bench warrant for the arrest of Taminu Turaki.
Yeah, sure.
What's going on? Do you think he's politically related?
One, this is intimidation. Okay. Understand me? Because Wike owns the courts. Understand? So he can get whatever he wants. He can use the court to harass, to intimidate anybody. But like I keep on saying, every medicine has expiry date. Okay. This thing will end very soon.
How soon? How soon do you think?
It can never go beyond
2027.
It can never go. It can never go beyond 2031.
Can never go beyond 2031.
And their senses will begin to return. Understand me? Okay. So Turaki is a senior advocate of Nigeria.
I wanted to come to that. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. So why was he caught napping, you know? Didn't he know all of this? He was not appearing in court and all of that. But in any case, he has appealed that warrant. So
sure, he has appealed, but to me, all these things has a political undertone.
Okay.
Because
so you think he's not
he is not yielding to Wike's arrangement. So the only thing is to use court to.
But even before they issued the court warrant, the warrant of arrest, he had also said, well, we are looking for peace. I think we should end all of this. So are they trying to press him further?
It is to put more pressure on him. Understand me? Okay. It is to put more pressure on him to use the court to keep him busy. While they begin to perfect what.
Okay. All right, let's move away from that, and we're almost coasting home. Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, number 6, he calls himself, has tasked the Renewed Hope Partners, HRP, to mobilize 150 million supporters nationwide for Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 elections. He gave the directive while hosting members of the group from Edo, Ekiti, and Katsina in Abuja. Kalu said the group's mission is to promote the government's achievements and spread the Renewed Hope agenda across communities, including markets, religious centers, campuses, and local government. He added that the initiative also aims to build nationwide structures and drive online registrations to expand its support base. Beyond election mobilization, Kalu noted that the group will also advocate for key reforms such as women's political representation, independent candidacy, local government autonomy, and state policing. Members and coordinators across states pledge to intensify recruitment efforts with early figures showing growing participation. Dr. Anosike, I would like for you to react broadly to this, briefly as well.
One, Benjamin Kanu is a shoe shiner. He just punching far more than his weight. Understand me? Benjamin Kanu is a shoe shiner. He just punching far more than his weight.
But he's the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives.
By accident.
Well, but he's there.
By accident. So, he, in Abia, who knows him?
Well, you know him, I know him. Both of us come from Abia. He's number 6.
What is 6 my foot?
But he's number 6.
6
he's
my
the
foot.
Speaker of
6
the House
my
of
foot.
Representatives.
6 my
whether
foot.
You, whether we like it or
when
not,
I'm talking about political heavyweights in Abia,
you don't mention him.
I don't mention because he's a shoe shiner.
Okay. When you say he became number 6 by accident, can you explain that a bit?
We know how those things. We know all the permutations that made him the so-called that whatever he is. That I don't think.
Did Akpabio become Senate president by accident?
Tinubu anointed him.
Did Tinubu become president by accident?
What is your former that's INEC chairman
Mahmoud Yakubu?
Mahmoud declared him.
So was it planned or was it by accident?
By roguery.
By roguery.
By roguery.
I want to that word that Ben became Senate Deputy Speaker by accident. That's what I don't know.
Understand me? So let us go into it.
Okay.
One, he's not a political heavyweight.
He's not a political.
And since then, he has been throwing his little weight around for people
to notice him.
That notice him. That's all he is doing. Understand? That is all so it will be stupidity on the leadership of APC to counter on him.
Okay, to rely
because he has no weight.
He has no weight. Dr. Anosike, 150 million supporters, more like translating to 150 million votes. That's quite audacious. How many votes did the 3 of them score in 2023? And what has changed between then and now?
That shows you that that's just a noisemaker.
Okay.
That shows you that he is just a noisemaker. In 2023, we didn't get up to 25 million votes.
Okay.
Understand? Tinubu is 8 million. Abubakar and Obi is 12 million.
Okay.
Understand me? That's 13 million. We didn't get up to 25 million. Just 3 years ago. And you're not talking of 150.
Now, when you say he's a noisemaker because of that, a lot of some people, by the way, see him as being very audacious. What do you think?
For me, it is stupidity.
It's stupidity.
It is stupidity.
Okay, now, Ben Carlo has said 150 million votes. We hear people like, what's his name? Okpebolo, Mondo Okpebolo say, I'm going to mobilize 2.5 million votes for Tinubu, and if I don't do that, I will resign. We saw Babagana Zulum, governor of Borno State, say that, in fact, that Tinubu will win all the seats, that APC will win all the seats in Borno State. In fact, beyond Nigeria. When they come out like this, are they relying on the is it that they want to snatch it, grab it, and run with it? You know?
In recent time, I've not been to Borno in the last 10 years.
Okay.
But the information is that Zundum is doing well.
Okay.
Understand? But the landscape is changing.
It's changing.
If, like he's going to do, if Tinubu drops Shetima, he has also dropped his votes. Okay. Understand me? Okay. He has also dropped his votes. So they are just making noise.
They are just making noise.
When we get to the bridge, we'll cross it.
Dr. Nosike, should I take that as a concluding thought? All right, then this is where we'll have to end this conversation. We've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much, Dr. Anosike. I appreciate your presence on my show.
Thank you for having me.
Now, on behalf of the Backroom Star, Technical Director, Bus Manager, Sound Engineer, and Ingest Manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemdioto. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye for now.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop Tv. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrapchat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to Vop Tv. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much. Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Have it all. Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the Issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from the All Progressive Congress gearing up for National Convention to Saraki insisting PDP remains strong despite crisis. Also, Adelabu discloses power sector reforms attract $2 billion investment. Finally, Akpabio affirms creation of a Nyoma state. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Over 8,000 delegates and more than 30 governors are expected to converge for the All Progressive Congress National Convention. The event is seen as a critical moment for the party as it prepares for the 2027 general elections, with key decisions expected on party leadership and internal structure. Amid the build-up, former Senator Iyabo Obasanjo has thrown her weight behind the consensus approach to candidate selection. Speaking in a televised interview, she argues that consensus arrangements can help political parties produce stronger and more credible candidates rather than unpopular choices. The former senator disclosed that parties are primarily driven by the need to win elections and would not risk presenting candidates who lack grassroots support. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one guest we have in the studio, Elvis Elimihele. He is a senior reporter and a public affairs analyst. It's always a joy to have you join us.
Good evening, Nena. How is your
Good
day?
evening, sir. Fine, thank you.
Thank God it's Friday.
Yeah. You're always saying this. You're always saying this. You're going to enjoy your weekend and I'll still be here. But it's fine.
Thank God.
Let's start APC convention. You know, I saw my sister's status earlier today and she said, what's all this? Because she's in Abuja.
Okay.
And she was like, what's all this? Which kind of convention is this? And I laughed because I just can't imagine what they are feeling. She was like, the traffic in Abuja is something else. Even with we're in Lagos, and we're not even there. We already, it's like we understand the traffic or how jam-packed Abuja will be today and tomorrow. You know, it's like the long-awaited APC convention is here.
You know, they have not been a convention party. APC have never really done any convention.
Very true.
So it's like a father who has never had a child and now suddenly a child. So you know the celebration. But let me tell you, this is just mere jamboree because they want to come and show Nigerians rob themselves on us again. What is today? They said that there was no public offices were not open because of one-party convention. It starts from there. Even the other private persons that are doing their normal business to survive, most part of Abuja was locked down and they cannot even move as expected. So everything about APC is just to put Nigerians to strenuous life. And now they said it's going to be a consensus matter. Consensus, the list is already drawn up. So everybody that is coming to Abuja, they just want to come and spend their money, spend their state money, all the governors and all the other party leaders from the various states that they are bringing down, just for them to come and enjoy. Because they've already drawn up the list. It's just for them to read the list and say, this is the chairman, this is this, this is this. But Iyabo Obasanjo is saying that it's better and all that. If they do the same thing in political primaries, will she like it? That's a big question. Because she's aspiring to be governor of Ogun State. If they now draw up a consensus list, come May, June, July, when the primaries will be going on, and say this is our candidate, will she also, raise her hands for it and say, oh, this is a better one? Let us just try as much as we will to be Democrats, If they have allowed, I know definitely the party knows who they want, If they have allowed them, okay, just come and try yourself and pick the form, pick the ticket and pay whatever and then call me. At the end of the day, if you see that you don't have the number of candidate delegates that will be able to put you through, make you to win, you now go back and say, okay, maybe I'm not popular enough. But now, even those that are not popular now, once the party throws out the list, now, consensus, these are, those ones will be kicking up, saying, oh, we're not giving the opportunity, we're not giving the rightful opportunity. So I'm not really too carried away with their convention. It's just mere jamboree. They want to tell us they have 31 or 32 governors. That's what they do. So this weekend, I'm not even going to be close to the television because everybody I'm going to be seeing there are people that I'm not happy with. There are people that are, celebrating this sadistic situation we are in this nation. So I can't join them to be part of that. I'll keep myself busy with other things.
I was actually going to ask you when I started that some persons have termed this convention as a coronation.
It's just it's just they want to crown themselves. Yes, that's just mere jamboree. Nothing more. If you are coming to talk consensus, what is there? The list is already drawn up by who is who from the various states. All their states, all the 36 states, they've already drawn up the list of the executives that are going to, represent them in their respective states. And those executives, that's how they are still going to draw up this list in the primaries, political party primaries, when the time comes. So it's just a carryover because they know if they allow normal convention to go as expected, there will be crisis. There are new people who just joined the APC. There are people who have been having this APC as their party, even Conshine, when they were in opposition in their respective party. Now, those new persons that just came now, they've come to be the celebrated bride at the expense of those that have been toiling with the name of the party, even when they are in opposition, nothing is coming to them. Do you think it will work? So if you now allow, let's open it for both the old and the new, there will be issues. That's why they are not tactically trying to dodge it and say, oh, it's going to be consensus. If you know what they are laying, it's just like laying a dead man in a coffin because you can no longer talk. That's what they are just doing. They just want to, cover all these old members who have genuinely carrying the name of APC, whether they were in opposition or not in their respective state. They want to silence them because they have already given promises to this new one that came to join them that we are going to give you tickets. One of the understanding that brought them in, that they used to woo them into the party. Now, if they allow the the convention to go as expected, that promises may be dashed because if the executive they want in a particular state is not the person that is there, he might work against those people that they gave promise to. That's what they are trying to cover up. So all these are just designs, machination by APC. This is what they are known for. That's why they have never had convention over the years, because it's one person that is dictating the shots. And that's exactly what they are just covering up again and say convention. This is no convention, honestly. They should look at those people that have been carrying the flag of this party, even when the party was in opposition in their respective states, and respect them, and not come and silence their voice with the new persons that just came in, just adopted the party now, because they are coming in bigger, they are governors, they are commissioners, you understand? So all the men who have been laboring and toiling for this party that had it together over the years, they are going to be shoved aside.
Looking at all of what you've said, do you actually think that the aftermath of this convention, do you see, yes, we can't foresee the future, or just, just as, trying to just see what would happen. Do you see members who are disgruntled and dissatisfied? Do you see this convention bringing members or birthing members who are disgruntled and dissatisfied? Or do you think that there's a way they'll be able to, manage their differences, and then everybody will just, just show everyone?
Yeah, it's going to be tough with the disgruntled members, Nena, because the new electoral act has not favored them. APC has designed these things long before they now began to throw it to Nigerians. They designed it to favor everything that has to do with APC. The disgruntled members now, you and I, if I'm not happy with the party, I'll jump out and say, no, I'm no longer part of that party. Even no matter how close to the election, you see the way Obi left PDP last time and went into Labour and was able to razzle around Labour and, brought Labour to that prominence, getting almost about 6.something million votes. But the new electoral act now, with this kind of digital registration, now you must stay in a party before for at least 6 months before you can talk of. That's why they came up with a law of a double political party, having a dual political party, because they don't want you to jump out immediately out of their party. So you see, the disgruntled persons now are in APC now, maybe after the convention tomorrow or next tomorrow, they don't have anywhere to. They will only just swallow it and begin to allow their blood pressure to be rising because they are not happy with the party. Because the laws are already laid down now that if you jump out, you are now like talking about double political party. Then it's already against the law, electoral act, and the law of the country concerning election. So it doesn't favor the disgruntled members. So those that it will favor will now begin to celebrate themselves at the expense of those that who have been members of the party that may not be favored. So those are some of the things. They are clipped. they already clipped those people that will be that will not be dissatisfied with this convention. They are clipped because they can't move. And before you know, 6 months from now, we're almost talking about the election. The primaries will have gone. The candidates will have emerged in all the political parties and in the respective positions. So you just protest and lose it out. So they are going to swallow their pride, their dissatisfaction, and remain in the party as it is. So they already worked all these things down.
It's like as if a design that has just been designed.
Honestly, yeah,
the script
is just playing out. They've written it, they've played it, so they are now unveiling it to us. That's what you're saying.
But let's look at this consensus, this issue of consensus. Would you actually say that consensus, does it produce competence or just loyalty, if you are asked?
Well, it's more of loyalty. You understand? It's more of loyalty. Those people that the party believe that, oh, this person he's been close to us and it's my person. You're going to see the names that are going to fly. And by this time next week, we'll be analyzing all the names. You understand? It's not going to be different from, do you think they are going to remove your water? They may not remove him as the chairman. So it's just like, okay, let this one be here because he has been given an assignment. Let this one be here. It's just like sharing it. Let me give job to my boys. That's all it is. Because if you really want to talk of good convention or electoral system, you have to give an opportunity to people who are also members of. They already said direct primaries and consensus. That was the one the INEC said that they granted. Okay, direct primaries would have made it that everybody that's a card-carrying member of that political party can vote for somebody and say, I want this person to be the chairman of my party in my state. I want this person to be the secretary. Unfortunately, now those ones don't have any right again. They've been shoved aside. That would have given a little bit of fairness into, probably the person they believe, I didn't win because I don't have the popularity enough. One would have swallowed that. Then the other person that win would have been able to, although we see money exchange hand in all, but it's normal in Nigeria election. But now that a list is already drawn up, you just believe that, I'm far from the corridor of power. That's why my name was not in that list. Upon all I'll be doing for the party. So you see, protests can come from different angles. But this process, what's going to be the result of it? It dies with you. Because there's already a law that clips you with the protest.
When we look at all of this, what does this actually say about our democratic culture as a country?
Winner take all. That's all. That because I am there, so everybody around me must be persons that I believe in and I will do my bidding. So if you are not part of those ones, you must not be close to me. That's all. The winner take all. That's all. Nothing more. And that's the greed we have been talking about. So it transcends in all facets. The same thing we see in governance. The same thing we see within the political parties, executive. And it's always what is leading to the problem in political party. You see, at the end of the day, you see 3 persons or 4 persons in court and say, this is our meaning. So it has always been winner take all. Nena. And that's what we are still going to see. And for APC, it's only one person that is dictating the shot, and that's the president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. So if he sneezes, no other person. In fact, don't be surprised that their anthem will also be playing out in the Eagle Square maybe tomorrow on your mandate we shall stand. That's the anthem. So everybody that is not standing on that mandate, you can't get close to the corridor. Well, even within the parties, there are still some people that are more loyal than others. Even within the parties, you still see some people that say, don't go near now. It's just deceiving you. It's far from you. He has his own clique. He's working for, in the parties. There are factions. You understand? Especially this time we are now because we are getting closer to political parties' primaries. Okay. So there are going to be different factions. You see, last time in 2023, El-Rufai was not in Tinubu's faction. You understand? El-Rufai was not part of Tinubu's faction. Those ones were working for Ahmed Lawan, the former Senate president. You understand? So at the end of the day, but when they now succeeded in bringing in Tinubu, even the former president, late Buhari, was not for Tinubu. It was just that President Tinubu, as at then, he dug his way. And when they saw that he was a moving train, they didn't have any choice, with all the Naira redesign and all of them. They wanted to frustrate him. Now, that's to tell you there are factions even within the party. But the thing is that at the end of the primaries, when you are able to announce, okay, this is our candidate, the party also do what they call reconciliation to bring every faction together and say, this is now our candidate, let's work with him. That's what you see. That's what you see at the end of a primary. So after this convention, now you are going to see more of reconciliation. Even those that are aggrieved and also, okay, let's talk to them because we are going to, for the general primaries that is going to bring in the candidates. And they say, okay, don't worry, we are going to also look at whatever candidate from your own side. That's what they are going to use to, try to mend fence and placate them so that they can get into the party primaries as expected. It's winner take all.
Well, let's move on to happenings in the opposition as the People's Democratic Party, PDP, continues to grapple with internal tensions. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki maintains that the PDP remains strong and electorally viable despite its challenges. Speaking in a televised interview, Saraki dismissed claims that the opposition party had lost relevance, saying that those perceptions are largely driven by elite political disagreement rather than the reality at the grassroots. He, however, admitted that certain decisions, including the Ibadan Convention, may have worsened existing divisions. Saraki said the convention was ill-timed, noting that the party had not fully reconciled its internal disputes before the event. Meanwhile, the Kabiru Tanimo Turaki-led camp of the People's Democratic Party said the party would not back President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The faction insists that it will be improper for the PDP as an opposition party to endorse the candidate of another party. Sir, Saraki is saying that the party is still strong and sellable. And, one would want this party still has internal divisions.
Well, it depends on the angle it's coming from. Yes, these internal divisions we see in PDP, there are things that could have been managed. Unfortunately, the leaders of PDP allow it to get to this level it is. There was even a time he headed a reconciliation party, a reconciliation committee to bring all the factions together and settle. But just that, Wike was very stubborn in making sure that he gets to the root of what he's actually looking for. And that is to make sure that PDP, because he couldn't get the ticket in 2023, get to this level it is now. Fortunately, he has not even led the PDP. So the same house he tore now, the same house is looking for people to assist him to now repair. I can see now they are talking of Makinde fashion and Wike's fashion, trying to talk of reconciliation. This is what they would have done since, Nena. There's no hide and seek in this matter. There's no ego in politics. The most important thing is common interests. That common interest of we want our party to be there. Even if it's not favoring you now, some other persons that the leadership of PDP favored in 1999 are no longer the people that enjoyed PDP in 2014 before they lost power in 2015. It's always like that. If you were minister in 1999 to 2003, you were not going to be minister again between that 2007 to 2015. Some other people were coming in. So for this, you know that the party keeps coming in, really rolling and roll out. People are coming in, people are leaving. Then you ought to have made sure that the machinery of the party remain formidable. Because it's the party that has to, first of all, be alive before any other person can grow within that party. If the party is dead as it is now, nobody is growing. We're talking about how to now mend fence. But I'm not talking of PDP in opposition. We're not even talking of PDP is still sellable or not sellable. PDP is still there. Yes, if PDP got their house in order, as expected, Nena, PDP is a party that can never die in Nigeria as wished. Because there is no local government today in Nigeria that will not hear of PDP person. There is no ward in Nigeria today that will not hear of PDP person. Because of the way they came and they were in power for 16 years. And again, now to make matter worse, that the party that small got power from PDP has not fared well, APC. So everybody is now like, you dreamt in your dream, you ate fried rice and chicken. only for you to wake up from your dream and see that you don't even have Gary to soak in real life. It's what Nigeria is going through now. At the era of PDP, Nigeria could feed. Nigeria could travel. Nigeria could go about their normal businesses as expected. You could plan to some extent. But today, look at where we are. Things are not working. People cannot go to work because their take home cannot even,
take them home
to the office for 2 weeks. It's worst with the fact that every issue that comes up in the world, Nigeria is the first hit. We are always the first culprit. Oh, Ukraine-Russia war, Nigeria is suffering it. America, Iran, Israel war now, Nigeria is suffering it because there are no plans. If you say PDP failed, one would have expected that those things that you saw that were failure in PDP, when you came into power, you now begin to say, this is why we said they must be out of power. This is why we took them out of power. That's why we are fixing this. None of them is fixed. Electricity that they used to campaign that the only way Nigeria can have electricity by the former governor of Lagos State is PDP out of power. Fashola. PDP is out of power now for about 13 years. We don't have light in Nigeria. It's even worse. During the era of PDP, we're not having this incessant collapse of power that electricity in Nigeria now has become epileptic. That every moment you cannot bank on it. It was not as worse as this. Even the other era of PDP, insecurity was not as worse as what we have now. Then you can bear me witness that the former chief of defense staff, chief of army staff, Brigadier General Henjirika, fought insecurity to a standstill. To the extent that the Northerners were like, he's killing them unnecessarily. That when he was removed as chief of army staff, they even said they are going to sue him to ICJ, International Court of Justice, because they said he was killing the Boko Haram and the Northerners. They are brothers. Then, when APC was coming in 2015, everybody was, the retired general is coming, because they said they were going to fight insecurity, they were going to fight corruption, and they were going to strengthen Nigeria economy. This was what the mantra they came with. Okay, today, Nena, we know better. Insecurity, the general never fought insecurity, it became worse. That's what Tinubu is also still dealing now, inherited and dealing with it now that it's becoming worse than like when you fetch water in a basket. It leaks out from every angle. That's what we are seeing. Then the man said he was going to fight, he was going to bring Nigeria economy to a level that you and I could enjoy. But we saw that in 2018, 2019, Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world. It plunged more Nigerians into poverty than what we experienced in PDP. That's another failure. Then we saw the third man track, facilities, what they call it, bringing infrastructures. Nobody is saying infrastructure. We cannot record any of them. So at the end of the day, you see, everything Buhari fight insecurity. Instead of bringing in infrastructure, the money that was meant to fight, to bring in infrastructure, his ministers started, consuming them at will. Today, do you know the number of ministers under Buhari that are before EFCC? We are seeing his chief law officer, Malami, with all the billions. We saw his governor of CBN governor, Emefiele, with all the billions and trillions. So you now discover that the mantra they came into power with in 2015, all of them were complete failure. So now we are still in the same APC. It's not getting better. When President Tinubu came in, he further plunged Nigerians into poverty by removing the fuel subsidy. Here we are today. Feeding has become problematic. Paying of your normal bills, you cannot. So it now made us to now remember where we are coming from, thinking that we are going to go into Eldorado in APC, that APC threw the hand of the clock backward. Nigerians are even saying, take us back to the era of PDP, where we could buy a bag of rice 9,000, 8,000. They said it has come down 60-something thousand. And meanwhile, minimum wage is 70,000. So when you buy a bag of rice, you can't buy condiment. Or when you not buy, you use the remaining 8,000 to buy condiment. You can't travel. You can't go to the office with the remaining because there's no money for you to go to office. So look at all the gamut of issues that came up with APC. None of them have favored us. So that's where we are. So PDP allow the elders who were not sincere to themselves. The elders of the PDP were the people that keep PDP. They were not sincere in their judgment. They were not sincere in taking decision. All of them were the problem. If you say, oh, we are going to zone, you have zoning already, an understanding zoning, north and south. You should stick by it. That's what made a political party. That not one person can be bigger than the political party. But one person came. He came with a very fat pocket and snatched that your agreed plans that have been working for you over the years. And all of you now said, it doesn't matter. Then look at where he brought PDP. That was what made Wike to become a rebel in PDP. Came out with his G5 that led to where we are today. So if former Senate President Saraki is talking about PDP is still sellable, if they can actually start merging PDP, they may not do well so much in this 2027 election. Let's remove all the court cases. Then let them now begin to say, we now have one, because I still listen to their jingle in the radio and television. You hear the Turaki fashion, we advertise the digital registration. Then you also hear the Adoraman fashion, the caretaker advertise their own digital registration. These are just mere nonsense. Come together, lock yourselves in the room and tell this truth to yourselves. Then come back and tell Nigerians, we don't have any skeleton in our cupboard any longer. We sheathed our sword. We are working as one. Then the confidence may take a while to be built again. But because now we don't even have a formidable opposition as expected, people might begin to look towards it. Bring out people who can speak truth to power. Not people who are, want to get it because they want to be there at all costs. No. People who can say, this is my party and I don't want it to sink. Look at those kind of persons. We saw when, after they lost the election in 2015, Almodi Sheriff, former governor of Borno State, almost killed PDP. People like Wike, people like former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose, and some others, were the one that pulled him out. It was not an easy thing. It was not an easy thing. So we saw when they started having McAfee, former governor of Kaduna State. Then they had the former governor of Gombe. What's his name now? Former governor of Gombe. These are chairmen that have had to manage up the party to a level before he got into the hand of secondus. Before the professor, the man that the Benue man.
Okay. I've forgotten the name.
If you look at where PDP is coming from, PDP has come from very difficult terrain. But some of them who were assisting to fight it are the people now who went to the trenches that killed it. Somebody like Wike. Wike was assisting in financing the party, and he was dogged in making sure that every leader that is coming in must be somebody that comes from his camp. And that's also dangerous. It's also dangerous because he was seeking to become the presidential candidate. He already knew that if his brother remains there as the chairman of PDP, secondus, the candidate for the party cannot come from the south, and the chairman comes from the south. That was why he worked for. Forgotten this.
I don't know why the name is not coming to my head.
So he now worked and made sure that he got the ticket. Then at the end of the day, when it was not favoring him, because he said if a northerner gets the ticket, he's going to resign. And then when the ticket went to Atiku Abubakar, he never left. It became a problem. And that problem is what drove PDP to where we are today. Now 5 governors jumped ship, and those 5 governors now formed the G5. They now worked against their party and gave power to the APC. Look at where they are coming from. It has been a rough terrain because they've not spoken the truth to themselves. If they speak the truth to themselves, there are so many leaders in PDP that are not supposed to be at the helms of affairs of the leadership of that party because they have not worked for the party to retain its name and the leadership status it had for 16 years. They called themselves the biggest party in Africa before now, and they said they were going to rule for 60 years because they were thinking that the structure would continue to favor them. But structure favors sincerity. Structure favors integrity. When you are now deviating from those laws that you already put together by yourself, people are going to kick against it. And that's where we are today in PDP. I will employ Saraki. He has been there. Let him and his former Senate President, Saraki, let him and his... Because as at the time they were planning that Ibadan convention, he was not part of it. He said they should stop it. But they never listened to him. And look at the convention today. It's either, one chief judge in Ibadan is saying the convention is going on. Another chief judge in Abuja is saying the convention must be stopped. That's where that led to where we are today. They are today in PDP. So if they will now want a reconciliation and they said, okay, we want to come together, it is very easy. It's all about, speaking the truth to the matter. First of all, let them drop all the court cases, address the matter as it's supposed to be. Then PDP can still begin to find its feet, not just immediately, but over a period of time.
Iyorchia
Ayu, thank you. Iyorchia Ayu has been the person that, part of those people that caused this trouble. Because when they now gave the ticket to Atiku Abubakar, one would have expected that he that made that promise that if the ticket goes to the north, he will come down, he will resign, would have immediately resigned. We saw all the dragging. And the dragging, Damaguna came in, and you see, in fact, they worked towards the problem they are facing in PDP.
But let's look at it this way. Like you already said, there are two different factions, and reconciliation is going on. But how feasible will this reconciliation be if one of the biggest factors seems to be 2027 elections?
No.
And the presidential. No. That's one of their issues. This party, I feel like this party is saying, the one faction is saying we are not going to, back PM Tinubu. Then Wicked faction is saying, do you think that they can go beyond that particular? You say no. You think that's not an issue for them?
For the 2027 general election, PDP cannot make any headway. So back, supporting Tinubu or not supporting Tinubu is not an issue here.
Okay.
Because it's only Wike that is talking, Wike's faction that is talking about supporting Tinubu. As it is, even if they are going to feed a candidate, let them first of all settle their homes. Then let them feature a candidate. If Wike faction is saying, okay, we are not going to vote for that candidate, but we are still members of the PDP like they did in 2023, we are still in PDP, but we are not voting for your candidate, they can protest and say they are not doing that. But let it be that the umbrella now everybody can now,
under the
umbrella. When it is raining, you can manage to squeeze in, and when it's sunshine, they manage to squeeze in. Then after 2027 election, we can now begin to have the truth about PDP and its formation, and those that will still remain in it. Because many are still going to leave. Many will not, some people will not. Once that confidence is built towards 2023, 2031,
okay,
then people will now begin to look at it that, okay, if this same party wins, if APC wins, it's going to be worst. It's going to be worst. Because their policies has never favored Nigerians, and they cannot change their policy, especially when President Tinubu is doing his second tenure and he knows he's going. So one cannot begin to have a recourse and say, we have given them 3 straight consecutive votes, and look at where we are. That's APC. Now that PDP has been able to bring their house together, why don't we look to the side of PDP? And PDP should open their doors too.
To them, right?
And look at other parties that they can form alliance with. Because so many persons have left PDP. PDP doesn't have that population as it were. Then they cannot begin to look at other political parties that they feel they can work together. Come towards 2031.
You're saying no hope for them in
2027. Before the matter, this reconciliation ends, we're already in primaries. Before they now talk of dropping this matter from the court, the primaries are over. You know how Nigeria court works, especially when they are dealing with the opposition, not to have a say, because they feel threatened if opposition is doing well. This very government, this very APC government, they are threatened by the opposition. But they forgot that they came from the opposition to come and be ruling party. And the ruling party gave them the opportunity to actually fly before they got into this place. But since they came, everything about them is that opposition must be decimated at all costs. So if you know where you are coming from, you know how to also respect your feelings. PDP never knew where they are coming from. And so they opened their flank and allowed APC to infiltrate it, and here we are today.
Okay, before we move to our next conversation, I just want to ask you something before we move. During the inauguration of the National Convention Committee that was held, I think on Saturday, Natasha Akpoti-Juang, she made a statement. While she was speaking, she told her colleagues, of course, that on the platform of PDP, there were like more than 30-something senators.
Yes.
And now they have maybe less than 10, probably 6 or so.
I think 6 or 7.
And then she said that, she talked about the fact that that's the number they've gotten to. And she called those her colleagues who had defected that, they should come back, that the grass is not greener on the other side. That statement really, I don't know what you make of it. Really, is the grass greener on the other side for these senators that have
It's not
moved?
greener. To make the grass, artificially green, is what you are saying in this consensus convention that is going on now. They want to look for paint. Whether the grass is, drying up, let's just look for paint to paint it green. If eventually pale off, you carry your cross by yourself. That's what you are saying, because the promises from APC to all the defected
senators
and governors is too huge to be managed. And if they don't manage it well, it will cause implosion within APC. And that's where we are heading to. So for them to be able to manage that, now that's why they want to bring in leaders of the party in all the states that they can vouch and say, come, we gave you this position, not because you actually merited it, but because we have an assignment for you to do. That's why the grass is not greener on that side. Some of the governors, not even the governors, let's say deputy governors especially, are going to be scapegoats. Some of the senators and House of Rep members are going to be scapegoats. Some of the House of Assembly members, they still have House of Assembly. 5 elections is going to take place in this 2027, are going to be scapegoats. Because the people who have been there before have population, and they have supporters and followers. Politicians always talk of followers. If I'm a leader, I have my followers. If you're a leader, you have your followers. So if myself, I'm a leader, I want position for my followers who have believed in me over the years, even when we're in opposition. And now that's my own constituency. There is somebody who have defected from the other side now and joined us. Then I look at where the problem is. Do you understand? I've been there with my followers. We're in opposition. We didn't win the election. We remain. The person who now won in the other party now has now cross-carpet into our own party. And all my followers and myself are now just going to close our eyes and see the new person that just came in now, took over the position, and still ask us to follow that new person. It's going to be difficult. But because APC want to checkmate that, and that's why you see now they're saying consensus. By the time they do this consensus matter now, and the convention and come out with it, they will now mandate all the chairmen in their respective states, all the party executive, go and make sure that there is no crisis from your own state. Because you are giving this position for a reason. One of the mandates is that there must be no crisis. The list of the contestants in the primaries must be the list that the party will screen and approve. That's why Natasha is telling some of her colleagues that it's not greener on the other side, because some of her colleagues may not get the ticket. You cannot just say that the new persons that just jump in and just take over the whole space. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be a win-win. It's going to be a win-win thing. Say, okay, let's do it 50-50, kind of, to avoid crisis. And if they don't manage it well, an implosion will come in. They may remain in APC, but vote against APC in the election. Since they cannot jump out, say, no, this person is not our person. My follower, we are going to vote for this other political party. That's protest vote. It can happen, and it's going to happen.
Wow. Well, so we have a lot of drama coming up before the 2027 election.
A lot. And it's coming in the ruling party. It's going to be more in the ruling party because they allow both Tom, Dick, and Harry, I keep saying that it's like a pond. Or as the flood flows in the village and pack all the refuse into it, pond will not flow out. At the other time, the refuse will be decaying and they'll be stinking. So everybody came into APC. APC is not an Eldorado. It's It's not an Eldorado. It is now we are going to be seeing some of the... You saw some people already protesting that they said there was shortage of funds.
Yes, they could not, yes. Sound like that
go and so some people are already protesting. So that's how it's going to be. Even in the party primaries themselves, the camp, there are some of the camp that they don't want to get them to be part of their candidate. They're going to also we are still going to analyze it here, that there was scarcity of funds. Because if they see that my followers are many, and my followers are against the person that just jumped in from the other side.
They'll tell you that there's no fund.
They'll tell my followers that there is no fund because they want to give it to the person that just jumped in. Because these are the people now who have money now to also finance the party as expected. That's what it's going to be.
Well, let's move away from, a little bit away from politics, not fully away from politics. We are almost out of time. But let me just run through it. The federal government says ongoing reforms have attracted over $2 billion in far-reaching reforms and recorded measurable gains in Nigeria's power sector under President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. According to the minister, the inflow is a sign of growing investor confidence and a step towards long-term stability in electricity supply. This is coming on the heels of a recent interview where the minister had apologized to Nigerians over persistent power outages across the country. The apology comes amid growing frustration from citizens and businesses who continue to grapple with unreliable electricity despite repeated reform promises. You know, Mr. Limihele, I don't know how we want to reconcile this. On one hand, the Minister of Power is coming to apologize to us, to Nigerians, to tell us, okay, so sorry, we know, power has been all of that. And on the other hand, they're coming to tell us that we've had a $2 billion investment in the power sector as a result of the power sector reforms. What reforms? Well, Nigerians are not seeing this. I don't know.
He should use his teeth. He should use his tongue to count his teeth and tell Nigerians the truth. Because I expected him to be to be boasting now. Did we not tell you we'll do it? Did we not tell you that if we don't give you electricity in 4 years' time, in the first tenure of this administration, don't vote for us? Yes, we have been able to do this, we've been able to do this. But unfortunately, Nena is coming to apologize for their failure. So what is he talking about? He's contradicting himself. There's nothing to be analyzed about Adelabu as Minister for Power. If there is any minister that has failed grossly and woefully in this administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he's number one. And unfortunately, the president did not see him as one of the ministers that are going to bring down his personality and his popularity before the people. The president made a categorical statement and told Nigerians, don't vote for me if I don't give you electricity in my first tenure. And he now brought in a minister that worked against whatever he told Nigerians when he was campaigning in 2023. I think he should even face an internal discipline.
Well, exactly. I was going to ask that the president is supposed to actually cause him to resign. Exactly.
He should face an internal discipline. For them, if there is somebody like this, should be warming up and say you want to pick a ticket to become a governor of a state, and APC will still rally around him. I don't know what anyway. They said when you start supporting APC, you now become like a foolish person. I think that's what is happening here. You are saying how many billion investment in power sector, and you at the same time you are coming to apologize for your failure. What are you talking about? He's contradicting himself. So Adelabu should hide his face in shame because he brought this. I know APC cannot perform, but unfortunately, this one actually added to the failure of APC. Look at where we are today. It's worse. Last year, we had about 13 times national grid collapse. This year, we had it about 2 or 3 times. Then he's coming to tell us that they've done any job in power sector. Who is believing him? Nobody should believe him. If the party is actually serious, this man was not supposed to stay as minister to this level. By now, it would have been eased out if they were serious. But unfortunately, they don't even know they are enemies. Some of these appointed ministers and aides are even part of the enemies of the party. Because they come to tell lies. And these lies now, get back to them again in another form. Because when you are saying it, the people, Nigeria, are we blind in this nation? Aren't we see what is going on around us? Is it the security you'll be talking about? When the chief of defense staff now is talking about, a prodigal son and granting amnesty to terrorists. I mean, are this one actually seriously taking Nigerians out of this war? Just name them. Name them. How many of them? So I don't even want to join issues with what the minister is saying, because if there's any minister that have disappointed this administration most, is one of them.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Limihele. This is actually where we'll have to draw the curtains on the issues. Thank you very much for your extensive analysis as usual. And that's all we have. Yes, sir. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. And don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
My name is Tao Familani, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger in the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zero Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed entirely by hand, a practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching. Stay tuned. Do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome, guys. The show is hashtag right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguchi, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending, all things topical. And if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. Us because it's a whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. That said, we get on to our very first hashtag today, which is a scoop. This is an exclusive. It's just dropping. And courtesy goes to, or credit goes to the People's Gazette. Now there has been reports of a secret meeting between former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and a sitting APC governor. This secret meeting took place in Saudi Arabia, and the governor has promised to support former Vice President Atiku Abubakar financially and massively in 2027 to unseat President Tinubu. It's an exclusive Tinubu in 2027. Mr. Abubakar, who is 79, talking about the former vice president, is expected to throw the kitchen sink at his 2027 presidential ambition, which may potentially be his last shot to become Nigeria's president. People's Gazette goes on to say that details have emerged about Governor Abdullahi Sule's secret meeting with the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, to unseat President Bola Tinubu and ensure Mr. Abubakar's emergence as president in 2027. People's Gazette exclusively learned that Mr. Sule, the Nasarawa governor and a stalwart of the ruling All Progressives Congress, met with Mr. Abubakar at the Conrad Jabal Omar Hotel in Mecca on the 11th of March 2026 during the Lesser Hajj. The closed-door meeting, which lasted about 2 hours, was held during Iftar, the evening meal Muslims ate after the sun has gone down during Ramadan. Mr. Abubakar, a former chieftain of the People's Democratic Party and estranged ally of Mr. Tinubu, joined the new opposition party, African Democratic Congress, in 2025 to unseat the incumbent president who is seeking a second term. Mr. Sule, who had previously ruled out vying for political office once he completes his second term as governor, recently revealed that he was considering running for the Nasarawa North senatorial seat in 2027. People's Gazette goes on to say that it was gathered that Mr. Abubakar promised Mr. Sule the support of his ardent followers in Nasarawa to ensure his emergence as the senator representing Nasarawa North. The governor was also promised juicy appointments to senatorial committees. Quote, during the meeting, Mr. Sule pledged to ensure that Atiku wins Nasarawa in the 2027 presidential election. Now, it was unclear how much the governor promised to funnel to Mr. Abubakar's campaign, but there were recent insider claims that the opposition leader had gone broke, especially after running 4 unsuccessful presidential campaigns since 2007. His personal businesses, most notably logistics giant Intels, were targeted by the Buhari administration, further depleting his fortunes and crippling his ability to mount an ardent challenge to the ruling party candidate in Mr. Tinubu. Concluding part now, the People's Gazette continues by saying it was not immediately clear how many ruling party governors are secretly looking to sabotage Mr. Tinubu's re-election in favor of Mr. Abubakar. But Mr. Sule's case mirrored similar tactics seen as recently as 2015 when ruling party allies of then-incumbent Goodluck Jonathan deployed sources to help opposition candidate Muhammadu Buhari. A source close to the Tinubu camp said concerns have soared recently that some ruling party governors and senators, almost exclusively from northern Nigeria, might abandon the president at the last minute should Mr. Abubakar get the main opposition ADC's ticket. Finally, quote, this is a member of the APC now under condition of anonymity. It's been our concern lately that some of our party's governors and senators might betray the president if Atiku Abubakar becomes a candidate of the ADC, an administration official said under anonymity Thursday night. We don't yet know what to do about this dilemma, and I will be lying to you if I say we can ever successfully prevent it. End of quote. When contacted by the Gazette about the meeting, Mr. Abubakar's camp neither denied nor confirmed that it took place. Now, let me zero in on the paragraph you're seeing there, the very first one about an APC chieftain expressing concerns that some senators and governors might abandon the president at the last minute. A couple of days ago, we had an ADC chieftain talking about Honorable Oladimeji. He is the ADC Deputy Financial Secretary, and he said categorically that we should watch, and I can hold him to his words, that in a short while there's going to be a mass defection from the APC to the ADC. Could this be right? Is this what we are seeing right now? These are the questions we are going to be asking as this drama unfolds. It is fresh, and netizens are still trying to wrap their heads around it. That said, we move on to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag APC convention. Like, this convention has shut down the Federal Capital Territory, talking of Abuja right now, because, I mean, it is the biggest gist in the FCT at the moment, with the president calling the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, the landlord. But you also have security operatives, manning the convention center like there is no tomorrow. And of course, netizens are worrying that, is this all you have to do? How about other parts of the country that are on fire at the moment? But hey, let's take a look at what Senator Ben Murray Bruce has to say about this. He put up a post. You do know that he's no longer a PDP member. He's now an APC chieftain. Ben Murray Bruce says Bielsa delegates, that's where he's from, by the way, says Bielsa delegates to the APC convention, Bola Tinubu till 2031. And then he put up a video. He attached the video to this post. Take a look.
It's recording. Yeah. Super delegate. The main squad. We are here. Yeah, because we are here. Of course. Yeah. We are doing it. From Bielsa. Bielsa representative with the common sense senator. Yeah. Make his speech. Make his speech. Say something. Make his speech. Say something. Okay, we are going to deliver our president, and the delegation is led by no other person, by the chairman of the state, and we have former senators, former House of Rep members, and of course, as I speak with you, by my side there is a senator who is very busy communicating with other states so that they will abide and do the right thing. Has been communicating with a lot of states. Yeah, no, Joe, is it we have business that do the Ogbada? Yeah, Ogbada is speaking on the zone. I will. Hi, how are you? I will.
Looks like the delegates from Bielsa State are smiling from ear to ear. Netizens are responding. Let's begin to take a look at their responses now. It is hashtag APC convention. Michael simply says, and he puts up this screenshot, say no to APC. And according to Michael, the APC is not the All Progressives Congress, but it is A for another, P for problem, C coming. According to Michael on X, APC means another problem coming. Gosh, there are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. This is Umar's daughter, who says, I said Nigerians are always hungry and greedy, no matter what they are, where they are, who they are, and what they have. And then Umar's daughter says, that greed is a curse. More reactions. So Chijoke, PhD in nuclear engineering affidavit. Gosh, that's like a sentence, but that's his name. Chijoke says, you should be ashamed of yourself supporting a man whose economic policies pushed over 63 Nigerians into poverty. with that screenshot. It is the Punch, and Punch says poverty rate jumps to 63% after subsidy removal. And this was an exclusive report by the Punch, dated March 13, 2026. You do remember that the president, the moment he took oath, said it, subsidy is gone. That was it. That was the beginning of it all. There are more responses. Let's continue to take a look at them now. So this is a Naira exchange. Naira exchange rate says, Mr. Common Sense has finally found his bedfellows. I wonder what chased him out of the PDP. It could not have been Wiki or Sheyi. And he's actually trying to wrap his head around that particular one. And so we wrap it up on that hashtag. That was hashtag. Okay, well, it looks like we have more. This is Ibrahim Showa who says, Common Sense Senator at Ben Murray Bruce. Are you guys wondering why they keep calling him Common Sense Senator? Because so he's the owner of Silverbird Television, right? And he used to run this series called Common Sense Series, where he would tell the government what to do and all. That's why they're calling him Common Sense Senator. So Ibrahim says, Common Sense Senator, hope you two have been washed clean and changed to an angel. And then he attached this screenshot. It was a post put up by Ben Murray Bruce. This was in 2018, right? Yeah, 2018. And Ben Murray Bruce in 2018, he was still in the PDP then. He said, does this describe the lot of Nigerian politicians who cross-carpet from the official PDP NIG to join the APC? And you see, there's a cartoon there. You deal with it, guys. Your guess is as good as mine. On that note, let's quickly move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Olaide. Olaide is a very young girl. She's a teenager, but she's trending massively online right now because she's criticizing President Tinubu's government because there is a shortage of power supply. You do remember that not too long ago, the power minister, Adelabu, had come out to apologize to Nigerians, saying that they should just give the government 2 weeks and all will be well. There'll be steady power supply. But Olaide is having none of it, right? There's a video, but first let's take a look at the post, hashtag Olaide. Young girl named Olaide criticizes President Bola Tinubu over Nigeria's electricity shortages, despite exporting power to other countries. Olaide delivered a message to President Bola Tinubu complaining about unreliable electricity supply occurring only once a week in her area, while Nigeria exports electricity to neighboring countries. She highlighted the government's recent free bus initiative after neglecting such issues and the underutilization of natural resources beyond crude oil. The video of her statement sparked widespread online discussion. Someone else on X is jumping on this. Let's take a look at that one before taking a look at what Olaide is saying. Okay, so this is Ashiki GRN who says, quote, we have light once a week. We sell electricity to other countries and we don't have electricity. Now that it's campaign time, he's doing free bus. That is in Olaide's language. Why don't you take a listen to her?
You go get light once in a week. You go get fridge. You go to buy block. You know they normal. I would sell electricity to another country. Where else we will Islam? We don't even get them. Now they reach campaign time. You know they do free bus. Since last 2 years, you don't remember us. So innocent election next year. You know they do. One fool us again. Now one fool us again. Nigeria is hell.
It's hell.
Hell in hate.
Hell in hurt.
Yes. Because yes. Yes. Even the heat self, they like a fire. Because you go get light once in a week. You go get fridge, you go to buy block. You know they normal. I would sell electricity to another country. Where else we will Islam? We don't even get them. Only we get other natural resources, but only that crude oil they depend on.
What they focus on?
Only crude oil, and it's not good.
What message do you have to the president?
Let him try, I beg. You know they reach campaign time. You know they do free bus. Since last 2 years, you know remember us, so you know say election are next year. You know they do. One fool us again. Now one fool us again. May just try, yo. Even that I don't sabi vote. May try, yo. I beg. Go on, catch us. We don't get light. I beg. I will depend on Fabio.
Laide is very vocal, I can tell you. Even though it sounded comical, she said something germane that, hey, how about diversifying the economy? Why are you just focusing on crude oil alone? She said Nigeria is rich in resources, other resources. Why are you not looking that way? But some netizens are saying, how come a young girl like this is being allowed to speak so much on camera, you know, regarding issues of national importance? And they're thinking that it is clout chasing by her parents. But others are saying, hey, it is the reality. Out of the mouths of babes, you will hear them, right? Well, let's take a look at the responses now. It is hashtag Olaide. Chief and Queen says, imagine a teen calling out reality. Straight to the point and honest. It's like she's saying we have the resources, yet we can't power our homes. But you're busy elsewhere. And now that elections are near, you show up with freebies. Renewed Shege Pro Max hashtag NSAS. Gosh, these names. Well, Renewed Shege says that, quote, we have light, electricity once a week. We have fridge and still buy ice block. This is not normal. Nigeria is hell. We export electricity to other countries, while we who export electricity do not have it. He says that God should bless this child, but he's also saying that the girl, Olaide, should be protected by all means. Let's take a look at the next one. This is News Lover PR, who is coming from a totally different angle. News Lover says, using a child to narrate political scripts for social media views is the lowest form of clout chasing. If a parent spent this much energy voting correctly instead of coaching their kid for a viral moment, maybe would have light. This isn't deep, it is exploitation. But is it possible that News Lover PR is wrong? I mean, children, because they are children, does not mean they do not have a mind of their own, right? I mean, I don't know. It could be, what he's saying could be true, or it might not just be true. But Laide has said what she has to say, and of course, she's trending massively online right now. We take a look at something that's sort of disconnected. This is the next hashtag. It says hashtag disconnection. And it is sort of similar to what Laide has just complained about. This time around, an angry Nigerian is seen throwing a disco official who's trying to disconnect electricity off the ladder. Gosh. So at this point, I should say viewers' discretion is advised. So we take a look at the post and then the video and, of course, how netizens are reacting. This is Nigeria Stories with a story. Quote, there is no money, no light, nothing. Still, you want to disconnect the light. End of quote. Angry man attacks NEPA, not NEPA really. It could be disco. Can we say disco? Yeah, disco official who came to disconnect his light. Take a look, guys.
Kò sí kankan ẹ dáná ẹ ṣe gbogbo ẹ kò sí náà kò sówó kò sẹ́ni tì èwo ni wèrè gọ. tó bá yẹ máa pa ọdún Buhari
It is chilling to watch it, right? I mean, and netizens are saying, yeah, there is anger in the land, right? There is hardship and there is anger. But that sort of, people are saying that was attempted murder. And they're saying the guy should be caught. I'll just let you see the reactions for yourself. Let's take a look at how netizens are responding to this particular one. Firefly says, attacking the wrong individual. If politicians who have caused this pain come to his domain now, he will be dancing and running around with them. He won't fight them or chase them away. He would rather wait and collect rice. P.S. That is an attempted murder, and he should be charged with it. F raised to power 2 TM says, if it reach time, all of us go agree in unison to start using solar. More responses. Chalaugo says, why would you attack a man who was just doing his job instead of marching to government house to demand for better condition of living? How would attacking the NEPA official improve the living conditions? The perpetrators must be arrested and made to face the full wrath of the law. When they are fed up with their miserable living conditions, they hit the streets and protest. This is rather harsh, though, but hey, that's coming from Chalaugo. Blink says they need to be arrested and disconnected, that their lives should be disconnected for 6 months. So that's the trajectory this particular hashtag is taking online. But can we talk about this a little bit? How come we are still in the era of officials from the distribution companies coming to disconnect light? How about the prepaid meters that the federal government said every single household in Nigeria is supposed to have? That, by the way, was subsidized. Where are they? What is happening? How come we are still having estimated billing and disconnecting of light? Those are other questions we should be asking. But do you also think the angry Nigerian should be charged to court? Netizens are saying it was attempted murder. But of course, this is an unfolding story. We'll keep you posted. You want to say something? I would love to hear from you. Just drop your comment. Go to the YouTube section of Vop Tv Plus, and I'd love to hear from you. The next hashtag is hashtag protest. Women are also protesting poor electricity supply, and they were mad at one of the disco officials who came to disconnect their light. But this, and there's a video. Let's take a look. So Chooks, who's very active online, says, women came out in numbers yesterday in Lagos, confronting and resisting NEPA officials who arrived in their street to disconnect their electricity, blasting them over poor power supply despite being asked to pay bills with no light. There's a video. Take a look.
kámẹ́rà ti gbé yín ẹ lọ́nu wàhálà ẹ lọ́nu ayé nù. ó yẹ kámẹ́rà rè é wọ́n yẹ rè é wọ́n ti dídò òun rè é mákẹ́tà wọn rè é alájà náà ń jẹ́ o mákẹ́tà wọn rè é ó ní. ẹgbọ́rí ọbẹ̀ jáná ẹ wọ títọ̀kì lẹ́nu bí ẹ̀ náà ṣe fún yín ká bọ́ sí kí ló dé àlọ́ lè fẹ́ gbowó náà àlọ́ lè fẹ́ gbowó náà mú náà wẹ̀ lè fẹ́ gbowó náà àwọn rèé òun rèé. ẹ wò bọ́dọ̀ ìyá gidi gan yà á sí ọ́ sọ́bọ̀ ẹ rí àwọn rè orí wọn akoto wọn rè ìbọn aládùúgbò ti jáde ó ti jáde o aládùúgbò ti jáde wọn fún wa nílò they don't bring light.
Did you hear the last woman? Did you hear her? They no bring light. But apart from the protest against the shortage of power supply, there's something else in this video. The women are making a serious allegation that I think the Lagos State government should jump upon. I mean, there's a department that handles domestic violence and all. They're accusing one of the disco officials. They are calling them NEPA, so let me just follow suit. One of the NEPA officials to say that he's been beating married women around that area, married women who have husbands at home. What could be responsible for that? This is worth investigating. And of course, we'll keep our fingers on this particular hashtag. And as it unfolds, we'll keep you posted. Netizens are reacting. Let's take a look at the responses now. It is hashtag protest. Women in Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, protesting the lack of power supply. And someone is actually taking a screenshot from the previous video of the angry man that threw a NEPA official off the ladder. And then that's Jezebel. Jezebel Reborn says, people are angry. You cannot collect money every month for electricity and refuse to give the people what they paid for. And then he says, is that not fraud or breach of service obligation? Billion-dollar question. More reactions? Oluwale says, the anger should be to those in charge of power, that those disco officials are just doing their job. Dr. Marife says, while going to work last week, Monday, beg your pardon, I saw some guys chasing NEPA workers with machetes. As I parked and saw that it was NEPA, I gave one of the guys one of the machetes from my car jack. Okay, so I gave one of the guys without the machete my car jack. Oh, okay, I get. When he returned it, I was expecting to see some blood droplets on the jack. Are you kidding me? So, I mean, it looks like this is a recipe for disaster. I'm talking about the anger in the hearts of people. And it's a ticking time bomb. The federal government does not look into it. I mean, just something might just tip the balance. Based on the kind of reaction we're seeing. Imagine Dr. Marife saying that he was expecting to see some blood droplets on his car jack. Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion, right? And these are netizens expressing their own opinion. We quickly move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag CDS. The Chief of Defense Staff is trending because of what he said yesterday. There's a video that's viral, started trending since yesterday, where the CDS referred to repentant insurgents. And he said they also deserve a second chance. So the ADC Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, put up a post today. They are jumping on it. Let's take a look at that post. There's a video attached to it. But first, Bolaji Abdullahi says, first, the NSA referred to terrorists as his brothers, the NSA being the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. Bolaji Abdullahi goes on to say, now the Chief of Defense Staff, the CDS, is referring to terrorists as sons. These rhetorics reflect a dangerous mindset that accommodates and tolerates criminality instead of confronting it. When a government begins to frame terrorists in familial terms, it blurs the moral and legal lines that must remain clear in any serious security response. With this mindset, it is easy to understand why the current approach has struggled to protect lives and decisively end the killings. This must not be allowed to continue. Under an ADC government, there will be no ambiguity. Bandits and kidnappers and terrorists will be treated the same as all enemies of Nigeria. There is more. This is like an ADC manifesto now. They're seizing on this opportunity. Let's take a look at it. Yeah. And then Bolaji Abdullahi goes on to say that we will establish special terrorism courts to ensure swift prosecution. Our counter-terrorism framework will rest on 4 pillars. 1, local level intelligence gathering. 2, state level prevention and deterrence. 3, national level coordination and enforcement. And 4, regional level collaboration across neighboring countries. Like in all other things, ADC will put citizens first. 1, we will not cuddle terrorists. 2, the message will be clear. There will be severe consequences for killing a Nigerian. And 3, a terrorist will neither be a son nor a brother. They are the enemy and will be treated as such. So the Defense Headquarters, the DHQ, actually put up a post to say that there is misinformation. That's it. But before we take a look at that, let's take a listen to the CDS.
About Operation Safe Corridor. So many people have asked that question, why do we need to rehabilitate criminals. They all should be killed because they kill people. Well, that may make sense. But even in the Bible, we heard about the prodigal son. If there was not that window for the man to come back, would he have come back? So the point is that these are Nigerians, mostly. And it's important for us to give them that window to repent if they want to, rather than pushing them to the extreme to say, okay, it's either we kill you or you continue with the adventure. I think it's important for us to make people understand, especially the National Assembly, because as we speak now, everything about safe corridor has been driven by defense headquarters. And there's no part of the budget that says, okay, you should run Operation Safe Corridor. So, our honorable there, I'm only speaking to you to understand the importance of Safe Corridor, and that at some point we may come calling for your support.
That is the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede. So like I was saying, the DHQ is clarifying things here, and they put up a post. Lengthy, but we just took some paragraphs just to give you the gist of it all. Defense HQ, Nigeria says, misrepresentation of the Chief of Defense Staff's remarks on Operation Safe Corridor. The attention of Defense Headquarters has been drawn to a misleading narrative circulating on social media, particularly a Facebook post which deliberately distorted the remarks of the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, regarding Operation Safe Corridor, using a framing strategy that selectively amplifies certain phrases while ignoring the full context. The post falsely suggested that the armed forces of Nigeria are prioritizing leniency for terrorists over justice for victims. This portrayal is not only inaccurate, but also undermines ongoing national security efforts. First, it is important to clarify that Operation Safe Corridor is not an amnesty program, but a carefully structured de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration initiative targeted strictly at surrendered, screened, and low-risk former combatants. The program forms part of a broader counterinsurgency strategy, combining kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. And then the DHQ goes on to say, evidence shows that hundreds of individuals have passed through this process since inception, contributing to intelligence gathering and weakening insurgent structures. Second, the comments by the CDS were made within the context of a professional military doctrine lecture, emphasizing the importance of multidimensional conflict resolution. His remarks highlighted global best practices where rehabilitation complements battlefield successes, not replaces them. Any attempt to frame these remarks as sympathy for terrorists is a gross misinterpretation. Third, the Nigerian armed forces remain unequivocally committed to neutralizing active terrorists and protecting law-abiding citizens. The same leadership of the armed forces being misrepresented continues to direct aggressive operations across various theaters of conflict. Operation Safe Corridor simply addresses a different category of individuals, those who have voluntarily disengaged and met strict profiling criteria. So that's the explanation now that the Defense Headquarters is giving. Let's wait to see if Nigerians are going to buy it or not. But that is how, as far as that particular hashtag is going. The next one now is hashtag Beyond Tribe and Tongue. That is a very catchy phrase, but it's a phrase that Peter Obi coined. And he put up this post talking about leadership in Nigeria. He was saying that Nigeria's diversity should be what strengthens the nation and not what divides it. And then he used India as an example. Let's take a look at the post now. It is hashtag Beyond Tribe and Tongue. Peter Obi says, Nigeria is not the only nation shaped by a mosaic of tribes, languages, and religions. Around the world, several countries with similar diversity are striving, often successfully, to turn it into a source of strength rather than division. India serves as a classic example. Despite a landmass nearly 3.5 times larger than Nigeria's and being home to many religions and cultures, India has evolved into a global benchmark for democracy, with a population exceeding 1 billion people. Gosh, that's massive. And close to 1 billion registered voters, of whom about 700 million typically participate in elections. It has established a system widely regarded as free, fair, and credible. Its electoral processes are conducted with remarkable efficiency, often recorded in real time and largely free of glitches. And then he goes on to say, beyond the ballot, India has emerged as a global leader in STEM. That's science, right? Technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's what STEM stands for. While also transforming its healthcare system, extending medical insurance to over 50% of its vast population. These achievements are not accidental. They result from deliberate efforts to strengthen the centripetal forces, those elements that bind a nation together, rather than amplify the centrifugal impulses of division that continue to challenge us. When I advocate for the unity of Nigeria, guys, do you understand what he's saying here? In a nutshell, he's saying, count me out of the Biafra struggle. But then he goes on to say, when I advocate for the unity of Nigeria, I do so with deep sincerity and conviction. Our cohesion is an indispensable foundation for peaceful coexistence, sustainable development, and enduring national stability. I urge my fellow Nigerians to reflect on the example of India, a nation with a far larger population and an even more intricate web of ethnic and religious diversity, yet one that continues to forge unity from complexity. Ultimately, the true fault lies in our national life. Neither tribal nor religious. No tribe or religion enjoys cheaper food in the market, nor is any group more secure than another. Our real challenge lies in competence, capacity, compassion, and the commitment to build a better country. Only then can we move beyond tribe and tongue and create a nation that truly works for all. It's a beautifully written epistle, if I can call it that. And then he ends with this: with the right leadership, a new Nigeria is possible. It's beautiful. There are responses. Let's take a look at them. So God's elect says, Nigeria's fractures aren't ethnic. They are failures of competent, compassionate leadership. Unity isn't uniformity, it's deliberate work. A timely reminder as 2027 approaches. Well said, P.O. That'll be Peter Obi. More responses? So the gross engineer says, beyond tribe and tongue, India, 1 billion plus people, 700 million voters, free elections, global STEM leader, Nigeria, still debating which region gets what. Peter Obi is asking the right questions. A new Nigeria is possible, but only if we choose unity over division. The growth engineer again says, unity is not a slogan, it's a strategy for development. If over 1 billion people can make it work, what is stopping Nigeria? So basically, this post that Peter Obi, former LP presidential candidate, this post that he put up on X is garnering lots of favorable comments. And that's how it's, panning out. But there are dissenting voices who are, trying to poke his ribs and get him to cough. Is he going to cough? It seems to be a man that knows what he's about. But what he's saying basically, is that leadership is not rocket science. India is a perfect example. Heterogeneous society making it work. And he's saying Nigeria can do same. I believe it. On that note, I say thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. The excellent team behind the scene. Appreciate it. Bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep updated with us again for another edition of Hashtags, same time, same station. I'll also say enjoy your weekend, right? I'll see you when I see you. I am Vivian Oguche. Bye.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop Tv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please discourse.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Journalists from various media outlets gathered for a specialized training aimed at strengthening business and economic reporting, facilitated by the Media Career Development Network, MCDN, in collaboration with the United States Consulate General. Speaking at the training, Executive Director Lekan Otufodunrin, alongside other facilitators, stressed the importance of journalists deepening their understanding of economic policies, data interpretation, and financial literacy to enhance accurate and impactful reporting.
The idea is to ensure that there is a pass down of some of this knowledge and we can interact. So as much as possible, this is not a lecture. This is just some engagement, some reminders, some pointers, some things that can stimulate you to look at some of the things you are doing differently.
Today's session on business and economics reporting is especially timely. Just 2 weeks ago, we convened the U.S.-Nigeria Commercial and Investment Partnership Ministerial Meeting here in Lagos, reaffirming our 5-year Memorandum of Understanding to expand trade, investment, and private sector-led economic growth. The U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary Bradley McKinney and Nigeria's Minister of Industry, Trade, and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Odewole, co-chaired discussions at the event on how to deliver tangible long-term improvements to the business environment and remove barriers to trade and investment in 3 priority areas, which are agriculture, digital economy, and infrastructure.
Here at the U.S. Consulate and the U.S. Mission in Nigeria, it's really important for us to provide support to journalists. Freedom of speech is one of the things that the United States is founded on. I'm not sure if many of you know, but this is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. So we are, throughout the year, celebrating all of these things in our foundings that really made the United States what it is today. And one of them is freedom of speech that continues to be upheld by journalists.
The essence of a training like this is to enable us to understand some of the things that should be in our stories. So money, we follow the money, that's what we do. That's the summary of what we do. We follow the money. So anytime the deal is struck, you hear that Julius Berger is building a road over there. If I were you, I would go there and find out exactly how much the contract is worth.
Participants at the clinic expressed appreciation for the hands-on sessions, describing the training as timely and practical, especially in helping journalists navigate complex economic issues and simplify them for public understanding.
When business journalists actually do well in their job and armed with enough data and the skills to actually process the information, then we can do better and more impactful reporting that even benefits the society and everyday people in the country.
Interplays of everything that happens in the economy, affects every household, affects every Nigerian. That's why we have to begin to hold our job in high esteem and take every data, scrutinize it, follow up, and understand these things and speak to analysts if we do not really understand.
I think it's very important that some of the things that we learn today we're taught to people who are on the front line of journalism. So today, basically one key takeaway is that facts are very, very important, and journalists generally play a huge role in how much development comes to Nigeria in the economic sector.
Following the training, journalists say they are better equipped to deliver insightful, data-driven and solution-focused business and economic reports that can contribute meaningfully to national development. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? Who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philou Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo, you're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Tinubu Shatima governors arrive at Eagle Square.
Also, ADC accuses APC of tolerating criminality.
Turaki-led PDP neck heads for Supreme Court. Heads for Supreme Court. Wike insists PDP National Convention will hold as planned. Kano Deputy Governor resigns. Chief of Army Staff vows tough action on terrorists. On the foreign scene, Trump extends Hamas deadline as Iran remains defiant. In business, mobile money account hits 2.3 billion naira globally in 2025. In sports, Simon Adams on target as Super Eagles beat Iran 2-1. And in the world of entertainment, NANTAP calls on federal government to support creative sector. Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima have arrived at Eagle Square, Abuja, for the APC's 8th National Convention. Also present are Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, APC governors, ministers, and lawmakers. Delegates from all 36 states and the FCT, numbering over 8,400, are attending under the theme Unity and Progress, consolidating the renewed hope agenda. The convention is expected to elect new National Working Committee members to lead the party for the next 4 years. Security around the three-arm zone has been heightened, with police, NSCDC, and DSS personnel conducting thorough screenings. Earlier, Minister of Information Mohammed Idris said all arrangements by the 20 subcommittees are in place to ensure a transparent process. Aminu Masari, chairman of the APC National Convention Central Coordination Committee, assured adequate security, noting that the party has received no court notice despite legal challenges from aggrieved members. Masari also explained that some delegates were unable to access nomination forms due to zoning rules for NWC positions.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has accused the ruling APC of tolerating criminality instead of confronting it. The opposition was reacting to remarks by National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who reportedly called terrorists his brothers, and the army chief who allegedly referred to them as sons. ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi said the comments reflect a dangerous mindset that normalizes crime.
Away from that, the Tani Moturaki-led faction of the People's Democratic Party has unanimously backed the National Working Committee's decision to appeal the recent Court of Appeal ruling on the party's leadership at the Supreme Court. Speaking after the 103rd NEC meeting in Abuja, National Publicity Secretary Ini Imemobong said the party has filed for an accelerated hearing to protect its legal position. He added that while the legal battle continues, internal reconciliation efforts remain ongoing, with talks aiming to strengthen the PDP as a strong opposition party. Imemobong dismissed reports of a parallel national convention, saying all matters are being handled internally.
In the meantime, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says the People's Democratic Party's National Convention will go ahead as scheduled on March 29 and 30. Speaking after inspecting projects in the FCT, Wike said the convention can proceed as reconciliation talks between the Turaki and Mohammed factions continue.
Kano State Deputy Governor Abdusalam Gwazu has reportedly stepped down, according to the Kwankwasia movement, though the state government has not confirmed. The movement said the decision was made to maintain stability, citing challenges on carrying out its duties. They stressed the resignation is not an admission of wrongdoing. The group also disclosed that the former deputy governor intends to channel his efforts into strengthening the